ECS is back after a few days of wild weather. Unfortunately, it saw the Kartama series getting abandoned. But now we are in Portugal. Last time we were here, we had one of the closest series we've ever had in European Cricket Series history. So settle in, 4 games of cricket on the way. I'm Mr. Maximo, and this is the FanCode European Cricket Series Portugal, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another big day in European cricket. Well, it's another big week in European cricket because we are back in Portugal. The last time we were here was in September 2021. It was one of the closest series we'd ever had. We had 7 teams on that occasion, and this time we have 10. So things are getting bigger and better, and they are in groups of 5. Group A taking place over the first 5 days, and then Group B starting on Saturday. But match 1 is going to see Marlow, the defending champions, and ECL representatives. They're taking on Gorka 11. Bit of a traditional rivals clash, this one. Marlow, they did win the toss a little bit earlier, and they have elected to field first. So Gorka 11 will get to see them with the bat first. And look, I'm looking forward to seeing a few of those players again, particularly Suman Gamire, who I think is a pretty classy player, and Imran Khan. Perhaps he will open the batting as well. Also, he could open the bowling. Gamire will likely see him behind the stumps. And Maduka Thapa, I'm sure that he is out for some blood. And well, I do remember that Gorka 11 actually played Marlow on the opening day of the last series in September. On that occasion, that they actually beat them by 9 runs, but Marlow got their revenge in the semi-final that they won fairly comfortably. And Marlow, let's talk about them. They have been pretty successful in ECN tournaments. Every single tournament we have done in Portugal, whether it was a day ECS or a night series, Marlow have actually been champions. So I'm sure that they're keen to put on a good show themselves. No Adnan Gondal in the lineup for them, but Said Maisam, he's always one of the most interesting players. He's been batting up the order, and as well, he's a very important bowler for them. And Amir Zaib, another player to watch, of course. We've seen what he can do in the ECC and the ECL, so I think that it should be a very interesting match to start this one in Portugal. 4 matches today, and these 2 teams will play a doubleheader in matches 1 and match 2. Hey, the sun's just come up, but I can tell you that the conditions today in Portugal, not too bad. We're expecting a maximum temperature of 22. Currently, it's about 16 to get this one going. A little bit of a chance of a shower, but we'll have to keep an eye on that. Hopefully, the rain stays away. Of course, we did have 4 days washed out of the schedule last week, and that meant that we didn't actually award a trophy in Spain. But in Portugal, I think it'll be a very different story. This pitch, well, I think there's a few runs in it. I don't think there's a lot of bounce. I think that if you're bowling, I think it pays to get full, because anything short, it sits up, and with these short boundaries, I think we could see some pretty high scores. Okay, let's get ready for the first ball, and the news from the toss is that Marlow, the defending champions, have won the toss. They will be bowling first. Let's get ready for some cricket. As we get ready for the first ball of this series, 2 weeks, and it's going to be great to get back into it after the disappointing weather which has curtailed our efforts in the last few days. We're across the border in Portugal, and this is Najam Shazad, who captained Portugal at the ECC last year. He will be bowling the first ball. Grabs a bit of the thigh on the way through, and they will scramble through for a single. Well, I will have Corey Rutgers with me from tomorrow, but he's unavailable today because he's finishing up the Spanish high performance camp. But I've got a pretty high performance commentator with me in the commentary box for this morning. It's none other than Conrad Greenshields. Conrad, welcome to the commentary box, and I'm really looking forward to this first match of the day.
Yeah, thank you, Minnie. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, good game. Good way to start off the series, and happy to have you here.
Well, it's great to be back here, of course. It's a whole story behind this cricket ground, isn't there? The fact that Paolo Bucciamazza, who will be with me this afternoon, He's currently busy getting a few things ready, but he's actually built this essentially in his backyard. Just had around the wicket. And this is a really nice looking shot, and it will be the first boundary of the day. Imran Khan gets on strike, and that's a beautiful shot first up, isn't it?
Yeah, perfectly timed, waited for it, and yeah, Imran's a good batter. He scored a good 100 last year in the T20 league, and off to a good start.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't get much better than that. First thing, and holds the pose a little bit. He's a pretty classy player, isn't he, Imran? And probably will do a job for them with the ball as well.
Interesting nudge arm coming around the wicket.
Yeah, it's an interesting change of tactics, actually, because the first one just angled into Amir. And this one jumps a bit. And to jump Shazad, I mean, he's a pretty good player as well. Of course, you actually played for Marlow in the recent ECL. What was that experience like for you, Conrad?
Oh, that was amazing. It was great to be there. Yeah, it's quite a setup, and it was good to see good cricket. I think European cricket is growing and getting stronger day by day.
Yeah, no, I'd agree with that. And if you have any questions for Conrad, please put them in our live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. I've just popped in there. Good morning to everyone, and thanks for your company. Oh, a little French cut this time inside edge. They do have the fine leg back, but he's not going to catch it. It'll be another boundary. So Imran Khan gets the second boundary for the over, but this time not quite as convincing.
A little bit of a hoik there, head up, but it's in the book as 4.
And that's a pretty good area from Shazad if he's going to bowl that kind of angle. He's just trying to cramp the batter for room. You see early on he got driven through the covers, and yeah, this time is a lot better, but doesn't get the desired result. Hello to Kevin Koskowski, who's watching from Colorado in the USA, as well as Maya. I'm sure that Maya's happy to have you on the comms. I know that she's a big fan, and also Junaid Khan. Hello, Junaid, who I'm sure we'll see on the field at some point. And a few personnel changes this time around. It's a little bit too wide. It's an attempted block from the keeper. It's Sean Mullick behind the stumps today for Marlow, but it'll be too wide. So what do you think about these two teams? I mean, I remember they played each other on opening day back in September when we were here. It was Gorka that handed Marlow one of 2 opening day losses. Marlow came back and did essentially win the tournament, but I mean, there's always a big rivalry between these two teams.
Yeah, huge rivalry between these two. Top 3 teams in the country at the moment, and yeah, they like going at each other.
This is pitched up, back over the wicket now, Shazad. And they run on contact. Gamiro gets the single. Takes us to 12. What do you think's a good score here? I mean, the boundaries look, yeah, maybe 2 or 3 metres longer than last time, but still I think, there's a few undulations in this ground, aren't there? Can make it a bit tough for fielding sometimes.
Yeah, I think pass score here should be around 110, 120. The boundaries are a lot smaller. We've brought them in about 20 metres.
Yeah.
But
so we're going to miss last ball of the over. Bit of a mixed bag for Shazad, but he concedes 12. It's 12 for no loss after 1. And yeah, no, I think I'd agree. I think depends. I think in Portugal, what I've noticed, sometimes you can get through those top 2 or 3 batters and anything's defendable as well. We have seen some low-scoring thrillers as well. And yeah, Marlow, essentially, they did win the ECS. We were here last time, but it was one of the closest series we'd ever had. We had 7 teams, and 5 of them all won and lost 3 games, 3 and 3, and the top team 4 and 2. The bottom team were 2 and 4, so it was pretty evenly contested. And do you expect that this time around? We've got 10 teams, of course, this time. It's the biggest ECS we've ever had here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be just as close. It's great to see the competitive side of Portuguese cricket coming up, and yeah, the teams take it very seriously. Like we mentioned, the cricket has grown here. I mean, we've got now 14 teams in the domestic league. 2 years ago we had 5, so it's booming and finding a lot of talent. Yeah,
it's exciting times. I don't know, every time I come here, things seem to have improved even more. And I think Marlow, even though didn't quite make the finals day in the ECL, it was still a very good tournament. After a bit of a shaky start. Now this is a little bit short and it's deposited. This is the first one of the series. Maximo Azim Sawa comes on, rolls out a left arm half tracker, and it gets the treatment. 6 runs.
A little bit of a loosener and got dispatched. He's got to pick his length properly here, otherwise someone's going to tear him apart. Yeah, Gamiro always looks like just a class act. Doesn't always make runs, but
A shot like that, he pounced on it really quickly. And this is what he does. Sometimes gets a bit over-aggressive now. Over-commitment from Imran Khan, but the throw went to the wrong end from Shan Malik. We'll probably see this again on the replay, but he just almost throws it away very next ball. Don't know if there's a little edge on that or whether it was just turn. Imran was a long way down.
A bit of confusion there. I think Suman was on his knee and wasn't going anywhere. I think he fancies himself, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, of course, only 3 power play overs, so this next one, again, well, it's a big swing. He's not hanging around here, Gamire. Let's just see, he bounced onto the stumps here, but I think my foot was always down. So, I'm seeing a few players here that we didn't see at ECL, and you can probably talk us through a few of the new faces we'd see in Marlow. Well, not necessarily new faces, but faces we wouldn't have seen in that tournament a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, I think Marlow, you know, they're also in the process of rebuilding. Mian, their captain, has retired, so Najam's got the captaincy now. And I know, speaking to Najam, they want to bring in quite a few more youngsters.
Quicker one this time, just leans on it. It's been a pretty good comeback from Sawa actually after going for 6 first ball. So a bit of a changing of the guard in Marlow. That's what's going on at the moment. Yeah,
Najam's a great skipper. Obviously, he leads the national team. He's very passionate, and yeah, I think it's a good thing that youngsters start coming in. We want to build for the future, and it's looking good.
So we're just going for 7. Last ball coming up from Azim Sawa. Yeah, it's pretty good over in the end. They will push for a single, but 8 off it. It's 2 overs down. It is 20 for no loss. And yeah, okay. Well, then talk us through. We've got these two teams. Who do you favour in this game then? I mean, Marlow, they are defending champions for a reason, despite a few personnel changes. But yeah, it's always a pretty close contest between these two.
Yeah, a tough one to call. I'd call it 50-50, but you know, my heart is going to go with Marlow. I'd have to say that, otherwise they'd be a bit upset with me.
You can see some of the other teams here. We can see fighters in this group as well. Brothers live in Portugal. That's a team we haven't seen before. So,
Brothers, fun team, interesting team. Got a few dynamic players too.
Yeah. So yeah, always looking forward to seeing a few new faces. Shazad's going to bowl out here in the 3rd. On the charge is Imran Khan. Finds the fielder. Has to turn on his heels pretty quickly. And good backing up there. Just a dot. Good attacking intent. This is one of those battles that I think is going to be interesting to watch. Shazad versus Imran Khan.
Yeah, Imran's also, he's known for some dodgy running. So it's always good for the fielders to be up and about. Always target his area. That's what I keep telling my team.
I think sometimes, yeah, batters run on contact, because he did hit that really well, but he actually hit it too well to get a run. Because it went straight out the fielder at mid-wicket. It's pretty well bowled by Shazad. Just a quick hello to Reynold Pillay, who's watching from South Africa, and to Kawaja Shan as well, to Neville Russ. Hello, Neville and Liam and everyone. Thanks for tuning in. Good to have you back, and you might have missed us because we did have days 3, 4, 5, and 6 of ECS Spain Cartama washed out due to some crazy weather. We had sandstorms, we had everything down there. And was, yeah, quite unfortunate, I'm sure, for all those players. As this is lifted away over cover. Well, this is a really good shot over extra cover, really. Just went down on one knee and caressed that. One bounce, 4 runs, and yeah, really authoritative shot from Imran Khan.
Yeah, opened the leg, gave himself some room with the arms, and yeah, kept his head down and put it over. He can hit a long ball too.
Yeah, I mean, that was quite a powerful strike, and now it forces the field changes as the fielder goes back. Amandeep Singh. So you've got a long off in place now. Only 3 balls left in the power play. I think sometimes that plays on your mind as a batter. Got a 3rd man back as well. And they're the 2 outfielders at the moment. He digs this one in. He picks it up nicely. It's going to be another boundary. And I think sometimes the bowler tends to overcompensate there. And he was desperate not to overpitch Imran Khan, but he was all over it really quickly. 4 more runs.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of a mistake from Najam. He's pushed long off back and then, dropped it short, put it on the hip, and Imran's good enough to put that away with no one there.
Yeah. So as a batter, sometimes you sweat on that one. If you've driven down the ground, you can think the next one probably might be a little bit shorter. But yeah, no, it's going to be good to get back into it. It's been a bit strange actually, spending a few days in the hotel and not able to do too much. I spent a lot of time there, but just wanted to give a quick thanks to everyone at the Costa del Sol Cricket Club for their hard work last week. Even though we couldn't complete the series, we didn't end up awarding the trophy. Just felt it wasn't quite right after just 2 days of play. So hopefully we get back there and we can have another series there on the Costa del Sol for ECS cricket. And I know all the players involved, even though it was only a couple of days, they really enjoyed it. We had a golden ball while we were there. Yeah, some really good matches. We had a hat trick from the CDS Express, Chris Batten. And this is lifted away over mid-wicket. Certainly making the most of the power play as Imran Khan, who moves into the 20s. This one clipped over mid-wicket and beautifully fielded by Bazat down there. This is a really good start for Gawker 11.
Yeah, I think Najam's a little bit wayward this morning. Maybe he hasn't had his coffee. But I don't think he's bowling to a specific plan here. I think he's trying to get out of the over here quickly.
Yeah, I think so. So
try a bumper here.
Yeah, I mean, that seems to be his go-to when he gets the treatment. Last ball, the power play coming up. He does bang it in. It's a long chase for fine leg, and he does it with the boot.
Zulfikar Shah.
Zulfikar Shah, player we know pretty well here on ECN. Does keep that to a long single, but pretty good power play. Gawker 11 at the end of 3. They're 33 for no loss.
Corey's favourite fielding.
Yeah, foot fielding. But just want to say quick hello once again to everyone that's joining us, and you can tell your family and friends that the ECS is back, and we're planning a few different locations. We've got 2 weeks here in Portugal, which I'm really looking forward to, and we'll be in the Netherlands, Bulgaria, and Romania for a 1-week series after this. So yeah, plenty of cricket coming up, making up for lost time. And of course, you'll be playing for Oerish in this series. You don't play till next Monday, so I'm sure you'll be looking pretty intently at this group, because assuming you do make the top 4, you'll be playing one of these teams in the quarterfinal first up.
Yeah, really looking forward to that. Yeah, Oerish is a completely revamped team, so should be interesting, should be fun. Some new youngsters, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, I know you've made plenty of runs out here. A bit of a purple patch last time we were here towards the end of the tournament. This one's a little bit short. It's lifted up in the air, but it won't carry to the outfield. It's fielded just for 1. Yeah, just got a feeling. Yeah, I mean, especially early in the tournament, sometimes you see some slightly lower scores. I think sometimes batters are a bit rusty. Of course, when you're batting, you only get 1 chance, whereas if you're bowling, you can make up for errors. A bit like Azam Sawa did. He got pounded for a 6 first ball, but he's come back pretty well. This is really well bowled.
Yeah, I like Sawa as a bowler. He's new to Marlow. He played in the ECL. He does turn it when he wants to, and he's got good variations and pace.
Yeah, there's a bit of turn this pitch as well.
A bit quicker.
Yeah, those subtle variations I think is really important for a spinner, especially if you're going to bowl in the power play. I mean, I think you have to be 1 step ahead of the batter, and you can't let the batter settle. And yeah, he's bowled really well when you consider. He's gone for 10 off 1.4 overs, and 6 of them came off the very first ball that he bowled. And now he knocks him over. So that's a big wicket, Imran Khan. He just yorks himself there. Once again, it's clever bowling by Sawa, who pushes this one through. Bit of an arm ball. It's the first wicket of the series. Gawker 11, 35 for 1.
Yeah, Sawa's he is a wicket taker. There was good variation. I think he beat him in the air here. Like you said, yorked himself. Big wicket for Marlow. Yeah,
this will give us a good idea of what happens. He comes down to it, and if he just stays in his crease, that's quite drivable. But yeah, it's just clever bowling, and Imran Khan, it's a bright knock from him, but he's going to have to go. He goes for 23 or 14 balls with 5 boundaries. He hit the ball nicely while he was there, though.
Yeah, good start for Imran. He'll be disappointed but happy. I think he's set for a big tournament. Big year for him too. National selections and stuff like that. So he'll be He'll be disappointed, but it's a good start for Gorka.
Yeah, no doubt. Mohamed Adnan comes out at number 3. He'll just have the one ball to deal with from Sawa, who deserves his wicket, really. But every time we change location in the ECS, if we go back to a place that I've been before, it's always great to see a few familiar faces. And we've got Bruno here, who's we might get him on camera soon. But
Good-looking man, old
he
Bruno.
is. Here's the last ball for Sawa, the first one for Adnan. He just turns it away for what should just be a single. It's the end of 4 overs. Score is 36 for 1. And, well, very, very good morning to you, no matter where you're watching from around the world. It's wonderful to have your company. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. And I'm here with none other than Conrad Greenshield's guest commentator this morning. And look, it's great to be here in Portugal. Once again, beautiful cricket ground. The conditions fairly mild. It's still very early morning here in Portugal. The clocks have gone ahead over the weekend. So, but we've gone back an hour, of course. We're in Portugal, which is 1 hour, 1 hour before Spain in the time zone. Anyway, look, it's great to have your company, and we'll be here for 6 days a week, 4 matches a day. And well, Conrad's with me this morning. And we'll be able to see what he can do on the microphone. I know you did a little bit of commentary back in the night series, the Rico. I think way back, it's almost a year ago now. Can you believe that's the year of your life gone?
Crazy, right? Yeah, the year's shot. It's great to be here. Obviously, you know, quite a different role for me on the comms, but enjoy it.
Yeah, always love having you. It looks like Asad Mahmood is the bowler. And they are going to push for a 2, and it was a slightly dodgy one, but they get away with it. Sometimes you need to take those calculated risks. Like Amir Zaib, not a player they want to lose, but I think just picked up there might be a slight fumble. And he has good speed here to get through for a second.
Yeah, he's lightning in between the wickets. Birthday yesterday, so I'd like to say happy birthday to him. Good little cricketer. I really like the look of him.
This one's full again. It is out of here. Maximo! That's a good shot by Adnan. Hustled back for 2. He got the strike back, and then he got a full toss from Mahmood, and he sends it over the leg side for 6.
Yeah, Adnan, a new signing for Gorka too. Really powerful batter. Bowls really nicely too. So, yeah, good for Gorka to have him in the side.
Got a few questions in the chat and a few comments, which I'll announce here. If you have any, please put them in. This one is a bit of a top edge. The fielder's under it, and he doesn't get anywhere near it in the end. Wow, this one was a mile high. And is that Zulfi, who found himself kind of in the bit of the cricket zombie about that? He had the arms out, but he was nowhere near the ball.
I think he was trying to wave it down, but probably didn't pick it up. Can't blame the wind here. That's got to be taken, unfortunately.
Like one of those guys at the airport that you see that's waving in the plane. But unfortunately, he just misjudged that one. Yeah, nothing worse than that when you realise you're in the wrong position at the last minute. Leans on the next one as Amir for a single. Yeah, a few questions about Rico. Rico is actually taking a well-deserved break. He's got 3 weeks off. I'll have Corey with me from tomorrow. But Rico, thanks very much for your efforts over the last 6.5 weeks. He's put in a big stint. So Rico's taking 3 weeks off, and he'll be back in Bulgaria in a few weeks. Well, it goes after this, and this is absolutely nailed. That's got a long way. Maximo! Adnan comes out, and he means business, and he looks in a hurry.
Yeah, Adnan, like I said, he can hit a long ball. I think seeing what Suman's doing here, it looks like his job is to anchor the roll and just give Adnan the strike.
Yeah, this is just a really well-balanced shot from Mohamed Adnan.
Yeah, good positioning.
Last ball the over from Mahmood. And then once more. And he finds the gap actually on the leg side. And he will just settle for 1. So he'll retain the strike. He moves to 17 off only 6. So a very good start for him. And the 50 has come up in that over for Gorka 11. It is 53 for 1 after 5. Yeah, so Rico, I know that he said he will be watching, of course, but he's just taking a bit of time off, and I think he's just heading back to his family today in Spain. So Rico, sending you all the best, and thanks also to Andrew Ryan, who was with us over the last couple of weeks of ECL. So he's just in the chat. Hello, Rico. So I know you're there. So hopefully you enjoy your 3 weeks off. Yeah, Rico's always sad when he can't come to Portugal.
Yeah.
It's just the scheduling this time that he needed to have a little bit of a break. And so, yeah, I'm sure he'll be watching. He knows a lot of these players. Was here for the night series with Andrew actually last year. But also a question from Maya in the chat for you, Conrad. How did you get into cricket in the first place? It's a question that we often ask people that join me on the microphone.
Yeah, cricket, obviously growing up in South Africa, the schools really push sports. And it's summer sport is cricket and winter is rugby.
Yeah, well, this one is absolutely blasted. There's almost a bit of baseball about this from Adnan. As Syed Maisam comes on, he's a very good bowler, but again, this first one a little bit short. Blasted out of the ground. Maximo time.
Yeah, that's way short. Maisam, good bowler. A little bit wayward recently, but he'll come back strong. And yeah, again, Adnan it looks like he's here to play.
Yeah, so in South Africa, did you get a bit of a choice of sports, or did you just gravitate towards cricket naturally? Tell us after this ball from Maisam. Pitches up. This time, a bit of an appeal, but turned down by the umpires. Buck Stoneman is out there. Yeah, so you just had an affinity for cricket early on?
Yeah, growing up in South Africa, it was back in the day when old Gary Kirsten, Peter Kirsten, John T. Rhodes, those were my childhood heroes.
Yeah.
And,
exciting era to grow up, especially with the readmission to international cricket in the early 90s of South Africa as well, I'm sure.
Yeah, it was amazing. I mean, that was huge for us. And then, yeah, it's, like I mentioned, the schools really push sports, which is lovely.
Yeah.
And, yeah, cricket's an amazing game. I love it.
Reynolds asking which province you represented or which province you grew up playing in, which you can answer after this one from Maisam, who's gone 6 then dot. And this one's called wide. Maybe gets a snifter of the line. Don't think Maisam's impressed with the call, but he'll have to rebowl that one. Yeah, which area did you grow up in South Africa?
I moved around quite a bit, but I was schooled in KZN. I was a Westville Boys.
Yeah.
And then played club cricket in Cape Town. But I left South Africa about 12 years ago. And yeah.
You've also got experience playing in the competition I used to play in Western Australia as well. I know. Is this one for another wide? It is. Getting good movement, but just not quite directing it at the moment as Maisam. Yeah, playing for Melville Storm, as they know the Stormers these days.
Yeah. I love the cricket in Australia. It's, nothing like a good hard turf wicket.
Yeah. And it's pretty hard cricket. I try and describe this to people now, because it's kind of a different universe. The kind of, I love the way the cricket is played here in Europe. There's a real, I see as he just runs straight past this one. This is going to be 4. As cover drive was hit pretty much straight at the fielder, Asad Mahmood, but he's not able to make the stop, and that's a bonus 4 runs for Gorka.
Yeah, Milo look a bit sleepy this morning. They need to pick themselves up here. That's got to be stopped.
Looks like Reynolds watching from KwaZulu-Natal as well in South Africa. And so, yeah, I mean, great cricket, the kind of cricket that you would have played in Australia as well. It's one level below the first class side. It's highly competitive, isn't it? This is better from Maisam. Just surprises the batter, and they think about an overthrow, but that's good backing up from Shazad coming in off the boundary. So just a single, maybe a leg bite. Yeah, it's interesting how your cricket journey eventually has brought you to Portugal. I bet you wouldn't have imagined that.
Completely not planned. No, it wasn't planned at all. But came to visit my daughter and ended up staying.
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of people are glad that you did. Pushed away just for 1 this time. So Amir, you're right, he's kind of playing the ankle roll here, but he is picking up a run of ball typically. Now, there's been a real firecracker thrown into this innings, and they're in pretty good shape here with a ball to go in the 6th, so that's 67. Set a good foundation for 100 plus total. They're on about 115 pace at the moment. Maisam gets driven down the ground. Adnan's on the walk. He's got that aggressive intent. Once again, he will retain the strike. 6 overs down, 68 for 1. So, tell us a little bit about your Irish team. I know you're about a week away from playing, but yeah, a few personnel changes this time. You said it's a bit of a new look team.
Yeah, quite a big change. We've completely, changed the team. There's a few youngsters in. We've got Imran Khan back in Irish. He's going to be playing for us. We've got the Stoneman brothers. There's another South African coming in, Brendan Badenhorst. So yeah, completely different look. Path is still our keeper. Crit's still there.
Yeah.
Buchimatsa is with us still, but the rest are completely new.
Yeah. So, of course, that's Group B. How the format works in this series is that the teams will play each other twice, a double round robin. So that's 20 matches per group, and then the bottom team will be eliminated from the competition. The top 4 will progress to the quarterfinals. As we see Amir Zaib coming in, another player who we've seen perform quite high level. Would have been a little bit disappointed maybe with his performance at the ECL. I remember back in the ECC though, he cracked some really high scores. He's a class act, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a good player. You call him the Rock. He unfortunately had just come out of hospital for an operation, so wasn't fully fit.
It goes after this, and it's going nowhere, but it kind of falls forlornly between the bowler and the keeper. This will be a good battle between Mohamed Abdan and Amir Zaib. Just tried to get across and sweep that from outside off stump. Not an easy shot to play.
No, he's picking the gaps. He's looking for that gap square, but the wily old fox Rock is up to the task.
I didn't know that you call him the Rock. I like it. His head looks like a bit like a rock.
Yeah.
And now, next one is driven to long on just for one. Yeah, Marlow had the early jitters last time. They didn't like Mondays, and they lost both their games this series when we were here in September 2021. And then they also had a less than ideal Monday in the ECL. They got bowled out for 33 by Pakai Care.
Yeah, that was it was a shock to the system, but you know, they took it in their stride.
Yeah, especially domestically. I mean, that would never happen. So I mean, it kind of set them down a little bit. But I mean, a couple of things. Did come back strongly from that later in the week. And the other thing is that when you look back, Pakai Care, they were the eventual champions of the tournament. So it's probably no disgrace to be taken apart by them.
No, well deserved Pakai Care. Well done, guys. Yeah, and again, you know, I don't think they'd expected Cameron to be that quick. We don't have anyone that quick here, so it was a bit of a shock to the system.
Yeah, but that's what the ECL is all about, isn't it?
Yeah.
About testing the best clubs across Europe. And there's been some clarification on the eligibility criteria as well. If you've been following on EuropeanCricket.com, there are 2 players allowed to be used as kind of wildcard players from next year, more of a formal way, just a way of kind of evening the playing field. So, you know,
I like it.
yeah, I think it's good for the competition. Keeps the integrity of the club sides, but also, you know, with availabilities and injuries and stuff, sometimes you do need to throw a couple of other players in the mix, and that's a way to do it a bit more formally. Anyway, pretty good over. It's 69 for 1 after 7, and this is the next time we'll be in Khartoum, 12th of September, and it is the European Cricket Championship. Portugal have been drawn in Group A. Oh, another Spain-Portugal kind of fight on the cards with Ireland, Austria and Czech Republic. How do you feel about that tournament? That's going to be quite exciting in a few months' time.
Yeah, really excited about that. Obviously, we've got World Cup qualifiers before that, but yeah, we're looking forward to it. Strong group, should be interesting. We're going to come there and fight and make a stand.
No real easy beats. We're looking at all the teams involved. Yeah, particularly your group is pretty strong. Czech Republic, we know that the Beast, Aaron Ashoka, and those kind of players that we saw at the ECL recently. Austria, you know, they're really good in short form cricket as well. Ireland, I mean, they're represented for the first time at an ECC. So that's going to be taking place over 5 weeks in September and October. And plenty more cricket before that, of course, in the European Cricket Series. As we see Yasir Sabir coming on for over number 8. He's going to be the closer for them. No Gondal in the lineup today for Marlow. So, over number 8 on the way. Oh, he goes after this one. Just a bit of a length delivery. And it's adios pelota maximo. Adnan, he moves into the 30s. And his innings has been crucial to the health of this 10 overs for Gorka. And this one he just picks up off a length, turns on it, and makes the ball disappear.
Yeah, that pace that's in the slots, and yeah, it's bread and butter for that, for Adnan.
Hello to Dikshit Patel, who's in the chat as well. He says that this time we're going to win the Europe Championship. I like that positivity. This time a bit short again. This is hit hard, but well fielded this time. Let's keep it to 1. I think at the moment they're pretty happy. Marlow every time Adnan's at the other end because he's been doing the damage.
Yeah, it would be wise for Marlow to try and keep Sudman on strike. It doesn't look like he's actually going at anything. He might start teeing off now. 9 wickets in hand. It's about time.
Yeah, and we're heading to the last quarter of the innings, so you might as well. Sabir, can he find a Yorker here? Again, it's length. Miro just kind of backs away, doesn't get any bat on this. Yeah, it's a different kind of length you have to bowl at this stage of the innings, isn't it? And you kind of saw it to Adnan. That if you bang it in, if you bowl on length, the batters are pretty confident driving on the up.
Yeah, strange field too. I mean, he's bowling on stumps, so you know, only 2 back on the leg side. That's a good ball.
Yeah, he's just beating Gamiro with it. Kind of more traditional kind of length. It hasn't really been the most fluent innings from Gamiro.
Looks a bit sluggish.
Yeah, you can understand that as well. I mean, how much cricket would get played at this time of year around Portugal?
Yeah, well, our season finished in October, so we haven't played since then. So,
yeah,
you know, they'll be a little bit rusty. He'll come good.
Short and mistimed. This is in the air, and it's just going to fall safely away from Saim Ali. He'll just take the 1 in the end. Gamiro, it's not timing it, but he gets away with it.
No communication there between the 2 fielders, I think.
I think so. I mean, I think either one was probably going to get it ultimately. Last volley over then. And Sabir, despite disappearing first ball, he's only gone for 8, so it's pretty good over in the context of the match. It's contingent on him getting away with this last ball to Adnan though. He's 36 off 16 and motoring.
Full and wide, outside off.
It's not too much full this over. This one is hit straight, and it's hit in the air, and Shazad doesn't drop too many catches. He doesn't drop this. So Sabir ends up with a very valuable wicket of Adnan, who was the man on a rampage, but he falls for 36. Good fielding as well by the captain. And Gorka 11 lose their second wicket at the end of 8 overs at 77 for 2.
Yeah, that's a big wicket. The main striker gone now. Suman struggling on strike for the next over, and hands of gold would nudge him.
Yeah, I mean, he's taken some really good catches, hasn't he? We've seen that at ECC and ECL level. One-handers, two-handers, and that's his patch down there. So he had an important one. And now it looked like they were cruising to something in the kind of 110 to 120 region. But some good bowling and a good catch there. So he's 77 after 8. So from here, it'll be a good effort to get to 100. And so yeah. So yeah, I think new over. So I think the batter's at the wrong end here actually.
Yeah.
Guys, strike it. Yeah, so it was the end of the over, so that's why the new batter will actually, this is the one time it will be at the non-striker's end. And so, yeah, it'll be Gamiro facing up. So you see that clarification happening now. But Vishwa Karma, the new batter, coming in at number 4, but he won't be facing. And it looks like Amir Zaib is going to continue over number 9. So his first over, only going for 1. That was a really important one, wasn't it? Just kind of disrupted the momentum of the innings.
Yeah, it's been a bit topsy-turvy this innings from Gorka. A few good overs, but Marlow have pulled it back.
This is hit pretty well, but straight to the fielder. So just 1. And Marlow, their depth is probably one of their weapons, isn't it? In a competition here where quite a few teams, they might have 2, 3 players that can hurt you, but Marlow, particularly their bowling depth, when you think of the fact that someone like Adan Gondal isn't in the lineup, and he's another very, very good bowler. There's just not too many overs you feel you can attack.
Well bowled.
Yeah, Zaib. ball that can bowl either end of the innings, and that was right on the money, full and straight to the new batter, but he handles it. That's Vishwakarma, who's off the mark. Rahul Vishwakarma.
Shows you the value of experience at the end of an innings.
Yeah, it's about keeping you cool as well. I think I saw one of the professional players quoted the other day, it might have been Natarajan from India, saying, all I'm thinking is 6 Yorkers, just clear my mind, and that's probably a percentage play. I don't have to get too clever if you can do that. Once again, you see full and straight. It's very hard to go after that.
Yeah, 6 Yorkers. It's all about the execution. He's doing well so far. I mean, 1.2 overs.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1.3, 4 runs.
Yeah, 4 runs.
Not bad,
4 runs off 9 balls. That's really good. And then Vishwakarma, he's going to have to try and get after him. No time to waste. Steps down, turns into a full toss, and he hits it for 4. That's a really good shot. And well, despite the slight fumble from Bazza, it is 4 runs. And this is all about the proactive footwork. I think that's another one that's probably yorking him if he stays put. But he gets after him and he gets 4.
Yeah, good thinking from the batter. Knows what Rock's trying to achieve, and execution was great. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, so first time Zaib's been hit to the boundary. Good looking shot. Now wants to go leg side, steps across, and the task has been set for the fielder. Gets away with it. More luck than design, I think, from the fielder, but it will be 2. Question from Steve in the chat, wanting to know, did they move our luxury commentary box over the border, or are we back under a gazebo? A really enjoyable start of the year in Spain with some high quality European cricket. Yeah, no, we're back in the tent, and that's quite a nice outlook here. And there was forecasts of a couple of showers. Luckily, they haven't materialised, and hopefully they don't, because the rain kind of ruined our week last week, to say the least. We had sandstorms, we had all kinds of storms.
I felt sorry for you guys there. It looked miserable.
It was. Luckily, it's a rarity. This is good running, assuming he makes it, and he does. So, yeah, that's 2 runs to finish the over. And so Zaib, he ends up fielding the return, but maybe regrets doing so. Just have a look at this. Never really leaves the 30-yard circle. And in the end, that one will sting on a Monday morning as we get to the end of the 9th over. The score is 88 for 2. And yeah, heading to the last over. It'll be an uphill battle even to make the 3 figures here for Walker 11.
Yeah, Marlow have pulled it back really nicely here. We were looking at one stage, 120. If they keep them under 100, Marlow will back themselves to chase it. I know Gorka have a few secret weapons, new bowlers in their armory, so it should be a good contest. Yeah,
I'm just looking forward to a lot of close contests in this series. We saw it last time that anybody could beat anybody. And I think it says a lot about the state of Portuguese cricket that there's more teams that are able to challenge each other for results. I think that's just a very healthy thing for the competition. We'll see at the national level turning a few heads as well. I mean, beating Netherlands in the ECC was a big win.
Always good to get one over some mates.
So here with the last over, as this one is top edge, but it will fall safely. Amir once again, just 1. He's hit the 1-6 in this innings, but that's all. And he would have been hoping for a few more boundaries, but just doesn't quite have the timing. Vishwakarma, though, he's looked pretty good since he's come to the crease. He's 9 off 4.
Also a new addition.
Yeah, he's a player I haven't seen before, but he looks pretty assured with the bat, doesn't he, left-hander? Let's see what he does here. Sabir's going to go around the wicket. I think he's probably thinking he wants to get his feet outside the off stump and turn it to leg. Instead, he just goes nowhere and just gets caught on the crease. Straight back to Sabir. No timing in that shot at all.
Beaten for pace.
Neville tell me don't mention the rain. Well, I won't. Lincoln, he said it's a nice looking ground. Well, we'll speak to Paolo a little bit about this cricket ground later on in the afternoon. And Sabir's on him, and will just be a single. I don't think that Marlow will mind that too much. No. They were staring down the barrel of something like 115, 120 earlier when Adnan was up and going, and also a good start from Imran Khan, but they have pulled things back nicely. Yeah,
very, very well. I think they kept their composure. Like we said, I think Rock, brings in that added experience. Najam, I think, has captained the field really well. It's good to see. It's a completely, again, a new team. So, exciting times.
Just won 8 and 11 off the last 3 overs. This one's a little bit short. It goes after it. Now, does it have the journey? It will get for 4 somehow in the end. I think that's escorted over the line. And Amir somehow pulls another boundary out, an important one for Gawker 11.
That's definitely a fine. That has to be stopped. He got there.
He gets there, but just kind of bats it sideways, is what it looked like. You see, it's almost stopping. He's completely air swinged it.
The backspin did him.
He's air swung the hand at, and it comes off the kind of torso for 4. And now swing and a miss from Amir. He's eked his way to 20.
He's a better batter than this. I think his leg, he's trying to hit its leg side. He's a beautiful player when he's batting nicely and hitting through the covers. Normal cricket shots score runs too.
Question about Sean Gomes, whether he's playing domestic cricket in Portugal or back in England. I'll get you to address that in a second. But last ball of the innings first. Again, this one has been edged and it's taken behind. It almost kills the batter with the throw up from Sean Malik, as this will end the innings and it'll finish 94 for 3. And look, all up, I think Marlow will be pretty happy with their work after a start where it looked like the game was getting away from them a little bit.
Yeah, they'll definitely be walking off the field the happier side. Again, it's working out the cobwebs for the batters. But Marlow, you know, should back themselves. They've had quite a lot of cricket, more than anyone else this year. So with their lineup, would back themselves.
Yeah, 53 off the first half, just 41 off the second, as it was time for the cricket to get underway in Cadaqués, Portugal. And early on, Amir sent that one out of the ground, but it would be a rarity, unfortunately, for the opener, who struggled to find his touch. At the other end, Imran Khan, he got off to a very good start, wasn't he? He was hitting boundaries all around the ground.
Yeah, he was batting nicely. Unfortunately, yorked himself there. Crucial wicket, good comeback from the spinner. Then we had the landing of the plane.
Yeah,
Zulfi.
Yeah, that's right. It was just unsure where the ball was, wasn't he? And the rock came in, and yeah, he really shut the gate with only 1 run off the 7th. And a couple of balls later, Adnan finally went, but not before a very useful contribution for him. And then this was an important one late as well. He just got hit out of the ground. Nothing Sai Malik could do except watch that one fly over his head. And I did like this little mini contribution as well from Rahul Vishwakarma, new player, left-hander, who definitely brought a bit of hustle when he came to the crease.
Yeah, I like the look of him. Nothing better than a good-looking left-hander. Yeah, unfortunately a misfield there. That could be costly. Runs are important to stop. 1 run can make a difference.
Yeah, so we'll be back shortly with more cricket. It'll be 95 for Marlow if they're to win match 1 of this ECS. Mini Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, along with Conrad Greenshield. See you shortly for more cricket. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Portugal for the first morning of this FanCode European Cricket Series. 2 weeks we'll spend here and we are really enjoying the action so far. We have traditional rivals, Marlow against Gawker 11 in match 1. We saw Marlow win the toss. They inserted Gawker in the first innings of the day. Gawker coming up with 94 off their 10 overs, setting up a chase of 95 for victory. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network. Joining me as our guest commentator this morning is none other than Conrad Greenshields. And Conrad, a bit of a game set up. Marlow, they'd fancy themselves to get these runs, but I never think it's that easy in the first morning of a new tournament. I think we could have a really good game on our hands.
Yeah, should be interesting. Looking forward to it. Looks like they're opening with Saim and Zulfikar. Good little batter, Saim. I like the looks of him. And Zulfi, you know, talented left-handed cricketer.
Yeah, we saw, obviously, Marlow, and you were a part of their setup in the ECL. That has to give them a little bit of a leg up on their rivals here, the fact they have played some cricket recently and quite high-level cricket at that.
Yeah, I think they should back themselves, yeah. Zulfi got into some good form, batted nicely a few innings, so we should see some nice things. And then you got Najam and The Rock coming later.
Yeah, they've got a fair bit of depth, but still these runs not going to score themselves, as it will be Abdus Samad to open the bowling. And you mentioned with Gawker, yeah, a few new names in the lineup.
Yeah.
Obviously a new season underway. What a good way to get it started as well. Slip in place, 95 for victory for Marlow. First one's ill-directed from Abdus Samad, and it will be a wide to start the scoring.
Just checking if the slip's awake there.
Yeah, we saw some interesting slip placement last week. We had one of the captains position himself at, well, the finest first slip that I've seen. And he just stayed there for the first 6 overs and wasn't particularly interested in moving. It's all part of the fun in the European Cricket Series. This next one a bit better and beats the batter outside the off stump. So Marley plays and misses.
Yeah, new bowler, haven't seen him before, so again, exciting, good to see. I just think it's, you know, tribute to what ECS has done, brought awareness to cricket in Europe, and you're getting guys coming from everywhere.
Yeah, let's talk about kind of the growth, because I've noticed the growth in teams over the past couple of years. This one shoots through a little bit. This pitch does occasionally have one that just shoots on you. It's not necessarily a concrete base, is it? It's
Shale.
Yeah, shale underneath, so you get an occasional one just kind of shooting through. Yeah, but something that I've noticed, and yeah, I think you're exactly right. That's the feedback I get, is that the fact this cricket's being shown has kind of woken up a sleeping giant cricket population in a lot of these countries, including Portugal. This one's cut away nicely. There's a bit of a chase for the third man down there. He's not going to stop it, so it'll be the first boundary of the chase. Well-controlled cut by Saim Ali for 4.
Yeah, really nice shot there, waited for it and picked the gap. Nice balance.
Yeah, didn't try and hit that one too hard. That was the key, but he didn't really, it wasn't just a dab either. So, yeah, it's...
Very wide third man there.
Yeah, he was very wide, wasn't he? And I think he's a bit finer now. So, good cricket. That's just what you need to keep up with the rate. That 9.5 and over, that boundary and over helps so much. This one's better though. It's a little bit fuller and has Saim Ali just feeling for it outside the off stump.
Good line. I'm always a fan of, you know, 4th, 5th stump. Try and get the batters to play through the covers. I think we've seen a lot of cross-batted shots and test the batsman on the offside.
Yeah, discipline and control. Those are two things which, if bowlers have them at this level of the game, they're mostly going to have good results. Once again, you see that off-stump line, because so many of the batters, they want to go leg side at this level, and so if you take that away from them, make them at least go fetch it, and often forces mistakes.
Yeah, you see the way he's setting up. It looks like he's waiting for anything on the stumps or leg. Not really moving towards the ball. Always a nervous start in the first over for the batters.
Yeah, it's only natural. Last ball the over. It's been a good one from Samad. Missed the first time. He kind of gets greedy, goes for the stumps. Turned away, but well fielded.
Good stop.
Yeah, that's Suyawanshi, that was diving to his left. That keeps it to 1, and Zaib Ali will retain the strike at the end of the first over. It's 6 for no loss.
Yeah, good fielding. Fielding makes a difference, and it's always good to see the guys throwing their bodies around.
Yeah, there's a few bumps in this outfield. I think it's still one of the better ones I've seen across Europe, but it's not quite the carpet that we saw at Kartama, that's for sure.
Kartama is an amazing facility. Unfortunately, Portugal has been going through a bit of a drought too. We haven't had much rain. I know we don't want rain in the next 2 weeks, but
we're fine with rain as long as it's after
during.
the last ball's bowled and
Yeah.
before the next one's bowled the next morning.
The sun's peeking out, so that's always a good sign.
Yeah, bit of sunshine. It's turning into quite a nice morning. Fakrul Hussain will bowl over number 2. Bowling to Zaib Ali. This one is in at his body, and he gets a little bit on this. It'll be 4, and that's pretty good hands to get something on this. The fine leg was up in the circle. Once it beat him, it was always running away to the boundary.
Very square, the short fine leg. Good batting. Left armour, leg side. All you need is a little bit of bat with no fine leg there, and it's runs all day. Hussain, he's been in England, so we didn't have him here last year. Passionate cricketer.
Yeah, let's see if he makes the adjustment this time. That's a pretty good shout.
Pitched outside.
Yeah. I actually felt.
Oh,
Oh no!
no.
We got. This is going to be 4 leg byes.
Buzzers!
It's overthrows, but I think it'll only be the 4 because actually it was Zulfikar Shah, who hasn't actually featured at the batting crease yet, but he was sent back. And firstly, I actually thought this is a reasonable shout, but I think you're right. Just pitched outside leg stump, and you see he's sent back, and it induces the 4. It might have been. There's a tapper that throws it and just eats up the fielder backing up. And so 4 bonus runs.
Yeah, 8 off 2.
I mean, it might have been given runs in the end. I thought
I think he got a bit of bat on it.
You think, yeah, maybe it's another reason it wasn't given out. And so, well, certainly Zaib Ali will take it. Yeah, that'll be could be a 4-no boundary, which is pretty rare. No ball called this time for overstepping. And so Ali will get another run here. And this is the way you want to start your innings. Zulfikar Shah, who's been watching from the other end for 1.5 overs. Now he gets to start with a free hit.
Yeah, shaky start for Hussain here. He has a reputation of overstepping. Like I mentioned, I didn't see him last year. He's been in England. But unfortunately, he doesn't seem to have fixed his run-up.
It was 4 leg byes, as noted now. And then no ball +1. So left-hander Zulfikar Shah will get to put on the immunity cloak. Yeah, certainly something you don't want to be doing in this form of the game where there's only 60 deliveries to start with.
Interesting coming around the wicket to a left-hander.
Of course, you can't change the field. Change the striker. Change of hander. Free hit. And this is nice shot. Just kind of goes with it. Bit of an uppercut. And it pierces the 2 outfielders. They were both back there, but he found the gap and he gets 4. Nice shot.
Yeah, too short, too much width, and Zulfi loves the cut. So, shaky start from Hussain. Needs to pull it back here. This over could get a bit out of hand here.
I like the way he didn't really premeditate. Often on free hits, the batters will kind of make up their mind that that's what they want to do. And they'll have a particular shot in mind, but I think that was the correct shot to the ball. And despite having, there's a third man, there's a deep backward point, but that one split the middle and he went straight over the man in the circle. That's normally a good idea because there's normally a gap behind them in the outfield.
Not a fan of coming around the wicket.
Let's see what line he bowls here. One thing you can do, I suppose, if he's coming around the wicket is kind of replicating what a right arm over bowler would do, getting that angle across the left-hander, but you can see that Zulfikar Shah actually kind of enjoys that angle. I think he likes cutting, like you say. So just want to say a quick hello to Luke in the chat as well. Luke Belgium, I know that you're having some health issues last week. Hopefully you've recovered well. And hello also to John Woodward, who we saw playing for Madrid CC last week. Hopefully the bruise on your ankles a bit better. He copped one, just missed his pad.
Oh, I saw that. That looked painful.
This one's a really good shout, but again, with this angle, it's going to be pretty tough. It's going to be pretty tough to get one that's going to hit in line and still hit the stumps.
Oh.
Yeah, maybe it's a little bit better. Well, can't have been batting it because I got caught. So
that's close.
yeah, it is. It's just the point of impact. Maybe it was
Maybe.
just it hits the flap of the pad, so maybe just outside the line. Again, you're not going to get the benefit of too many of those. The bowler. This is another crazy throw that misses the keeper. Yeah, that LB looked like it may have just hit the flap of the pad outside the off stump.
It would probably be an umpire's call.
Yeah, that's fair enough. And so this takes us to the end of the second over. Marlow 22 for no loss. So 16 come off that over, following up the over of 6. But of course we had the 4. I think they are still overthrows, even though they weren't actually running, they were retreating. It's we had the no ball in the over as well. And just a couple of things costing them. At this stage, it was 20 for no loss in the first innings. You can see that we've got fighters who turned out to be runners-up last time, and Brothers live in Portugal, a new side, and Indian Royals, a side that we have seen the night series, but we haven't seen them typically in the ECS, so it's good to have them on the park as well. Is it quite challenging? Obviously, Portugal is quite a big country geographically. Obviously, getting teams travelling to play each other causes a few issues, doesn't it? I'm sure.
Yeah, the commitment from the teams and the players is amazing. You know, there's limited grounds, only the one. But, you know, we're working closely with some sponsors and, you know, a few of the cities and towns around to try and get a few more grounds and make it easier for the players to get some games in. Yeah,
here's Imran Khan. Starts with a wide. Yeah, no, it's obviously a challenge in plenty of countries, but you want to... Yeah, I think one of the things is you want to be playing different teams as well, but that requires you often to travel a bit further. You want to be playing different opposition, not necessarily if there's just 2 or 3 teams in your area. You know, It gets a little bit monotonous. So I think that's healthy for the competition. Obviously, more and more teams being involved as well is a good thing. As this is going to be 1. They think of 2. Saim Ali thinks against it. Again, another throw that's not particularly easy for the keeper. Just going to say a quick hello to Bruno Cavalieri, who's in the comments. Says, good morning, Vinny. Nice to be with you again here in Portugal. Conrad is doing well in the comments. So obviously, there's got a few fans out there. John Woodward saying it looks like he might have a hairline fracture of that leg. Well,
I saw that. That looked painful, that.
Yeah, it had this unexplained kind of welt on the top. And then he was still trying to field the ball with his ankles, which I thought was crazy. But
some people never learn, right?
Well done on your 39, though, Woody. I know he was very happy. They ended up having a golden ball win over their crosstown rivals. As the Madrid Susi versus Madrid United match. Goes straight. Could be trouble. Fielder's coming around. Well, he actually did pretty well to get that close. Fakrul Hussain from mid-off. In the end, they hustle back for a double. Risky shot, though, from Zulfikar Shah.
Risky. Right time. Fielders are in the ring. Just mistimed that. I think Hussain misjudged it, came in a little bit. If he'd gone around, he might have got there. But 2 runs.
Sundori in the chat asking where Rico Full is, but he's having a well-deserved break for 3 weeks. He will be back with me. This one gets a bit of pad, but with the angle, it's going down the leg side, so just a leg bite. Yeah, but Rico is watching Sundori, so if you leave a message in the chat, you can tag him and he might get back to you.
Big shoes to fill.
Yeah, well, you're doing okay so far. And we'll have Corey tomorrow. Well, brace yourself, because last time Corey was here, actually, did this series in September with me.
Yeah.
We had some crazy cricket. I think the best catch in any era of cricket.
That was an insane catch. I
That's
remember
the behind
that.
the back.
Yeah,
the behind the back effort.
Team play. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, good old Corey. He's great. Good on comms. Passionate cricketer too.
Goes after this. Skews away. Could be a catching opportunity. And it's dropped. Well, it just seemed to go right to left on the fielder at the last minute. That is is Rushan Singh down there, yeah, and you seem to misjudge it in the end, and that's a missed opportunity.
Didn't look comfortable at all.
So he comes in here and then has to dive to his left, which is an indication that he just misjudged it initially. What he does do is keep it to 1.
Shows you the importance of fielding. Catches win matches and stopping runs. You know, it's an old cliche, but very important.
That's a really good delivery following up from Imran Khan. It just kind of explodes off a length and beats Zulfikar Shah. Yeah, it's a very important element of the game, and it's something that we saw during the ECL. It was quite often the difference between two evenly matched teams. And Paco Caird, to be honest, their fielding early on wasn't particularly good, but it's an area that they improved in the championship week. As this one's driven down the ground, it'll be the end of the power play. Not about over from Imran. It goes for 6. The score now is 29 for no loss. And yeah, we saw some brilliant catches taken. That's one area that Marlow normally pride themselves on. The fielders like Najam Shazad, Amir Zaib, kind of patrolling the area. And it's certainly something that a lot of the cricketers don't get the same sort of coaching and the technical base of fielding, depending on where they've grown up, where they've learnt their cricket. But I think the quicker they learn, the better. And I think especially in this format, it can decide cricket matches.
Yeah, it's hugely important. We've made a big push with all the teams to start focusing on the fielding itself. It always helps, and it brings up the level of cricket too. Yeah,
for sure. And Sundori also saying he'd like to see an ECS in Switzerland. Well, that's one place we would like to go back to. Not sure if we'll squeeze it in the calendar this year, but I know there are plans to get back there. Our colleague Andrew Ryan, he played in the ECS we did in Switzerland back in June 2020 in St Gallen. That was a pretty memorable series.
Good bat, Rhino?
Yeah, well, the thing I remember is because he was commentating. That's when he was first doing some commentary for us. But then he was playing as well for Costanate. And after he was always bagging out the fielding and all that, he dropped the easiest catch you've ever seen. And you could just see straight away, we'll have to try and dig up the footage of that next time we get him. He knew straight away that was going to be talked about for a long time. Here we are still talking about it almost 2 years later.
I'll have to look up in the archives and give him some stick for that.
Vishwakarma comes on with his left armers, and this one is going, it's gone. Maximo Zulfikar Shah. It's with the spin. Vishwakarma, welcome to the crease. 6 runs.
Yeah, good shot from Zulfi. He looks ready for the tournament. Really focused player, takes his cricket seriously. Just good balance and head position here.
Not an easy shot because he had to take on the fielder who was in the perfect spot, but he just couldn't get tall enough. This one's a little bit short this time. Hit away. Stop needs to be made, and it is. Important stop. That's just one, and probably more importantly, gets Zulfikar Shah to the other end. Saim Ali now, the right-hander will take on Vishwakarma.
First time seeing him as a spinner.
Yeah, again, talk about the importance of spin in the short form. Sometimes it's handy to have multiple spin options, and left-arm spinners are pretty valuable. This is pitched up, driven away nicely. They want 2 here, and they're going to get it. That's really good running. Made up their mind straight away. And now, I think this has hit the batter on the way back, actually.
Yeah.
Not 100% on this. It's 2 schools of thought. Whether you take this run or not. Some people say T10, you take pretty much every run available. They've turned a 2 into a 3 here. It comes in and it hits, I think, the bat or the foot. But then, to be fair, it wasn't really Saim Ali's idea to go for the 3rd run. I think his
Zulfi's cheeky, he wants to be on strike, yeah. Now he gets to keep it.
It's a funny one in cricket that we don't normally run. Like, even baseball has completely different sets of norms, and in baseball, it's the thrower beware. Once you throw it, if it unintentionally hits the batter, then it's fine to run. There's no real question about it. It is something in cricket, obviously, the famous Ben Stokes incident in the 2019 World Cup. It's just one of those things. Once you throw it, you're putting it out into the universe, and you have to accept whatever outcome.
Yeah, I think if it's a wayward throw, the batter shouldn't be penalised if it's hit them.
Okay, back to action. This one is a bit more of a top edge, and it's dropped. I think it does get to him on the full in the end. That's Mata Sripal.
I think he's misjudged that again.
Yeah, just dropped on him, I think. So they did take the extra run, and it brought an opportunity to get rid of Zulfikar Shah. Unfortunately, Gorka 11 couldn't hold on. And this time, Saim Ali, he will just push this for a single.
Smart batting.
Yeah, I mean, they've got it under control, haven't they, at the moment? We consider some of the batting they've got to come as well.
Yep.
I know that Mysom's been batting higher and higher over the last few months. And you've got the Rock still to come. Amir Zaib. Najam Shahzad, of course, the captain. Last ball of the over for Vishwakarma. Pretty good one. And now it might cause a run out. And I think he's gone here. Wow, that's an unnecessary one.
Yeah.
Zulfikar Shah just took off and kind of sold Saim Ali up the river. And it was a good bit of fielding off his own bowling to get it across and cut that off quickly. I think that Zulfi thought this was going to go all the way down to long on. That's why he takes off straight away. The batters kind of look at each other. But in the end, it's finished off. You see he's gone by some distance. That's a nice bit of keeping as well by Gamire, who's a pretty class act. So it's the first wicket to fall, and it's a run out that does it. Marlowe, 41 for 1 after 4.
Yeah, a bit silly that. I think they had the over in control. Both hesitated, and yeah, good fielding from the bowler.
So 4 overs down, and it'll be a new batter coming to the crease. Very, very good morning to you. If you're just joining us, it's great to have your company. It's Finney Sounder here, Mr. Maximo in the commentary tent here with my guest commentator, Conrad Greenshield, stepping in for Corey Rutgers, who will be with me from tomorrow. He's just finishing off his Spanish high performance camp, and hopefully they get some better weather, because they were also kind of hampered by the weather. But I saw a lot of the players in the gym, and a lot of them looked like they might have never seen the inside of one before, but that's just showing the professionalism coming to Spanish cricket that Corey's trying to bring. I've got questions about that. And look, if you do have any questions, please put them in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. I know that Neil has joined us. He's saying good morning to you, Conrad. And, it's just good to be here. And nice to see the sun coming out. About time, isn't it, Conrad?
Amazing. Love it. Yeah, good. Up for a good week, good 2 weeks. Excited?
Yeah, well, this one is chipped away, but there's no one in the circle. In front of square on the leg side. New bowler is Mohammad Adnan, who batted very well, didn't he? And yeah, so he's got an important role to play with the ball. And maybe that run out has the ability to kind of just bring some momentum back to Gorka 11. But one thing you would say is there's some very good players they have to get through if they're going to win this game. And one of them is coming to the crease now, Najam Shahzad. Yeah,
good contest. Yeah, these two like going at each other. So this should be interesting. Najam, yeah, I mean, I think he's hit some of the biggest sixes I've seen on the ground here. He'll take it easy. He can tee off whenever he wants, and he's a smart cricketer.
Smart cricketer, isn't he, as well? I mean, he normally thinks about what he's doing. But Adnan, I want to see the back of him pretty quickly. It's a little bit of an edgy stroke, but it will fly down to third man just for a single. Hello to Andy Sutton, who's watching. Well, I said single. They've come back for 2. I'm not quite sure why, but Shahzad, he rolls the dice, and he does get 2 in the end.
Oh, he had to put it on the skates there. That was over eager there, Naji.
Wow, was he ever? And,
jogging first one. That's the first problem.
He just decides to go, and yeah, at the end, I mean, a better throw has him in trouble. Back to live action now, as Adnan just gets played back. Don't know if we've got that one more time. Watching Naji just wipe himself out. He is back on strike now. He's got 2 to his name. I mean, you already had 1 run out. You don't really need another. There's bang. That's seconds before disaster. There's Adnan in and gets pushed away just a single.
Yeah, Najam will take his time here. He'll wait for the right ball. like we said, smart cricketer, new role, captain. He'll take the responsibility.
I want to know, well, Mian Shahid, he is in the squad. Do you think we'll see him at some point? I mean, is it one of those retirements that's more of a general phasing out?
No, I think he's ready just to take a step back and hand the reins over to Najam. He'll still be involved with the team.
He knocks him over now, and it's Adnan that gets the wicket of Zulfikar Shah. So one brings two, and this is just a fairly straight delivery. Zulfikar Shah, he wanted the leg side, and maybe does a little bit off the surface, but Adnan is having a great game. He's got 1 for 4, and Marlow lose their second wicket, 45 for 2. I think that just kind of seems a little bit from leg to off, and good decision as well by the umpire. But it was just, I think, the sideways movement that does Zulfi here hits the top of the stumps.
Yeah, Zulfi checking what the weather's doing up in the clouds. Maybe not a bad thing. You know, they do have depth. It looks like Anwar coming in here, also a really nice lefty. I think he got one of the rip snorters from Cami and with the bumper. Came off shaking.
He wasn't the only one. But, I've got a question here from Neil in the chat for you, Conrad. Which aspect of your all-round game would you most like to improve? That's an interesting one, isn't it?
Very
you can
good
always
question.
improve, can't you?
Always improve. Always looking for improvement. Yeah, I think this year I'm going to take a lot more focus onto the batting. Take a step back from the bowling. The body's getting old. And
You're not that old. How old are you?
36, I think.
Oh, yeah, maybe you are.
Yeah, getting there. So, yeah, I think improve the batting. And obviously I've got a new role in Irish. I'll be captaining them, so focus on that.
Yeah, well, that's cool. I mean, yeah, leadership and captaincy, that's one area I think that it's always evolving, isn't it, with tactics. And even as a captain, you know, if you have new players coming under your wing, you need to work out the best way to get the best out of them.
Yeah.
So he's pitching outside leg from Adnan. Here's Azim Sawa, who won't get off the mark just yet. It's called leg by, but it will be the end of 5 overs. Really cracking game here. It's 46 for 2. And more or less, they're on target with where they need to be. But yeah, for sure, game hanging in the balance at the moment.
Yeah, evenly balanced. That was a good over from Adnan. Good cricketer, Adnan, all-round cricketer. Very passionate too. And yeah, it should be interesting to see how Najam takes to the spinner here. He might fancy himself here.
Yeah. I mean, they do have left-hand, right-hand combination still, which is pretty useful. And still, yeah, some batting to come with Zaib and Meissen probably to come in 5 and 6, you'd imagine. But you know, it's all about scoring at the rate, and you can have a couple of quiet overs here if you're Gawker 11, and you can really ramp up the pressure on whoever is at the crease to hit boundaries. As Samad is going to bowl his second over. He bowled back in the first. He conceded only 6. Here he is in the 6. Pretty good start, pitched up, and on the stumps, just pushed away for a single. Sawa off the mark.
Yeah. Quite intrigued to see how Najam handles this. We've got a lot of high hopes for him for the national team.
Yeah, well, he's a class act, and he can handle himself at the high level. That's one thing that you would say about Najam Shazad. Question from Andrew in the chat about what happened last week in Khartoum. What was the ultimate result? But the ultimate result was it was decided not to award the trophy on account that we'd only played 8 of the 24 matches. So even Costa del Sol, and they were top of the table at that stage, and they had been the best team through the first couple of days. I think it just was felt all round that we wouldn't award the trophy this time around in Khartoum. Hopefully we do get back there though. We'd love to have a full series there. This is pretty well bowled, full straight, and Shazad has to just take his medicine, dig it out for a single.
Yeah, rain won over there last week, unfortunately.
Yeah, hard work from everyone at the ground as well.
Yeah.
Did everything possible, but it was, believe it or not, it was even worse than the championship week. And the championship week was pretty testing. Looked at one stage we might not get on the park at all. And we ended up getting 5 over matches in Thursday and Friday, and then had a normal finals day on the Saturday, the reserve day. But even that wasn't possible with the extreme weather conditions. And The other thing was that the air quality as well was quite dangerous as well. There's
with
a lot
the
of sand in the air. It had a bit of it up here as well.
We had that too, from the Sahara. It was quite interesting. Cars were filthy.
Yeah, there was my hotel room glass table wasn't looking in very good condition. And we had a Jeff Maguire as well, asking is it still 50-metre boundaries? I believe so. Well, it goes after this. It's a miscue and it's caught. So it's a big wicket of Shazad. And
Did he drop that?
I think he throws it away. We'll have a look at it on the replay.
Herschel Gibbs.
You think it's a Herschel Gibbs moment?
Looks like it.
Shazad's walking off. We'll stay with the fielder here. It was taken. And
oh, I'm not so sure about that.
yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one. They may have a look at it. Can we have a look at that one more time, maybe? It was Adnan. He did seem to have the...
I'm not so sure about this.
Yeah, because here...
Oh, that's slipped out. He hasn't...
Yeah, it just depends about... Yeah, I tend to agree with you. You could look at it both ways. Some people would say he's completed the catch.
That's definitely a Herschel Gibbs that's dropped the World Cup.
Well, Shazad seems happy to go. Happy or otherwise, he's gone. So, 49 for 3.
Yeah, because he's tried to catch it again. A little bit of guilt.
Well, the thing is, he has not controlled the further disposal of the ball, which is technically what the rule will tell you. And one thing you would say, he did control the catch for a moment. Whether it was long enough or not.
In the book is out.
Yeah, it's in there now. It's a mud. Gets the wicket. He deserves it. He drew the false shot from Shazad, who ends up having to go for just the 4 or 5 deliveries. Amir Zaib, the Rock, comes to the crease, and he gets off the mark straight away with a single.
One of my favourite players, the Rock.
Yeah, a few people in the chat thinking that might have been dropped.
Yeah, tend to agree.
It's funny though, there's no real question from Shazad. He turned and went, and no one seemed fussed on the field. You do all the hard work. You actually take the catch, and then to drop it when you're just running innocuously.
Yeah, I'd be questioning that if I was Najib, but maybe he didn't see it.
Yeah, maybe not.
Thought it was a done deal.
The 6th over has come to its conclusion. It's 51 for 3. What they have done here, they've been keeping it pretty quiet. There's just been 5 off the 5th over, and then 6 off the 6th. So, yeah, 51 for 3. In fact, 5 and 5 in the last 2 overs. So
yeah, they've bowled well, yeah.
Now the rate's up to 11 and over.
Pressure on these two.
Marlo, they just really don't like Mondays. Mondays, do they? You haven't won a game
starters.
of Monday. Yeah, haven't won a game of Monday for a while. And so we're going to have that man, Mohamed Adnan. He will be bowling. This one's outside off and hoiked away to leg. And yeah, it's Mohamed Adnan, who was the man that did take the catch, or was determined to have taken the catch last over off Shazad, but now he's got an important role to play with the ball, because this is a really key over now. If you can do one more over that goes less than a run a ball, you've really pushed that rate up, despite the fact they've got plenty of batting to come, but just finding it hard to put something together here, Marlo.
They need above 10 here.
Driven. This is just a single at the moment. Singles are fine for the fielding team. Corker 11.
I like the fact he's got mid-off up here.
We haven't seen too many nailed down the ground, have we, so far? It's not the fastest pitch either. So, it can be difficult to hit those straight shots. This time, it goes off a length, and this one is disappearing. Maximo! Azim Sawa moves to double figures, and that's the 6 that Marlow needed. They were just falling off the rate, but that'll help. 6 runs.
Yeah, dropped a little short, and Sawa deep in the crease, waited for it, put it away nicely. Good shot.
Again, got the length that he wanted off.
Not worried about LB pitching outside leg, have a free swing.
Better, good adjustment. Adnan, they go on contact.
Go again.
I think this would have been out, and instead they'll concede an overthrow.
Not smart.
Made the decision to go for the run out, which I don't necessarily mind, but I think the fielders have to, even though they're on the boundary on the other side, they have to try and hustle and stop the overthrow. I don't mind trying to go for the run out there to run out Sawa, who's just hit a 6, but that's cost him an overthrow on that occasion.
Yeah, Tupper likes a good dive. Not a bad idea, but backing wasn't good there.
This time's a big no, and he's overcommitted. Oh, this is pretty close. And yeah, he's gone. So I think Zaib gets the message from the umpire that he's going to go. He just was backing up, and he seemed to go on contact. You see here, he gets halfway down, has to turn on his heels, and I think he's going to be in trouble. Yeah, he doesn't quite get there. It's a really good decision.
Yeah.
Yes, he grounds it, but just short of the line. Excellent umpiring. And Zaib, he's going to be run out for 2. So Marlowe in a spot of bother here, to say the least, at 61 for 4.
Yeah, that's a big wicket. Unfortunately, he got barbecued in the middle there. Huge wicket. Experience walking off the field. Mysom, good replacement, but Gorka on top here at the moment.
Yeah, they are. And they got the better of Marlowe by 9 runs back in day 1 of the previous series here. Question from Helix. He says, probably a stupid question, but given the pitch isn't concrete, could actually be rolled to make it harder. Interesting one.
Yeah, we do roll it. We have a roller. Like I said, with a few last week and just a few days before, it's been raining a lot.
Yeah.
But yeah, generally we do roll it.
That's one thing that has interested me in Europe. There's all different types of artificial surface. I think growing up in Australia, I always just assumed that all artificial is the same, but we've seen some quite interesting pitches around Italy and stuff. Different materials like Calcestra, and yeah, they all have slightly different qualities. This is what's coming up next. It is the same 2 teams, Marlowe and Gorka 11. Same toss as well. Marlowe winning the toss, and Najam Shazad has decided that he will field. So they will be chasing again at the moment. They're having a bit of difficulty chasing. This match will begin in around about half an hour right here on the European Cricket Network. Make sure you join us. And Conrad, I know you'll be with me for this one as well. And no matter who wins this game, there'll be one team that's out for revenge, and one team will be out to really stick the knife in and turn it. And it would be a pretty good start if you can grab a couple of wins off such a formidable opponent early in the series. Remember that the top 4 teams will make the quarterfinals, but the higher up you finish, the kind of easier your run is in the finals. Also means if weather intervenes in the finals, you're seated higher.
Yep.
Here's Imran Khan, over number 8. Still 33 required. And pretty well bowled. Dug out by Sawa, who won't turn for a second in the end. So just a single. Yeah, so 32 off 17 now. Now you pretty much need 2 boundaries and over to stay on par, don't you?
Yeah, they've got to start having a crack here. Maybe Myson likes the contest with Imran. They have a good battle last year, constantly. Gorka, I think these are the 2 favourites of the group. So whoever wins this one's going to have bragging rights and put pressure on them.
Last time these 2 teams played at ECS level was the semi-final, and Myson hit 49 off 19. A really important innings. Can he do something similar? He'll need to if they're going to get close. Yeah, just beats him for pace here, I think. And it'll just be a leg bite. Just off the abs of Said Myson. As just go back to the chat. There are no stupid questions then, Helix. There you go. So the pitch does get rolled here. And Chris Schinkel is also watching. Chris from VCC in Holland. And he's saying a very good morning. Say hello to you, Chris. And everybody, if you'd like to say hello, we'll try and say hi back. It's one of the unique and special things about watching cricket on ECN. Sawa drills one back at Imran Khan, who drops the catch, and he might be counting his fingers after that one.
Yeah, bit of a stinger. Always hard to take caught and bowled. This one was hit nice, hard, low.
Yeah, it was.
Yep.
Yeah, it was a catch. It wasn't in the middle of the hands. It was more the thumb and forefinger.
More importantly, no run scored off that.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Dot balls are gold in T10.
They really are. especially when you're defending a double-digit score. 31 off 15 required now. Over 2 a ball. And that's good keeping from Amir. I mean, that's the kind of ball that we see escape some keepers and maybe even goes for 4. So it's a tough little pickup, but he's very solid back there.
Yeah, probably the strongest keeper in the domestic league, and our path for Irish, also a really good keeper. But Gamiri is, fast, nippy, looks like a keeper.
Yeah. That was good technique. Scoop that one up. This one's no ball called. This won't be out. And now he might be run out here.
Oh, no.
He's going to be run out.
That is crazy.
Oh, this is nuts.
That is crazy.
The call was early, and Sawa has drilled it down the ground. It was caught. It was thrown in, and he's going to be run out for 14. And the score's going to be 65 for 5. It'll be a free hit coming up. Won't count as a ball. But what they have done, they've lost Sawa in quite unusual circumstances.
That is bizarre.
And
never seen that before.
He gets, not for a long time. And that's one of those ones, it's not like he is walking out of his crease on a misapprehension. They are actually attempting a run, and he's out of his crease. So there's no kind of moral issue with taking the run out in those circumstances. And in the end, I mean, he's lucky, but he's unlucky, I suppose.
Yeah, I just think that's poor awareness. Nothing more could be said about that. We saw the no ball. His partner heard the no ball. So yeah, that's a big wicket.
Yeah, sure is. And that'll be a free hit coming up. Yeah, honestly, I think that's probably the first time I've seen that at ECS level. So that'll be a free hit for Mysam, who then gets a no ball for 2 high. So back-to-back no balls. This time it won't bring a wicket. It'll be a no ball +1. And he's just lost the handle a little bit here at the moment. So new batter, I should say, is Amir Ikram. And he will be facing up to free hit first up. So yeah, let's see, that makes it. Yeah, I think we'll work it out for you. But I got 28 off 14. Another free hit coming up. He goes for it, and this one is out of here. Game on, Maximo. Wow, Imran Khan just lost the plot in the last 3 balls. Has brought a wicket. Has also brought a 6 deep in his crease. That was well executed. Amir Ikram goes whack off the first ball that he faces.
Yeah, good shot from Amir. Sitting deep in the crease. Kind of guessed that Imran was going to go full at him, and he put it away. Crucial hit, that.
And so next one is dragged down, and this will just be a single.
It's all a bit frantic in the middle there.
It is, isn't it? I mean, that's the end of the 8th over. 74 for 5. And look.
Golden ball?
Wow.
Start off the week?
It would be an interesting one. But the information I've got is that we could be in a bit of time problem, having a few time problems here for Gawker 11.
No. That would be a disaster.
This innings started already.
They don't look in a hurry either.
42 minutes ago. I have a feeling that it might be a rare circumstance where they get 10 penalty runs because they haven't started the 9th. And I don't know if and when they'll be applied, but that's the whisper that I'm getting. And it would seem right. I mean, that's 42 minutes
yeah,
gone.
That's poor time management.
Look, it really is. And so,
not many wickets falling, so they can't blame that.
I mean, that would change the game significantly. And in fact, I do have it now officially put on the score that the score is now 84 for 5. So that now it's 11 off 12. And now, how much do those no balls hurt?
Yeah, that's huge. That's, again, like I said, that's poor time management from the skipper. You've got to be better than that, and that's costly.
Yeah, it really is.
Run the ball now.
Yeah, it is, and so it will be Vishwakarma comes and delivers a dot. So we've got Jeff Maguire thinks that a horn should be used before free hits to let everyone know that it's free hit. I like that. Maybe it should be those one of those ones. Goes for this. This is in the air. Fielder goes back. He's going to have to watch it. Maximo. Ikram's come out. Hit 2 of the best sixes you'll ever see at a good time. And just like that, this contest is almost over. After that, just 5 more required for victory.
Yeah, good to see Amir hitting a clean ball. He is a strong batter too. Like we said, Marlow have depth, and yeah, unfortunately what could have been, 16 is now 5.
Yeah, not often you see the 10. We have seen it a few times. As he goes for this, and this is going to be game, set, match, Maximo. Amir Khan comes out, goes 6-6-6, and finishes things. And just like that, it's all over with 9 balls to spare.
Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. See you later. Yeah, Marlow came back strong there. A good fight. Gorka pushed him, but again, those 10-run penalties, that's costly.
Yeah, it really is. And yeah, it was a strange kind of finish to the game. And well, in the end, it'll be Marlow that kind of shake their case of the Mondays with the help of some poor time management from Gorka 11. And that was these 2 teams will play again in the next match. But at the moment, it is Marlow that are happier of the 2 teams after they win 96 off 8.3, defeating Gorka 11 94. Kind of an interesting innings, and certainly felt that Marlow were making life pretty tough for themselves. It was Gorka 11 early, they were throwing themselves around. And as a pretty close call, not out, but it resulted in 4 runs, and just even with the 10-run penalty runs gifted to them, you see there were a few runs given away early. There was 4 overthrows. There were just a few overstepping no balls and things like that didn't help the cause of Gorka to try and get their tournament off to a winning start.
Yeah, a couple of drop catches too. That makes a huge difference. I think if we counted it, I know Corey's a big fan on counting runs lost in the field, and with 10-run penalties and probably about 15-20 runs in the field, that's huge.
And so that was the run out you thought might just start things off. I'll say the umpiring was pretty good so far as well. The line ball ones, they got them right. It's Shazad who wipes himself out, getting off the mark, and it was a full bat ejection from Naji. He survived. And meanwhile, Zulfikar Shah got knocked over by one that just did a little bit off the seam. Adnan had a very good game. It's, this is one that he got caught and kind of thrown away. He tries to sell it at the end. That's exactly what I tried to do. I'm not so sure about that. But you could say that one went against Marlow, but they certainly had a bit of luck as well. That was another good decision. It was run out just fractionally. Zaib had to go. This one wasn't held by Imran Khan. This is where things were just about to get a bit weird, as that one was caught off a no ball and thrown in. Pretty good awareness by Adnan to get it back in. And unfortunately, Azim Sawa had to go. But yeah, Imran, he ended up, and it's just fairly articulate stuff from Said Meissen, who said you have to check your hearing. If you didn't hear the no ball call, maybe you didn't hear that off his teammate. But let's just say it was raised voices out there. And then it was Amir Zaib that came to the crease, went bang, 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 and just like that, Conrad, it was all over.
Yeah, good finishing from Amir. Marlow, came up on top. Like we said, normally slow starters, so a little bit ominous for the rest of the teams this week. Not playing well and still managed to come from the win. Yeah,
let's have a look at the scorecard. Twin 17s at the top of the order for Saim Ali and Zulfikar Shah got them off to a decent start. And no one actually hits 20 in the end. Amir Zaib, his 3 sixes, actually took him to a high score of 19 off just 5 balls. Meissen was there as well after the bizarre run out of Azim Sawa off the no ball. And some good performers with the ball. I think Samad impressed me with his 2 overs, only conceding 11, picking up a wicket along the way. Adnan had a very good game, following up his batting with 1 for 15 of his 2 overs. Just a little bit of indiscipline at times, I think. Imran Khan just getting a few get away from him at the end. He conceded 17. The biggest killer really was those 10 penalty runs. It could have been a completely different story. As it was all over in the night. Well, Conrad, it's been great to have you with me, and I'd like you to stay with me for one more game. You happy with that, Conrad?
100%. Thanks for having me.
We'll be back because we will have the rematch between these two teams. No love lost between them. It will be Marlow once again who've won the toss and elected to field first. Gawker 11 batting first in match 2, just around the corner, back in 10 minutes with more ECS cricket. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Conrad Greenshields. Hope you're enjoying your morning. ECS is back, and hopefully you're back too very shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to the Cartagena Cricket Ground in Portugal. And with one match down, it's going to be an interesting rematch between these two teams. I know that one team will be out for revenge. It is the defending champions Marlow Cricket Club against Gorka 11. Let's head over to the tournament referee, Sir Rob Kemming, who's with two captains for the coin toss.
Yeah, fails the score.
Once again, it is Marlow that win the toss and they elect to field. And let's see if they can follow up on their efforts from this morning. Of course, plenty of familiar faces in this side. They're led by Najam Shahzad, who's taken over the captaincy from Mian Shahid. And, well, it certainly has been leading them pretty well. Let's see if they can do the business over Gorka 11. Their captain, Madhu Katapa, well, he'll, of course, want to make sure that he gets his team away for a victory here on day one. So let's get ready for the first ball. And the news from the toss, Marlow have won the toss and they're fielding. Rematch between these two teams, and once again, as you saw at the toss, it will be Gorka 11 that will have to set the target. He were able to score 94 off their 10 overs last time. And Gamiro just seemed a little bit off with his timing. Imran Khan had a pretty good game. Ahmed Adnan, he really was quite impressive the way that he was able to get them off the mark with the bat and then the ball. Those fantasy points not necessarily up to date as that was done before the completion of the last game. Anyway, we'll get going again. And here's Najam Shahzad, who will open the bowling here in match two. He'll be bowling to Saman Gamire. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo. And joining me for one more time in the commentary box, guest commentator today is Conrad Greenshields. Conrad, interesting first match between these two teams. Bit of a bizarre ending, but I'm sure that Gorka 11 would want to get some points on the board before the end of this opening day.
Yeah, very strange. I see that after that game they had a big team meeting in the middle of the field, so they'll discuss what went down there. But they'll come back strong, and should be a good contest again. Suman maybe trying to find some timing. And yeah, like you mentioned, Imran batted nicely. He'll want to go a bit further. So looking forward to this one.
Yeah, so these two teams pretty evenly matched. It was last series actually they met on opening day, and it was Gorka 11 that got over the line by 9 runs. Early on is here to Marlow with the assistance of some penalty runs though for slow over rate. That's something Gorka 11 will have to sort out. Here's the first ball of match 2. A bit short. Shahzad gets one to pop off the surface, and yeah, Gamire batted through most of, or in fact the whole innings last time out off the very last ball, but I wonder what can he do to get things moving a little bit.
Yeah, it looks a little out of sorts. That ball short outside wide, off stump, and trying to hoik that over mid-wicket. Normally a much better player.
Matter of time, I think, till he finds his timing. He's off the mark now, or is he? Because, oh, direct hit might have had him in trouble there.
I think he's stretching there.
Yeah, I mean, I do like the kind of urgency to at least get the score moving. But if this hits, I'll slow down for you a little bit here. Yeah, maybe just home. I guess that's well judged.
Yeah, good run. Not a fan of not sliding the bat. It seems to be quite a common thing around Europe.
Yeah, he got it down eventually. I mean, of course, at Kartamart, you had to worry about your bat plugging off the surface on the grass surrounds. I think that's something that players need to watch. Okay, so here's Imran Khan facing up for the first time. This one angled into his body, and so this will be a dot to start. And Imran, he looked pretty good early in the first game. Played a really nice looking cover drive. He sometimes just gets himself in a bit of a tangle. Doesn't really get inside the line of that. And so I mean, that one would have been missing leg stump pretty comfortably if he'd gotten inside the line.
Yeah, it looks like Najam's attacking the midsection of the body here.
He attacks it twice. He attacked it with the ball and then with the throwback.
Just to make sure he's doing what he's supposed to.
Knows he's in a contest.
Teammates obviously here for the national team going head to head.
This one's going to be wide, and so wide it actually finds the fielder at fine leg. Yeah, I think it does seem like a pretty conscious effort to cramp Imran Khan for room, but he just overdoes it on this occasion.
Yeah, looks like the wrist broke a little bit there. Keeper no chance there, but Zulfi got around to stop the boundary.
I think if Imran watches his back, he has to just watch his footwork, and he needs to kind of be trying to get across to counter that. Because if you just stay there, you become a bit of a target. Your body becomes a bit of a target to kind of slide into. This one's wide outside the off stump.
Shaky start again from Najam. Not normally like this. Obviously, you got two different plans. To Suman is trying to bowl outside off and then cramp Imran on the hip. But like you mentioned, Imran, you move inside the ball.
Yeah. Especially because with the wide conditions being that any ball down the leg side will be called a wide unless the ball goes between the batter and the stumps. Well, this is mistimed. And again, they go on the run. They'll get away with a single. So once again, Amir just doesn't have his timing this morning.
Well, like I mentioned, birthday yesterday, so maybe wearing a few cobwebs from celebrations, but he's a quality player. He'll come right.
Yeah, I mean, it is first morning of a new tournament. And Marlow have had a bit of cricket, but Gorka 11 haven't. And so, yeah, Shazad, triple threat, isn't he? Bat ball in the field.
Comedian off.
And this time, it's dug out. Actually timed pretty well for a ball that was up in the block hole. Now they're going to go for a crazy two, and they're going to get away with it. Wow, an appeal. This was a very interesting decision to come back for a second because the ball never really left the infield. And I'm not sure if they're having a look at this. The throw just didn't have enough power on it. Again, doesn't really slide the bat, but gets home just.
Yeah, a little bit more power in the throw there, and he could have been in serious trouble there.
You just have a look, he turns, and it's kind of, yeah, just an afterthought to come for two. He says, okay. And he hadn't really pinched a metre on the turn either. He went from the hole, popping crease to popping crease. Anyway, that's one thing that looks a bit rusty, in particular, is the running between the wickets so far.
Yeah, running in between the wickets and some fielding.
Yeah, and that throw, we would have thought he was throwing a medicine ball back there. It was only a 30-yard throw. That took a long time to get home. This one angles in, and this will be a boundary. It's a nice shot as he just turns on this one. Again, it was angled in at the body, but the result is 4 runs. That's a nice pressure reliever for Imran Khan.
Yeah, I think with that angle, he's got to bring his fine leg a lot squarer. If he's going to be attacking Imran's body, he only has one person on the boundary, and he's too fine, and that's easy runs.
Yeah, sure is. And so, end of the first over, 11 for 1, and yeah, decent start. I think what's important this time is if Gorka 11 get in a position where they look like they can score 100 plus, they need to do it. I think that they had Marlow on the ropes, kind of let them off the hook with the 10 penalty runs and a couple of no balls and other errors, but you know, they have every opportunity if they bat well to square up this series.
Yeah, they'll be disappointed with their performance in the first game, but you know, they're a good side. They'll have had a chat, and they'll come back strong here. Sawa onto ball now.
Oh, well, last time, didn't he? Started with a loose one, doesn't this time. This one will beat the fielder, and it'll go for 4. This one hurts, doesn't it? Nothing too wrong with the ball. And the shot was drilled at the infielder, but he couldn't make the stop. 4 runs to Gorka.
Yeah, a little bit disappointing there from Saim. Young guy, got to get down. Fielding is so crucial. It's underestimated. And yeah, that could be costly.
So, Nazim Sawa with a comeback ball. It's clever bowling. Tosses this one up. This one flies off the edge, and this is going to be 4 more. But you can't really blame anybody for that. And Sawa decided to toss the ball up, and he did draw the false shot from Gamiro, but the result is 4 runs.
Yeah, good ball. Again, trying to hit it over mid-wicket. Opening that left leg. But, yeah, unlucky.
Yeah, clever bowling, though. Mixing his pace up. Miro reaches double figures quicker than he did last time. Maybe that'll give him a bit of confidence. This time it is fielded cleanly by Meissen. Just a single. Got to say, that's addressing some of the questions and comments in the chat. Troy's joined us. He was asking once again about what happened last week in Kartama. And the decision was made ultimately not to award the trophy or the medals last week just because we only got 8 of the 24 matches in. So we'll hold on to them and hopefully award them at a later time, perhaps, at our next Cardamom series. Well, this is just a push down the ground, and somehow this has gone for 4. This is just pure, undiluted timing from Imran Khan, who just kind of knocks this one nonchalantly straight down the ground for 4 runs.
Yeah, that's a great shot. You know, nothing like a nice straight drive through mid-on, timed perfectly and beats the inner ring, and it's 4. That's the thing here with the ground. Like you mentioned, it is on a slope, and as soon as you beat the inner ring, it's, you know, you got to chase hard to stop it from reaching the boundary.
But the ground does drain well, doesn't it, if we do get any rain? Hopefully we don't. Good comeback from Sawa. This time, the bowler's across to cut that one off from going to the boundary. It's yeah, so Troy, thanks for your question. He was asking about the Spain series, which unfortunately was washed out. Well, this is in the air. It's hanging a long time, but I don't think it's going to carry it to the man at deep mid-wicket, who hustles in well, but that'll just be a single. And the other thing in the chat was talk of the umpiring. And look, the umpiring I think was very good in the first game. I think they got a couple of real tight ones right without having to go to the technology. As we get to the end of the second over here, it's 25 for no loss. But yeah, our umpiring crew here, quite experienced now at this level. And Mesnell just saying he's not going to give the umpires too much stick at all because he's been doing a bit of umpiring lately and it's not as easy as it looks. And I think that's true. So they've got a lot to keep an eye on, don't they, all the time.
Yeah, umpiring is not the easiest job, and you always have critics. It's easy to sit on a sofa and judge with all the replays. They have one shot at it, and yeah, they held themselves well.
Actually, I don't think they made a single bad decision in that first game, or questionable decision. I mean, there was that catch, I suppose, which I think that was looked at from off the field, and they felt that he held it long enough, and it wasn't really questioned. But as far as the decisions made in the play, I think they've been spot on. Okay, third overtime. And here's Shazad that will continue. And this one pushes Imran, but they do get a single.
Yeah, still going at the body. Interesting, because he hasn't done anything with that fine leg, bringing him around square and no protection. I think if Imran had to hang back a little bit, he'll know what Najam's plan is. Again, that's closer than what that run out.
Yeah, it was a tight one. So it's just knocked down the ground. This one probably should be chased down. Now you see what I'm talking about there. That ball tends to gain pace once it leaves the infield as it runs down the slope, but we'll get to. Yeah, Chris is asking about the double header format. Well, that's something that we did start because of COVID and some regulations, but actually, logistically, it's been found to be quite a popular format as well. People needing to organise their schedules and stuff, they know they can block out the morning to play. So just for a variety of reasons, the double header format has stayed for the most part in these 5-team groups. And I think that also, I quite like it because it allows a bit of a story arc to play out between the two teams. It's okay, we had Marlow winning the first match between these two, but now the Gorka 11 have an immediate right of reply, don't they?
Yeah, it gives the team an opportunity to come straight back at them. It's you know, effectively a T20 for them. So
yeah,
they and like you say, logistically for the guys, it's not professional.
Oh well, this is a really good bit of bowling from Shazad, who takes the pace off. And Imran Khan, well, in Australia we'd say just went walkabout. He kind of came down, he went away from the ball. Once again, he can't make the most of his start as he falls, and the first wicket goes down. 29 for 1.
Yeah, Imran coming down the wicket, but he's also moving towards the leg side, expecting Najam to follow him, and Najam hits the pegs. Good ball. A little bit of shape in there too. I think he held seam up there, and that's just drifted in.
I think he does, but I think Imran has to have a look at his footwork here. He kind of goes away from the ball. And
yeah, he's moving towards the leg there.
Yeah, his weight's going away from the ball, so even if he hits this, there's not a lot of power in it. I think Shazad keeps it simple and knocks over the pegs. So, nice moment for Shazad as he picks up a wicket, and it's the end. It's the end of Imran Khan for 12 off 8. But it will bring a man that was in pretty good form this morning with the bat, Mohamed Adnan, comes to the crease. And this morning, he top scored in the whole match, 36 off 17. Wasn't enough to get them to something defendable, but it certainly was exciting. And Shazad's got his tail up. Got 2 balls to have a go at him here. Walks across, maybe the height, or maybe a bit of an inside edge on this one. Doesn't get the decision. And no signal from the umpire, so Adnan gets off the mark.
Yeah, good delivery. Height might have been a problem there too, but hits the bat, so out of the question.
Yeah, so Shazad has 1 more ball to bowl. He's taken 1 for 15 off his spell so far. There's 1 more crack at Gamira. Oh, it's a full toss. It just sliced away. I think this will run to the boundary. So almost presenting a catching opportunity, but Suman gets just enough to get it over the infield and finishes the power play with another boundary. It's 34 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, just opening the face, chipping it over point. And with the small boundaries, that's with the fielders inside, it's runs all day.
So we get to the end of the power play, and reasonable one for Gorka. They kind of threw away a good start last time when they were stifled in the second half of the innings. They scored 53 off the first half last time and only 41 in the second. Right now, 34 after 3. So they've gone 11, 14 and 9. So, all productive overs. Got to say hello to Lily Panda, who's watching from New Zealand. Always happy when the Panda joins us in the chat. She said she just wanted to jump in to say the level of umpiring overall since she started watching ECS has been extremely impressive, top quality. I think it's actually one of the most improved areas I've seen over the couple of years that we've been doing ECS cricket. We have been doing it for over 2 years now. This one's a bit short and it hangs in the air. This is Sawa who's back for his second. And just popping a bit of extra bounce there. Forced the top edge and Adnan gets away with it.
Yeah, he's a tall bowler, so he will generate a bit of bounce. That seemed to have gripped a little bit and popped on him. But no one inside the ring, so easy single.
Yeah, it's always a risk playing across the line if you don't judge the bounce correctly. Jeff Maguire also talking about umpiring and how when you actually get out there and do it, it's a lot more than you think to it. As this one's pushed wide of the off stump, this will be a wide. And so, Sawa does get his second despite getting hit for 3 boundaries in his first over. The first one I don't think was entirely his fault. It was a bit of a misfield. Then there was a little edge, so they're sticking with him. It's a very Gamira type shot, isn't it? He just kind of leans on this one, and the Rock's not happy. As he hits the ground in frustration that he fumbles one, but I think they're always getting one there.
Yeah, Rock prides himself on his cricket, so he'll be upset with that. But yeah, Suman again just taking his time. I think it's his role now just to feed Adnan the strike.
Adnan's after him, and he gets a little inside edge, and it'll just be a single. That could have gone anywhere.
Yeah, again, bowling a really nice line. I like that line. 5th stump. Tempting the batter to go over extra, but they keep trying to hit it over mid-wicket.
He goes back and hits this well. This is good footwork. And this one might have gone all the way. We'll have to wait on the signal. It has Maximo. And Suman, he just seems to have warmed up a little bit in this innings. He hits 20 and he gets there with a 6. And this was a little bit short, but he makes it look a lot shorter because he's deep in his crease and he pulls it expertly into the gap. 6 runs.
That's a great shot.
This one is not going to go all the way, and 3 fielders will converge in the end. Well, they almost fight each other for it. They do cut it off, and this is 2. But this is funny because this was basketball. It's an attempted steal here from his teammate.
Yeah, that's good commitment there from the fielder. Gets down.
Look, once he gets down, see, he's fine there, and then I thought he tried to grab it on the way past, but there's no problem. And never in contact with the rope and the ball at the same time. Last ball of the over. Yeah, he floats it up again. And draws a false shot. But Sawa can't take a trick and he can't take a wicket. 26 come off his 2 overs after 4. It is 46 for 1. And it gives us an opportunity to say a very, very warm welcome to you, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is no other than Connor Greenshields, who we will see next week captaining Oarish for the first time. This must be very exciting for you, but it must mean a lot, obviously, to have the ECS back here. Last year, we were just here for the 1 week just before ECC. This time, we're here for 2. I'm sure we're going to see a lot of cricket over the next 48 matches, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, exciting times. We always love having you guys here. You guys are phenomenal, and yeah, looking forward to this week, and then next week, yeah, we're on the field, and you know, we've got a point to prove.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, knocked out in the semi-finals last time, I remember that, but I'm sure that you'd love to go all the way this time. Just wide open, really, I think. I mean, Marlow obviously probably get favouritism due to the success they've had in the past, but we know that they're in a bit of a transition phase as well. Throws it wide open, I think, as Sabir comes on for over number 5. Is pushed away for 1. They're in a similar position to what they were last time. Gorka 11 in the first match. They were 53 at the halfway point, and they're on track for something like that, maybe a few more in this time around, but it was all about the second half. They just struggled to go on with it. Lost wickets at key moments, and Amir couldn't really get going, but it's going at 200 at the moment. A lot better. He just deflects this one away for 1 down to third man. So yeah, let's see if Adnan can recapture some of that form that saw him become the highest scorer in the first match of the day.
Yeah, important partnership. This is a key wicket. So you know, Marlow would, if they fancy themselves to get these 2, then you know they'll look to restrict them to under 100 again.
Yeah, it's a long way to the 100, I think, at the moment. But this should be an interesting one as Adnan faces up. And I knew he was going to go after him. He does, and gets a thick outside edge, but the third man's back, and so it'll just be 1. It's a funny one because, I mean, you're going to get a lot of edges. Probably makes sense to have the third man back, but sometimes when the third man's in the circle, it becomes a de facto kind of catching position. You get quite a few kind of edges caught. It's almost like a fly slip. This one probably would have been caught if it was in the circle. Instead, it will be a run. So Amir, this has been the one taking the lead. And decides to go to the leg side. Full 360 range of motion from the opener that time, but it just brings him a single.
Yeah, Suman batting well again. Like we said, he's a good player. Like you said, 200 strike rate, and he can accelerate too. So Gorka will be happy with the position they're in at the moment. Marlow need to fight back here.
Where he goes after this, it's off for length, and this one is out of here. Maximo! And that took a little while to get going this time, but he's had enough, and Sabir gives him something in the slot, and he makes him pay across the line. 6 runs.
Yeah, as you said, in the slot, and Adnan's not going to miss out on that. I don't even think he timed that properly and cleared the boundary by a good few meters, so I think he fancies himself against Sabir here.
Yes, this over's been worth 10. Last ball of it coming up. This one's a little bit shorter, and he turns and puts this one away as well. Maximo, back to back. And Adnan is picking up where he left off. He moves to 17, and at the halfway point of this innings, it's 62 for 1.
Yeah, at that pace, that's just going to sit up on this pitch, and Adnan good enough to put it away.
Yeah, probably my only criticism of Sabir is he's been a bit predictable, I think, with his length, and the batters in the top 3, they're liking what they're seeing at the moment. So, tour ball pace has been passed, 62 for 1, as they're trying to square this series to take a couple of points out of their first day campaign. Gorka 11, after making 94, they're a bit wasteful in the field. They gave away 10 penalty runs for very slow over rate. They also overstepped a couple of times, which cost them. Here's Myson to try and stop the bleeding. Full straight and pushed away by Gamire. And, well, because of the slight fumble, they're going to take on a 2 and they're going to get away with it. You mentioned that Suman's quite fast between the wickets, and that was really good running to get back for a second.
Yeah, very nippy. Probably could have gone Adnan's end, but a good shot, picked the gap, and Amandeep got there, but easy too.
Yeah, it's good awareness. There will be a few fumbles on this outfield. Amandeep Singh's the man at long off. really well bowled by Mysam. And I remember last time we were here, Gondal, who's not playing today, but Adnan Gondal and Syed Mysam were really good death bowlers, and they would often just bowl over 7, 8, 9 and 10 and bowl that kind of delivery that's really tough to get away.
Yeah, even in the league, Mysam, for me especially, he's a tough bowler to get away when he gets it right. Good block hole bowler.
This one's more on the length. It's good pick up and throw, but to no one in particular. They'll just get a single. I'll say a quick hello again to Jeff Maguire, who said he's watching from Northern Ireland, and that does mean Northern Ireland. I know that now. I saw an interesting bit of stand-up comedy talking about the Northern Irish accent.
Oh, really?
About how they tend to talk in the very back of their mouth. I won't try and do it.
From the throat.
From the back of their mouth. And the comedian was saying that it's the only time he's heard someone sneeze, and he could tell exactly where they were from because it kind of
it had an accent.
But no, of course we had a great time with the Irish team brigade, who ended up finishing 4th in the ECL. And yeah, they had a couple of issues which held them back, a couple of unavailabilities, just unfortunately hampered their finals week plans. Well, this is a no ball for too high, and he's overcooked this, and I think that's going to be 4. So this is Mysam stretching for the Yorker, I think, just overcooking a little bit. And this next one will be a free hit. Good shot though to put it away.
Yeah. Yeah, Mysam's been struggling recently. It's surprising. Normally way better. But yeah, that's on the hip, and that's 4 easy. And a no ball, so that's costly. Yeah,
it's first and final warning as well, and that's something you have to be worried about now, or just at least be conscious of, because if Mysam was to bowl another high delivery above the waist, then he won't be able to bowl anymore. So that ball's gone so far, they've had to find a replacement, but they have now. And John Tucker is in the chat. Hello, John. He said happy to see some ECS action again. It was a shame that last week's series got derailed, but at least it wasn't the ECL. I mean, that's true as well. So, minor miracle that we were able to get the ECL done. But we did. Pack I can't. Badalona, the champions of Spain. They are the champions of Europe now. As this is Mysam right back on target. And the free hit couldn't really do too much with it. And so, it must be 1 to Adnan, but still this partnership's looking pretty dangerous. I think that the wild card here is Gamire didn't really find his timing in the first game. He's looked a lot better, and that is the reason I think they're looking for 100 plus here. Mysam bowls the length and beats Gamire, but he'll scramble through for the leg by and he'll retain the strike. 6 overs down, it's 74 for 1. Look from here, if you do a bit of a 6 over check-in, like I do sometimes, to a ball he gets you to 122, and I think that's a pretty good score. Wouldn't say it'd be safe when you look at the batting lineup of Marlowe, but still, they're certainly in a good position to square the series after 6 overs of this match, as they're 74 for 1.
Yeah, like we mentioned earlier, Gorka wouldn't have played competitive cricket since last season, October, so a little bit rusty, but it looks like Suman is coming good, and you know, they do rely heavily on him too. And good to see him playing some good shots.
Looks like this will be Amandeep Singh who's going to bowl. And yeah, haven't used the 5th bowler yet, so he'll be bowling now. And yeah, I'll be interested to see if he can get anything going. This first one's pretty good. It's full and it's straight. And it'll just be a single. Yeah, Amandeep.
New signing for Marlowe.
Yeah, he didn't bowl in the first game. So he's the 7th bowler they've used this morning. That was a pretty good one first up. This time he just overdoes it. It's a full toss and he pays the price. Maximo! And yeah, Adnan, he eats those for breakfast, and Gorka continue on their merry way. They pass 80.
Yeah, there was a pie with a bit of gravy on it and got gobbled. But good bowler generally, Amandeep. He has good variations, just got to find his length here. He does tend, if he does get taken to early on, he can buckle, but let's see how he comes back.
Yeah, I like that he's trying to go full. I think you'd rather go too full than too short, but I mean, that's the risk, isn't it? And it was well put away. Not the easiest one to put away, the low full toss. And now moves to 29. And the next one, just a bit slower and a bit wider, called a wide. And in fact, this is going to go for 5 wide, so this one hurts. As that ball effectively now has gone for 11. And this one just pretty much straight through the legs of Sean Mullock, who gets across, but just gets up a bit too quickly. Gets nutmegged and 5 bonus runs.
Yeah, that's unfortunate from the keeper. You got to be lower. Looked a bit lazy. But yeah,
good advice to keep your legs together.
Yeah, well, you're a good keeper, so maybe you can have a chat with him afterwards.
That's one. You just got to keep your hands a bit lower, I think, for a bit longer. And now this ball is a bit better. This will just be a single. Well, John's asking me in the chat, what's it like to be away from Kartama after spending so long there? It is a bit strange. It's actually the longest I've been in one place in 2 years. So did get used to it. And we love it there, but I think part of what we do here at ECN is continuing to be on the move. And this one has been hoofed to the boundary. Well, how much contact does he get here? Amir deflects it across. The hand goes up. Well, it wasn't handball, it was football. And with that, the Gorka 11 past 90. This is probably a classic case of how not to do it.
Yeah, that's poor. I have to be honest there. He's popped it up, a little bit of trickery.
It's a 2-footer. It's gone right foot, left foot. Yeah, not the kind of juggling that you want. And poor Amandeep can't take a trick. He's gone for 17 now. Last ball coming up of his over.
Big score coming here.
So yeah, the first bit of foot fielding was successful. It's just the trailing foot just booted it over the rope. Comes down to this one. This is a really good shot as he dances down and he strikes this out of the ground. Maximo Gamire, well, finally he's woken up. He moves to 42, and that's 7 overs down. 97 for 1. Big total on the cards here for Gorka 11.
Yeah, Milo in a bit of trouble here. That was a beautiful shot from Suman. Came down the wicket, balanced, and just popped it, 30 metres over the boundary?
Yeah, that was a really well-struck shot. Yeah, so one thing that was interesting last week is we had a golden ball in the ECS. We only had one the whole time that we were in Kartama for the ECL, but then the ECS in the Madrid derby, we had one the 22nd of March, so that was only 6 days ago, and this is what will happen, of course, in the European Cricket Network T10 matches. If there is a tie, the match will be decided by golden ball. The batting team will need 2 to win, otherwise the fielding team wins. Just top of my head, have we ever had one in Portugal?
We did, and the first ever one we had here in 2020.
Oh, yes. 2020, I do remember that.
Where old Nipu decided to have a shy at the stumps when he stopped it and gave them the extra run.
Well, I think that Nipu, so that one wasn't a golden ball. The one that was a golden ball, he bowled somebody and then he jumped up 4 or 5. I remember the celebration. He did 4 or 5 jumps on the spot.
Yeah,
but
he gets excited.
I do remember that. And of course, we'll be playing for Awarish this time, right?
Yeah, he's with us.
Yeah, I know that. I wasn't there. Andrew Ryan was doing that series in 2020. This is Asad Mahmood coming on for over number 8. Yeah, so, yeah, of course, we did have that golden ball here. I think it's about time we had another one, though. I think we'll get one in this series.
I'll try and get one for you.
Clever bowling. This one just sneaks inside. Both these batters, just look at their strike rates. You can see the run scored compared to the balls. They've been going at a good clip. And this is a stand and deliver job, and this is going to be 4. And the line just a little bit,
too
just
wide.
A little bit wide there, wasn't he? Shazad, who's got good range. We've seen him pulling off some outstanding catches, but this one just wasn't within his reach. Good batting as well to get it going straight, and that's 4 more runs.
Yeah, maybe a bit too wide there, but Adnan aware to it and puts it in the gap. So, yeah, score is ballooning here.
Well, the 100's up now, and there's still a quarter of the innings to go. 101 for 1. This one just a little bit too wide. He's trying to sneak it in. And look, these two, they came together when Imran Khan was dismissed. The score was 29, so the partnership is worth 72 and climbing. This is better, though, from Assad. He gets this full and just dug out for 1. Yeah.
do think we're going to see this quite a lot this week and next week. The teams are going to be very close with each other, back and forth. Like you mentioned last year, it was the same.
For sure. This is driven nicely. A long chase out there. But Zaib will do it. I think he's going to be run out here. And yes, he's given. It's a total wipeout. And Adnan's going to have to go. And well, Amir, we talked about how quick he was. But Adnan, he was struggling to get back to the bowlers and had to be a good bit of fielding for Zaib. And Adnan very slow to get up, but he was trotting on the treadmill in the first run. And then when he had to go, he's just gone. It's good umpiring as well. But then watch the wipeout. Down, down, down he goes, and he still hasn't got up. He's getting some work on his back, and he's gonna have to go. And I don't know how many people will take to get him off the field, but still, it's the end to a pretty promising innings. He scores 35 off 16 before he gets run out. The score now is 104 for 2.
Good fielding from the rock there, and Asad, I'm always a fan of the bowlers getting back to the stumps, and perfect throw, one bounce, and crucial wicket, might slow the run rate a little bit. He was starting to time them well. Yeah, I mean, right, just a sign of how far he's come this morning, that he was pretty desperate to get the strike back. And unfortunately sacrifices Adnan in the process. This brings Rahul Vishwakarma to the crease, left-hander. As this is in the air, won't carry to Shazad. This bounces around the 30-yard circle, so just a run. But Vishwakarma, he was pretty impressive as well last time, wasn't he? Fairly new face. He won't have the strike as yet. Gamire will retain it. He moves to 44, 8 overs down. It's 105 for 2. He looks like a handy little left-hander. I think most of the balls these last 2 overs have to go to Suman for them to get around 120, 130. Yeah. I'm trying to think about how I feel about that run out. I mean, Adnan, while he was there, it was definitely a dual threat. There were 2 batters that are in. Did have to be a very good piece of fielding to get him, and they only just got him. So maybe there's just one of those calculated risks that doesn't pay off for Gorka. 2 overs to go. Mysam comes on to bowl the 9th and goes out to the rock. And he could have another one on the cards here. And the keeper, he misses the stumps. I'm not sure if this is a chance, actually. I think that the keeper, Shan Malik, just kind of lost his bearings a little bit. I think Gamire was struggling to get back. Look here. Maybe he's home. But they're all falling over, completing the run at the moment. 46 now. And this one will probably just be a single this time. It was within range of Saim Ali. So, good change of pace then. Yeah, Mysam's got a few tricks, doesn't he? Vishwakarma will be on strike now. We'll have to bowl to the left-hander, Mysam. There's Tyrone Peters in the background. He's getting around the traps, is he? And he's got a bit of a new role in Portugal cricket as well, doesn't he, Conrad? Yeah, Ty is coming to take over the coaching for the national side. Very, very happy about that. Happy to be working with him. And yeah, he's got a wealth of experience, good cricketing brain. It's a little bit short. Vishwakarma goes after it, and it's going to be caught. So yeah, the field was well placed. It just got a bit big on him there, and so Mysam breaks through, and so another wicket falls. Unfortunately, Vishwakarma has to go for a golden duck. The score 108 for 3. Yeah. Always handy to grab a few wickets. Not only is it a dot ball, but you're also bringing in a new batter. And with the new rules, no crossing, so, you know, pressure on. Exactly right. So this will bring Fakrul Hussain to the crease at number 5. He can hit a long ball. Yeah. I've seen him put it up into the clubhouse here. Is that right? Yeah, it was a monster. He's got a good opportunity to do it right here. Looks a pretty good cricketer. And so, yeah, Mysam. Let's see if he bangs it in or whether he goes back to his trusty Yorker that he executes at the end of innings so often. Well, he tries, and this is going to be called no ball. This could be curtains for Mysam. There's a bit of hesitation about whether to call it or not, but yeah. Well, is that not the second one? Yeah, I would have thought so.
I mean, maybe they'll get the message. Let's just have a look at how high this was. Yeah, it's fair enough. Well, he is getting to stay on here, so I'm very surprised actually. This one angled down.
Himself lucky there.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's one of those ones where, I mean, the warning has to be given. It's about the speed and direction, but I mean, the first one, I know it was hit for 4, but it still angled in the body.
Yeah.
That's a bit of a grey area about what's a warning and what's not these days. It's dependent on the speed and direction of the delivery. All right, so slower ball this time, a little under edge. More foot fielding fails, and that might cost him a run. In fact, it might cost him more. I think he just pulls that back. And so, well, they might get 3 there in the end. They have. So, yeah, just not getting down to stop that one. It should have been 1. You can imagine him getting 1 here. Just a bit slow to move. And in the end, he has to chase it all the way back to the boundary. They get 3. Probably not a bad result, because Amir will be on strike now, and he's on 48. And he won't go any further. So, a good hustle to come back for 3. But it's a good ball from Mysom. It does. Gamiro all ends up just playing across that one a little bit. And takes a good ball to get rid of a good batter. It's exactly what side Mysom comes up with as Gawker 11. Just losing their way late in this innings. 114 for 4.
Yeah, like you mentioned, I think that run out with Adnan was crucial because it brings in another batter, and now they've got 2 new batters here now. What was looking 130 could not even make 120.
Yeah, well, you know it can happen. So now we will have one more over, of course. 114 for 4 will be Fakhrul Hussain, who's on strike. Roshan Singh comes out to bat number 6. Quick one for John, who's just joined us. He was wanting to know a bit more of your cricketing history, coming from South Africa originally. Just you can outline that for John after Asad Mahmood comes in, and that's the dot ball to start the over.
Yeah, cricketing. Obviously played cricket at a school level and club level in South Africa. Took a lengthy break and then ended up in Australia, like we mentioned, at Perth. That's hit down the ground and beats him. Good shot from Fakhrul.
Yeah, you mentioned that he can hit the ball, and this one is pretty nicely hit straight, and that's the key to this shot. I've seen mid-on sometimes a little bit wide. Shazad in that position. Yeah, handy boundary. They just seem to lose some momentum with these wickets, but yeah, it does get 4. Yeah, so yeah, you've been all around the place, haven't you, with your cricket?
Yeah, I was in Perth with Melville, loved the Storm, and then went to the Netherlands with VCC, and then Sydney here. So yeah, I love cricket. I love travelling.
Khartoum, now you can say you've been to Spain.
Khartoum, yeah. 4
to come here. This is a full toss, and it's sliced away, and somehow he's found a way to get caught, and it's Amir Zaib that takes the catch. It was the rock that holds on, and Hussain, handy contribution, but he goes for 8. It's 118 for 5.
Yeah, it's fairly well pulled back by Marlow here. Like we said, we're looking at one stage 130, 140. They'll be happy with that. I know Asad will be really chuffed with that. He works really hard with his cricket. He only started playing ever 4 years ago. So he'll be happy with his first wicket in the ECS.
Yeah, we'll be very, very happy with that. It's not a bad spot to go, full and wide outside the off stump. And yeah, just found a way to skew it up in the air. And so 3 balls remaining, and it will be Srupal Mata. Comes out, and neither batter has faced a ball now. This innings, after the 7th over, went for 23 off Amandeep. It was a magical over, but since then, 8, 9, and just 4 off the first half of this. So not quite the finish they were looking for. Can you see that? Can all trace it back to the run out of Mohammad Adnan, I think, where it just started to go all right.
Yeah, probably didn't have to push for that second.
Hindsight's 20/20 though, as they say in the classics.
That's it.
Here's Mata. He reaches for this, and he's also skewed it in the air, and it's been dropped. Now they might come back for a second. Now, somehow they've gotten 2 to the bowler there. This really should have been out. It was crocodile style, and Mata survives, and once more he gets 2 runs.
Oh, he would have had 2 in a row and set himself up for a hat-trick, but unfortunately just straight through the crocodile hands by the look of it.
Yeah, and this one, ends up hitting him on the legs. Back to live action. This is another one skewed in the air. This could be another catching opportunity, and this time it's taken. And Amandeep Singh, he didn't have a lot of luck with the ball when he was called on, but he is a fairly reliable fielder. That's why he's in that position. Again, it's pretty good contact. He reaches, gets something close to the middle of the bat on it, but Amandeep takes a solid catch. And so, well, you could say he dropped his hat-trick because he could have won the ball before, and he does get the batter, Mata, off the next opportunity. It's 120 for 6. Last ball coming up.
Yeah, good catch from Amandeep, one of the better fielders in the country. Safe as houses. Him and Najam down long. So last ball, could have had the hat trick.
Yeah.
Could we see potentially?
Same batter would be on strike, but this is the last ball, and it's going to be get your running shoes on time. They go for 1. They come back for 2. They'll probably come back for 3 anyway. In fact, they decide against it because the ball was already in the keeper's gloves. That's Suryawanshi that will grab a couple. And Gorka 11. They're going to finish 122 off their 10 overs.
Yeah. I'm not sure who's going to walk off happier. I think Marlo are going to be happy that they restricted them to 120. Gorka a lot better than the first innings. Good to see Suman in the runs, and yeah, should be a good game.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Marlo's batting is going to be tested, and they certainly seemed a bit sluggish, and they were let off the hook due to the penalty runs for time. There were 10 penalty runs in the first innings. Also a couple of overstepping no balls. But let's have a look back at the highlights. And it was Gorka 11. They were keen to impress, weren't they? It was Amir Zaib and Imran Khan. That was go-go gadget legs there. A bit of waywardism as well, as they were kind of really trying to cramp Imran Khan, particularly Shazad. But for me, it was another bright start for Imran Khan. But the difference was that Gamire, he also found a way to score early in his innings, and he was one of the reasons that they were in pretty good position to get beyond the 100 mark this time around.
Yeah, he's a cool customer when it comes to batting, so he knows his talent, so he backed himself, he batted beautifully. Himself and Adnan put in on a good partnership too. Maybe the run out was a bit costly for them and they lost momentum. Good fielding here.
It looked like Cirque du Soleil there for a second when they were all dancing around the ball. But yeah, once they lost Imran Khan, it was Adnan once again. Looked very good with the bat. Back-to-back 30s for him. Really good start for his series. And Gorka 11, they're a team that have always pushed in these visits that ECN have made here. This one, unfortunately, snuck through the legs of the keeper, Shan Malik. Yeah, but Gorka 11, they'd have some ambitions to push all the way this time. It was Marlo that knocked him out of the semi-finals last time. Well, that was kicked down to the ground, actually. That was a double boot job. And yeah, this was a good bit of fielding from Zaib that ends up just catching Adnan napping a little bit. It was a total wipeout. And once they fitted his 9th and 10th vertebrae back together, he was forced to go off the ground.
Still napping.
And they said, all right, you've had your time, off you go. And unfortunately, he was just fractionally run out. And late, the wickets came thick and fast, didn't they? And although there was this moment that resulted in a rare 3, the score of 122, I think, pretty healthy for Gorka 11. Gamire, he was unfortunate not to reach his half century. He was bowled by Mysam for 48. And then the wickets came thick and fast in the last over. Asad Mahmood was given last over duties. Well, he bowled well. Don't know about the fielding. As this one, it almost hit him in a very sensitive area. But he was able to get the wicket very next ball anyway, as Mata hold out to Amandeep Singh. And the final score, 122 for 6. And yeah, for me, like I said, it was all about the change in fortunes of Gamire, who once again batted deep. This time he was able to score a lot quicker. His 48, really important. Mohammad Adnan, he impressed me again, 35 off 16. Apart from that, a dozen from Imran Khan got it started. Fakrul Hussain also showed a bit of that big hitting ability, I think, that you were talking about. But again, the 15 extras, it can be a difference as well. And I think Marlo, they won't be very happy to give away, particularly the 10 wides and 2 no balls, which could prove important in this chase.
Yeah, I think, like you said, 15 extras, and if we again counted the fielding, they at least, threw a few runs there, so about 10. So again, if you field properly, bowl properly, you're looking at about 80. But, 122, they'll back themselves to defend this. Yeah,
I mean, both teams, I think, will back themselves for the win here. Marlo, they will be keen to improve their batting, even though they got there last time, but it was a bit of good fortune, I think, that got him across the line. I think that we've got a very good contest. When we return in just a few minutes, it will be Marlow, the defending champions, and ECL representatives. They'll need 123 to win Game 2 and sweep the series against Gorka 11. See you very shortly. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Conrad Greenshields, and you're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series, Portugal. Hello and welcome back to the Karachi Cricket Oval in Portugal. We're just around about 45 minutes north of the nation's capital, Lisbon, and it's great to be back here. It's the first day of a 2-week series after a bit of a layoff, unplanned, due to the wild weather that's been experienced in the Mediterranean over the last week or so. We had the last 4 days of the Spanish series washed out, but so far so good here in Portugal on a Monday morning. And it is Marlow, the defending champions, and also European Cricket League representatives from Portugal. They are out to try and sweep the series. To do so, they'll have to chase down 123 off Gawker 11. Not an easy task. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and stepping in for Corey today while he's on Spanish national team duties is none other than Conrad Greenshields. And yeah, just discussing this in the break. I think this is going to be a very interesting second innings. 123. You don't see that chase down too often, but I think that Marlow, they've got the batting to do it.
Definitely have the batting to do it. They've got to get it off to a bit of a fly here to keep up with that run rate and not put pressure on the middle order. But if there's a team that can do it, it's Marlow. But Gawker have some good bowlers in their lineup too, so good contest.
They had him on the ropes last time as well, Gawker 11, but let him off the hook in game one as Marlow were able to chase the target of 95 with relative ease. 1.5 overs to go, but they were assisted by 10 penalty runs for a slow over rate. So that's something that Gawker 11 are going to have to watch here in the second innings as we get going. And it is Abdus Samad who starts with a wide. And that's one of the things that can slow your over rate down as well, those extra deliveries. But yeah, not often you see the 10 runs, but that's because they hadn't started their 9th over at the 40-minute mark.
Yeah, got to be better with that. 45 minutes is easy to keep up with. It's only 10 overs, so you know they have to be more in control with that.
That's a good ball from Samad. He's been testing the batters, hasn't he? He bowled pretty well in the first game. Only 11 came off his 2 overs.
Yeah, he bowls a nice line and length. And again, Siam seems to be backing away. As soon as the bowler's bowling, his back foot's moving to the leg side, so he's not really thinking about where the bowler's bowling to him.
Another testing delivery, and they make a late decision to turn around. This is Saim Ali who's on strike. Zulfikar Shah at the other end, right-hand, left-hand combination. And that's the thing, if you're going to chase down these 120-plus scores, it's pretty hard to recover after a slow start. And so far, Samad's not giving too much away. Goes after this, enough's enough, and flies down to third man. And it's well handled down there, just a single.
Yeah, they'll take that, Gawker. Again, backing away to the leg side. It looks like his consistency bowling on the offside. The batter needs to, work that out and start attacking the offside.
Yeah, that's a good point. Now, let's see what Zulfi's got in store for us. He's a pretty exciting player. Enjoyed watching him at the ECL, actually.
Enjoyed batting with him.
In a bit of a bigger stage, of course. You were part of that Marlow squad in ECL a couple of weeks ago. Does it seem like a long time ago that you're out there? It doesn't seem like that long for me. I suppose it was 3 weeks ago now.
Yeah, time flies, to be fair. But for you, you guys have such a hectic schedule. So, but for us, we got back here, got the ground ready, so it kind of went quickly. But certainly enjoyed it.
Have been busy getting the ground ready. Looks fantastic as well. So Marley's back. And this one is just a little accidental inside edge that will go for a single. Got to say, I'm impressed with Samad with what he's brought to the table this morning. This one just bites back off the seam, and that's what makes it take the inside part of the bat.
Good looking little bowler. First time I've seen him too. He's been fairly consistent, good control.
Last ball of the over though. Can he get out of jail? Full toss, but no real timing. He finds Imran Khan, but it'll just be a single, so Zulfikar Shah will retain the strike. It's the end of the first over. The score is 5 for no loss. And a very good start for Gawker 11, trying to take some points away from their opening day, and they certainly have a very good over under their belt. Only 5 off it, and that just pushes the rate up above 13 now. And yeah, that's no easy task, even with the batting that Marlow have at their disposal.
Yeah, 13 and over now. One of these two have to tee off. They've got the lineup done, so they've got to start taking some calculated risks and try and catch up with that run rate.
Yeah, they do have that depth, which should give them the confidence to be aggressive early. I don't think you need to leave too much in the shed. And now Imran Khan is going to bowl over number 2, so I think you'll see them attacking these second and third overs with the field up.
Shot.
Yeah, really nice shot. Just leans on it behind point. This is a correct shot for this ball. Bit of width from Imran Khan. Zulfikar Sharp, classy shot for 4.
Yeah, Zulfi, very classy batter. Works really hard on his game, and yeah, too much width, and he put it through the gap.
Yeah, raced to the boundary actually. It was just a push, but he uses the pace of the bowler really nicely there. Yeah, so I mean, that 13 and over, you want 2 boundaries and over to stay on task. If you don't get it, that required rate will climb and climb pretty quickly.
Yeah, Zulfi's got to take some responsibility here and take some risks. He's good enough.
This time he goes leg side, he lifts it up and away. And that one is out of here. Maximo! Zulfikar Sharp, clever batting because they plugged up the offside. And the next one, he just went with the angle, he just turns on it, gets one in at his body, and he gets 6 more for his team.
Yeah, overcorrection there from Imran, and Zulfi up to it and puts it away. No one down there, so safe shot.
There's another case of the batter being one step ahead. He knew that one before he was given a bit of width, so he probably guesses that the bowler's going to straighten up, and he was ready to turn on that one quick as a flash.
Yeah, good over so far.
It's a pretty good comeback though from Imran. This one actually kind of swings in the air, doesn't it? It curves right to left on your screen. Man, it was well defended from Zulfikar Sharp.
Good ball, good shot.
Yeah, I mean, they'd want to be about 24, 25 after 2 overs. It's still like another boundary here just to get back up with the rate. I wonder if they'll decide to bowl Samad out in the 3rd, or whether they hold him back like last time. Angled in once again. Dug out. They think of 2. He runs around the ball there. I think it was Sripal. It kind of escorted that one a few extra metres when he didn't cut it off, and for that reason they get back for 2.
Taking the ball for a walk, yeah. Very lazy.
Well, he didn't let it get past him. I'll give him that much. But Zulfikar does pinch the strike back.
Good over so far, Vinny.
Yeah, it's been very productive for Marlow. But Imran, he's actually bowled some decent deliveries in it amongst a couple that got punished. But this is another one. After the 4 and the 6, it's been dot 2 and 1. And yeah, for the most part, he's been up in that block hole, which I think is a pretty good place to default to, especially if the ball's swinging around a little bit. But now he's going to have to deal with a right-hander, Saim Ali.
Always good right-hand, left-hand combination. Difficult for the bowlers to adjust.
Yeah, I think it buys you a few extras as well. Last ball of the over. Pretty good adjustment. They push and run on contact, so that'll just be a single, and that takes us to the end of 2 overs. It's 19 for no loss. Much better over. There were 14 off that over from Imran Khan as we head into the final over of the power play.
Yeah, a little bit of an expensive over there, but you did say 10 off the first 2, so good comeback. Some good block hole bowling there.
Yeah. Let's have a look at this group, and we'll see Fighters CC versus Brothers 11 Portugal. They're playing this afternoon. Indian Royals we'll see tomorrow for the first time. We have seen Fighters before. This is their second series on ECN. They actually were runners-up last time. But tell us a bit about Brothers 11 Portugal.
Yeah, Brothers, new team last year, joined the league. They came into the league. No one knew much about them. I think they finished 7th in the league out of the 9. Few good games. They beat us in one of the games. I remember one of their batters bashed 120 off 60 balls. So they've got some depth. and they'll be here to play.
I suppose T10 will be a different kettle of fish. See how they adjust to that. As this one is swung away, it's high. Fielder's going back a long way. And in the end, he has a bit of a battle just to keep it inside the field of play. That was Rahul Vishwakarma, who was chasing that one down all the way to the mid-wicket boundary. In the end, they do get back for 2. Well, it was a bit of a hairy moment as they decided to bowl Mohammad Adnan here in the 3rd. So they haven't gone back to Samad. Adnan's a pretty good option to be able to call on.
Adnan's a good thinking bowler. He'll vary his pace. He'll pop one in short. He's got a very good bumper too.
Next one's pushed away. Just one. So they won't mind ones at the moment. Gawker 11. Yeah, so news from the toss, as Andrew's asked in the chat. And Brothers, they have won the toss and elected to bat. So good confident move on ECN debut. Let's see if they have that approach.
I like it.
Which is required. Obviously, they've got some big hitters. Even if they didn't finish in the top half of the league last year, but still, considering their first season, probably not a bad effort at all. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing some of their players on ECN for the first time. Here's Adnan. Zulfi just wrists this one round the corner. Just a single. Yeah, I think you have to see Saim Ali raise his game a little bit here, considering the batting they've got to come. He's 6 off 7.
Yeah, he's chewing up a few balls there. He has to have a go. One of these two, or if not both of them, start teeing off. Like we said, they've got depth in their lineup, so losing one, not necessarily a bad thing. Oh.
Well, what's happened there? This has gone backwards. I think this will be well, it will be a dead ball.
That's nearly sconed the umpire.
Yeah, well, we see umpires wearing helmets sometimes. We saw one of these last week, actually. Let's see, where does it all go wrong here for Adnan? It's all fine there. Yeah, just early release. And the umpire didn't have a clue where that had gone. Well, this one is a bit more online. And now they won't. Well, now they might get a run. They might have a run out. Is dropped it. Well, this had everything. And now they're going to think about a second. They won't take it. Well, how about this? I mean, firstly, it was Amir that makes the block. And that they were hunting a bite, but the ball fell back into his gloves. And so he throws anyway. Then they decide, well, maybe we'll take one. And then I think Zulfi decides, what are you doing, Simon? And then, yeah, I don't know if that was a realistic chance for a run out as well. Anyway, back to live action. ECN special there. It means Zulfi's back on strike and turns this one just for one, though. That's one of the things we love about the European Cricket Series. You won't see this kind of cricket anywhere else on the planet. All action all the time.
Never a dull moment.
That's true. I mean, they'd want to be about 36 or so after this over. They're going to be a few behind, it looks like. But Gawker, they got themselves in winning position earlier and threw it away. Yeah. So they'll be doubly focused, I think, to not let this one get away. That's well bowled. Bounces over the stumps. Just not in line with that one. Saim Ali, who's feeling for it at the end of the power play. 3 overs down. It's 25 for no loss.
Yeah, Saim's struggling a little bit. Yeah, he's under 100 strike rate. How about? How do you feel about giving your wicket away to get someone in?
Tactical retirements.
Tactical or running.
I think it's a matter of time until we get that happening more. I mean, the value of your wicket, you know, especially in a game like this where you can feel it's just getting away. You know, you've got players to come. You've got Shahzad. You've got players like Said Maisam. You've got Azim Sawa, Amir Zaib. You know, they can't do anything right now. Sometimes it's hard to describe to non-cricketers, but sometimes you got it and sometimes you don't. Yeah. You know, it's a tough one to describe, but if you can recognise that. But in cricket, we always seem to think, oh, well, the player there, they're just 1 shot or 2 shots away from getting back on track. But sometimes it never happens. As this one's off the fingertips.
Over the crossbar.
Yeah, and wow, this one somehow has gone to the boundary. So I'm not quite sure how this has happened. But he gets through 2 fielders. And I'm not sure that Mata Sripal is too impressed about it. His first one is knocked up, and then the fielder seems like he's got it covered. And he just completely runs over it. He doesn't get down in time.
Get a finger on it.
4 runs. And that's costly.
Fielding is so crucial.
Especially when you're in a winning position.
Yep.
That's a nice uppercut again from Zulfikar Shah. Plays the shot really well. So it doesn't bounce as much. Well, we're going to have a run out here. And
run.
Well, this is this is crazy. He's going to get run out here. And look, even though it might have been Zulfikar Shah's fault, but I think Saim Ali doesn't read the game there. I think that he hasn't really gotten going yet. They could have basically chosen which batter's out here. So he goes on the hit, and Saim Ali's ball watching, doesn't respond, and then gets away from Gamire, and everyone's just statues in the middle of the pitch. But Zulfi is the man that's going to have to go. He's run out for 21, and it's 29 for 1.
Yeah, I think Saim has got to take responsibility there and sacrifice himself. At least go for the single, you know. Singles keeps the batters rotating, and if he makes it, it's good. If it's not necessarily a bad thing either.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one because that all happens in seconds. But they had a bit more time there. I mean, I'm not even saying it was Saim Ali's fault,
no.
that run out, but I think that the team thing at the moment, you got one guy that's 21 off 11. You got one guy that's 6 off 9.
Yeah.
That Marlowe would have preferred if it was Saim Ali that was run out, even though he wasn't necessarily at fault.
Standing in the middle arguing.
Yeah.
Someone did fumble that ball, so there was an opportunity to get back.
Yeah, there definitely was after it got away from Gamire, if there wasn't already. As Najam Shazad comes to the crease, and he'll just take 1 off the first ball. Let's just check this required run rate. Been creeping up already. It's up around 14.5 and over. I kind of feel like they need a big over to kind of get back in the hunt here, Marlo.
Najam having a word there with Saim, so obviously a message.
Saying don't run me out. Here's Mata, has been pretty good. Another left armour, just says forward up in the block hole. And they want to get 2 this time. And they go to the bowler's end. Probably had a more of a chance to get Ali down the keeper's end. This throw hits Shazad, but they do get back for 2.
Yeah, could have gone to the keeper's end there. Najam, knows the importance of scoring quickly here, so he's pushing Saim. But bit of a shaky start from him. It doesn't look like he's trying to actually go after any of the bowling either.
He does this time, gets something a little bit short, and well, he says, well, I'm here and I'm here to stay. And this one does lift him up above a run of ball pace as he pulls this one out really nicely. Maximo Marlowe, they need 6s and they need them now. Saim Ali finally comes up with 1, and can't criticise this shot. It was a really nice pickup.
No, well played. A little bit short, and you still got to put them away, so he's done it there. And, more than a run of ball now, so maybe that will kick him off.
Yeah, so last ball coming up for Mata. Over's worth 13 now. And it'll be worth 14 now, as they pretty much get what they need off that over. It wasn't necessarily plan A, but Mata will go for 14. It's 39 for 1 of 4 overs. And want to wish a very warm welcome to all of you, no matter where you're watching from around the world. I know that Maya's in the chat right now, and so Shrubon and a few others. And if you do have any comments or questions, please put them in the chat. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me, Conrad Greenshields. And thanks, Conrad, for joining us this morning, because Corey, he is on Spanish coaching duty today, but he will be here tomorrow. And Paolo Bucciamazza will be on with me this afternoon. But Conrad, have you enjoyed the morning? The sun's out. It's a beautiful day to play cricket.
Always good to be on a cricket field, and even better to stand next to you and enjoy some good cricket. Yeah, love it.
Nice. I mean, you're one of the most experienced players in ECN now over the last couple of years, so it's always great to get your perspective. Now, this is in the air, but doesn't carry too short fine legs, so it'll just be a 1. And yeah, Marlowe, 39 off 4, not quite 10 and over pace. See, they need to lift things pretty significantly if they're going to do this. Fakrul Hussain is the bowler now in over number 5. Another left armour. This one is picked up and it explodes off the bat of
big.
Shazad Maximal. Oh, that one could have been worth 12. That was a really big hit.
That was a monster. Yeah, Najam's more than capable of clearing a boundary, and I just need to point out that he's using my bat there. But
well, here's the thing. I think he's enjoying that angle into him. He just picks it up with the angle. And let's see if that forces a change from Hussain. And he will persist around the wicket. Left armour. Wants to go again. Mistimes this one. It'll be a one-hopper down to long off, where Mata Shripal does the fielding. So now it's up to Saim Ali. Okay, he has stayed there, and he played a nice shot last over for 6. But I mean, they're going to need these kind of 14s all the way through if they're going to pull this off.
I think he's got to swing at everything here. It's important that
gets a wide. Right, that's a bit of a gamble when you're not throwing the bat at those wide ones. I know you don't want to hit a wide either. I think
it's close too, so you rather want to go for that. Yeah, he can't be eating up any balls here, so if I was Najam, I'd be telling him to throw the hands at everything.
This is straighter. Yeah, I think
batting for average.
Yeah, well, I think he's having, at least he's scoring.
Yep.
And that's the most important thing. And Shazad can be destructive. He's a man we saw leading Portugal, the national team, in the European Cricket Championship, T10 last year. We also saw him leading Marlow on occasion in the most recent series. He's taken over the reins now full-time from Mian Shahid. There's a bit of length on this one, and this is not picked up on the boundary. It's going to be 4. The fielder just never sees this one. Luck's of fortune, Shazad moves into double figures in unusual fashion.
I think he's seen that. It's just been very calmly dealt with, and the ball's just spun to his left and beaten him.
We just seemed very late to react. Let's see what we picked up here. Yeah, well, if he saw it, he didn't.
It's a bit of a shocker.
Deal with it. And now he's lost in the wilderness. But yeah, Marlow trying to put something together as they've passed 50 now in the 5th over.
Yeah, that's what, 12 of the over so far?
Yeah, this one's worth 14 now.
14.
So
keeping up with that run rate.
Yeah.
Still a ball to go.
So this is a bonus now if you can get extras. It's probably smart play. Yep. He just takes one. He'll retain the strike. And it's game on here at the halfway point of the chase. Marlow are 54 for 1.
Love a good close game. So yeah, Najam's key here. Again, same. Probably playing the right role. Give him the strike if you can. If he gets the bad ball, take apart. But close game. He seems to be timing them well, Nudge. So
yeah, he does. And so plenty of batting to come. Zaib to come. Amir Zaib, who finished things off with 3 big sixes last time. And Said Meissen, I need to mention him. Azim Sarwar. So yeah, they bat all the way down, but can they bat fast enough? That's the question. 54 off the first half. They're going to need 69 off the second half. So that's a good clip. And now we're going to see the captain, Maduka Thapa, for the first time with the ball. Let's see if he can keep things quiet. It'll be Shazad facing up. 6th overtime. Oh, it's a big filthy full toss first up. No ball called. And this one, either for height or for overstepping. But yeah, I mean, not an ideal start for Thapa. He'll have to deal with a free hit next up.
Yep.
Yeah, it's called square. I don't mind that. That's about...
Bit of a loosener from
yeah,
Thapa there.
Look, I think the benefit of those should always go to the batter. So I don't mind that call at all. And so, free hit coming up. Ali just top edges it, and he gets it over the infield. This might run away down the hill. It does. So cashes in the free hit with the boundary as Saim Ali has got moving. He moves into the 20s, and Marlow hits 60.
Yep, a bit too short there. Not the ideal ball to bowl on a free hit, and with fine leg up, that's going to beat him any day. So Shaky start from the skipper here, so let's see how he bounces back.
Yeah. Got to find the radar. Well, this one is pretty much straight up in the air. Tapa's searching for it, and he'll drop it. And what's more, they'll get through for a single. This one had to be the bowlers, and he kind of lurches at this one late, and the result is just going to be a high single.
Yeah, that's, I have to say that's got to be taken.
He did turn around, which made it a little bit more complicated. This next one's blasted, and it's going to be stopped somehow by Sripal. Uses the back of his leg to make the stop.
Hits him on the calf there.
that wasn't even foot fielding, because that was calf fielding. And yeah, there's no problem with the stop. I'll just check it, but it one's pinged him right in the back of the calf. Not even Corey's 2-run foot fielding penalty would apply, because that one's not. There's no foot in that at all.
That's just scunned him on the calf. Shouldn't rub it.
We do get back for 2, which means Shazad faces up once again. And then he whacks this one, and this one might have gone all the way. This is hit so hard. It will be 4, in fact, in the end, but yeah, Shazad, he's got this target in sights, and Barry's been busy.
Bit of a misfield there from Baz.
Yeah, he was pretty clean early. But it's good to have Baz back, and a few new faces on the crew this week compared to last week. Mahel, who's joined us, and also Mita has rejoined us.
All the ECN crew are amazing. We'll give.
Well, we love being here. We're so well looked after here in Portugal. We do appreciate it, and I'm sure you'll have some of those novelty mini beers at the end of the day.
Those are dangerous, aren't they?
They've put put away a few of them. I'll have to wean myself off the Victoria Cerveza. I might have snuck a few in my luggage.
Oh really?
From the ECL.
Sharing is caring, Vinny.
Okay, goes for this
That's
as well. And yeah, this hits really well. Goes over the fence and far away. And that one will be found another day. Maximo for Shazad. He's 26 off 10. He's got this target in his sights.
Yeah, Tapa is struggling with his line and length there. Looks like hasn't played in a while. And Naji is, taking him for 19. That's a big over.
Yeah, it is. I mean, over's a long time if you haven't been playing. And to run in and to bowl. And so, Tapa gets a bit of punishment. They've had 6 individual bowlers. And now I think you probably go back to someone like Samad, who bowled the first one, or Adnan. You just need a good over here. I mean, the rate now is back down to 12.5. So pretty much the rate is where it started now. And they are going to go for Muhammad Adnan here in the 7th. But, I mean, that run out, even though it was the end of Zulfikar Shah, actually blessing in disguise maybe, as Shazad has come, and he's really bossed this innings so far. Very good player. Triple threat, I called him earlier. Bat ball in the field, and right now his bat's doing the talking. It will be Saim Ali who's facing up though. Just tries to nurdle this one and eats a dot ball.
Yeah, Nudge, I'm not happy with that shot. That's a waste of a ball.
Still 50 required.
Yeah.
23 balls.
I see what he's trying to do. He's trying to get Nudge on strike, but you got to get bat on ball. And
it's not really a straight bat shot. It's not really a percentage shot. I mean, you might get some bat on that, you might not. But it's the kind of shot that if you misjudge the bounce, you miss it very easily. Now he does get something on it. So, yeah, I mean, Saim Ali, he played that one nice 6 over the leg side. Does have a 6 and a 4. The 4 was off a free hit. Apart from that, he struggled to score boundaries with any frequency. And so, yeah, kind of ramps up the pressure on Shazad. But Shazad's the kind of player that performs well under pressure. We know that. We've seen him do it at a higher level as well. And so, let's see what he can do. He's facing up to Muhammad Adnan. Yeah, just works it away. If it's just a 1, that's a win for Gawker 11.
Yep. Good start to the over here. He's a good cricketer, Adnan. Knows what to do. And hitting his marks. Again, always a fan of sliding the bat no matter how easy the run is. You never know.
Basics.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, he goes after this, but he doesn't make any contact. So another dot ball. And said at the start of the over that they needed to bring back someone like a Samad or a Muhammad Adnan that had bowled a tight over. It's bowling with confidence, and that's what they've done, and it's worked so far. As this rate is required rates back up in the 14 to 15 region. And that's how quickly it can move. Need a boundary here. Hits this one pretty well. Into the gap. The fielders are going to give it a big chase. More foot fielding, this time from Imran Khan. They will hustle back for a couple. In fact, they'll get a third now. Wow.
How did that happen?
Well, they must have thrown it in so softly that the batters have spotted the ball coming in and they've taken a third. Let's see what happens here. Got to admit, I took my eyes off the plate. First, the stop was made.
Left it for each other.
And then I think here, it's just a slow throw. And I think when they see the throws coming in and it's going to take forever, they say, well, let's take another one. That means Shahzad's on strike for the last ball of the over. And he gets one that's up in the block hole. And that doesn't work out too badly because he will retain the strike. But still, it was a much better over from Adnan. And in the end, it goes for 6. So just the kind of over that Gawker 11 would have wanted at the end of 7. It's 79 for 1. And this is what's coming up this afternoon. We have a doubleheader in matches 3 and 4. Fighters, they were runners-up last time in the ECS here. And Brothers 11 Portugal in the ECS for the first time. And yeah, just tell us a bit about Brothers. You mentioned they came 7th in the league last year. They've got their ECN debut. They've won the toss and they're batting first.
Yeah, led by Sanju, very experienced captain. I see Balvinder Singh, cross-handed bandit, is there. He can hit a long ball too.
And Fighters had his services last time, right? So he's playing against the team he represented in the ECS last time. Cross-handed bandit, Balvinder Singh, always one of the favourites. As we get into over number 8. And this is on the length. Once again, hit into the leg side. And now's the time I think you almost have to have Shahzad on strike at all costs. And he gets 2. Frustration from Fakrul Hussain as the ball was taking an age to come in. They're almost goading the batters to take a third there.
Yeah, trying to tempt Najam back.
Najam's set up camp now at the strikers end. He's 30 off 13. Could have a big finish on the cards here, but yeah, almost 15 and over required. Won't be easy even with Shahzad in full swing. He goes for this, but this is higher than it is long. It's a big moment in the match. The fielder's underneath it, and he catches it. Wow, that's an important catch. Has Shahzad. He did grab the strike back, but the next one just slightly mistimed. And it's Muhammad Adnan that bowled that very good last over that does the catching. Taking your catch is so important. And that snuffs out that avenue of attack for Marlow as Shahzad has to go for 30. It's 81 for 2.
Massive wicket that in the context of the game. Brings Amir Zaib in. But yeah, well batted by Nudge. Unfortunately, just couldn't... I think maybe towed that, got under it a little bit too much, and a good catch from Adnan. Yeah,
it's almost, I wouldn't say like a leading edge, but I think it's kind of off that outside half of the bat just as he tried to turn it away over the leg side. And yeah, really good catch. A little bit of a breeze around, we've been blowing around. We've seen a couple go down, haven't we?
Yep.
But yeah, that was a big moment. It was a big player. But well, one departs, another arrives. Amir Zaib, he's a man who, I've seen hit some really long balls. Again, at the ECC, really impressed me with his batting. Had a very good 87 not out back then. And so he will be facing up with no time to spare because it's 42 runs required off the last 16 balls of this match. This one is a little bit of bat. It's a full toss, and it's going to run away for 4. And it wasn't well bowled by Hussain. It's reasonably high as well. I mean, it's borderline with the call.
Close.
Yeah, maybe just okay.
Oh, that's...
I think it probably was, on reflection,
yeah,
it probably was too high.
Have to agree with you.
Haven't gotten too many wrong. Again, it's on the other side of the batter from the umpire, so it's not necessarily an easy call to make, but yeah, it will be just the 4. Marlow could have used that extra delivery and extra run. Uncle Hussain continues. This one does bounce, and it won't bounce again on the field because this is whacked away Maximal. Zaib, it wasn't a free hit, but they're pretty much all free hits now. He's in the mood to party. 4 and 6 pick-up sticks, and he's still picking up the pace required for Marlow to chase this down.
Yeah, good batsman, Amir. In the national side, we call him the Rock because he is literally the foundation of our middle order. Knows what he needs to do.
This one's banged in a length again, but this time he finds the fielder. That's Adnan out there. So, yeah, just the one. So through all of this, Saim Ali's been out there. He's 26 off 20. There's a moment earlier. There's a moment earlier where there was a total mix-up between Saim Ali and Zulfikar Shah, and in the end Zulfikar Shah was the man that had to depart, run out.
Saim has to go here.
Yeah, it's the last ball of the over. I feel like you
hit or miss.
Yeah, you want Zaib on strike. And
Oh,
now Zaib,
push
he
hard.
wants two here. He might. Oh, he wants it, and they go the other way. So they
that's well
attack
done.
the keeper's end. So somehow, and it's going to be one short as well. So that would have been Saim Ali. We'll see if we can keep this shot on. Have a look here. Does he touch his bat in?
Oh no.
He never even touches his bat down, Saim Ali. So it's almost like he's forgotten to do something. And it's good umpiring as well to spot that one. So that'll just be one. And at the end of the over, it'll be 93 for 2. Wow, I don't think I've ever seen that.
I've never seen that. I can't say I have. Yeah, he's having a bit of a tough time out there. That's definitely one for the record there.
That's his run as well.
Yep.
And, you know, he's not really setting the world on fire with his strike rate. And he's just cost himself one there. But what he has done.
One less for the average.
He'll be non-strikers then. So Zaib will be on strike. 93 for 2. So 30 off the last 12. A huge over here coming up. And it's going to be Abdus Samad to bowl. And he's been really good this morning. Only 5 came off his first over. He bowled the first. And, yeah, I mean, whatever you get off this over, you don't need to get in the last. And vice versa. So
He's got to go for 18-20.
this is huge. It all happens in the ninth. Here we go. Oh, no.
Oh no, he's done himself.
What was that? Mozzie bite. No. That didn't seem like a huge injury. Have a look at this.
Yeah, he's a bit stiff there.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been hit by a mozzie, like you said.
Now he's fine. Maybe just a little bit of cramp or something. Right, ninth overtime. Dot to start things off. You feel like Zaib feels like he needs to make most of these himself. You pretty much need, I think, 5 boundaries from here. You've only got 11 balls to go.
Yep.
So you're running out of time. I think you feel that pressure no matter how good a player you are. In the middle. And now we get something a little bit short, and it's disappearing time. Abracadabra, Maximo. As Zaib, we missed the first, but he does miss the second. 6 runs to Marlow.
Yeah, good shot from the Rock. Again, a bit short, not set for that field, and he's popped that straight out of the ground.
Yeah, you can't give him length. I think at this stage, I think Zaib's looking for something he can lift over the leg side.
Yep.
I think you want to take that away from him. Either go full wide Yorkers or just Yorkers. Just something that's hard to elevate.
Well, they've got the field set for offside bowling, but yeah, unfortunately it's just short.
What if I told you, according to my watch, they got about 3 minutes left to bowl this over.
No.
So they better hurry.
Oh no.
4 balls remaining.
Keep sending it to the boundary.
He'll want 2 here, but I don't think he's going to get it with a clean pickup from Adnan.
Overthrow.
Oh, nah, that's poor cricket.
And another one.
Yeah, I mean, they almost made the decision after the ball had been thrown there that Zaib thinks he can get back for a second. So, yeah, poor fielding. They get 2.
And crucially, again, that takes time off the clock. So, you know,
Yeah.
if they get pinned here for extra runs, it's going to be a disaster.
I think they'll be okay. Oh, it's short again.
Got to go 2 here again.
Zaib just decides to jog for one.
Oh,
That's
good throw, good arm.
That's the difference. So that's an important stop to keep that to 1. Look, that's not allowing any. There may be some allowances as well for the fielding team, which we're not allowing for that. But yeah, I've got 2 minutes. They need to start their 9th over, so I think they'll be okay.
Should be all right. Yep.
Yeah. 21 off 8. Saim Ali swings and misses. And now it's an awkward one, isn't it? Because the way that Zaib's going, you feel like he wants to face. There's only one ball left.
This has got to go for a boundary.
Yeah, 0, 2, 4, or 6.
Yeah.
You wouldn't normally say that with Ali having batted through the innings, but just feel like if anyone's going to take 20 odd off and over, it'll be Zaib. He goes straight. Zaib is just jogging through here. I wonder about that. Maybe he doesn't realise that's the last ball of the over, but it is. And so 20 will be required off the last. They'll need a magical finish, Marlow. At the end of 9, they're 103 for 2.
Yeah, that's maybe not such good ball management, counting the balls in the over.
I think that had
Would
to
you
be...
turn that with single down?
Yeah, probably. I mean, it's a tough one. Yeah, no, yeah. I mean, I think that the only explanation there is that he thought there was another ball left in the over because he's been hustling and trying to manipulate the strike, and that time he wasn't able to do it because he just took off in a pretty dozy fashion. And so here we go. It's 20 required off the last over. So you pretty much need 4 of these, I think, to go to the boundary. Or 3 sixes would do it. Imran Khan's going to bowl, and I don't think he's bowled. He hasn't bowled since the second over. So start with a 4 and a 6. His first over actually went for 14, I should say.
Interesting field here, Vinny. They got long on, cow, deep square, and deep backward square. So
yeah, 4 men guard the leg side, but even the long on not particularly straight.
Straight, yeah.
I don't know if that's telegraphing he's going to bang it in.
Come at the body. Oh, they're bringing him in.
Yeah, so now they're bringing the mid-wicket. They had 1 too many out. That's why. Because they've got the 3rd man back and they've got the long off.
Can you imagine if they miscounted?
Yeah. Well, Saim Ali, he's got to go here. And I'll get 1. And so, well, it's over to Amir Zaib, the rock. And I'll need something tough from the rock here. How do you get 19 off 6? I mean, yeah, boundaries. You need 3 boundaries.
He is 20 off 7, so he's hitting them well.
Yeah. I mean, now you don't really want to give the strike back at all if you're Zaib, I think. This is the sort of one where he's going to turn it down.
Come back for
this
2.
is a tough one, yeah, because, well, I'm not even going to run him out now. Yeah, that's a tough one because you have to make a split-second decision. If you think it's plausible, you can get back for 2. And I think he probably could have got back for 2 there, Zaib, or at least he would have been safe at the keeper's end.
Definitely running hard for 2 there because, again, it's going to, 80% chance they're going at the bowler's end, which is Saim's end.
Yeah, 19 off 4. It's well bowled, and again, he's going to turn it down. So he's going to need 3 sixes now to tie the game and take it to a golden ball. I got to say, though, Gawker 11, this is one occasion that even though they've been tested late in this innings, they have gotten in a winning position. They look like they're going to hold on. They haven't given it back to Marlow this time around.
No, they've definitely picked up their game in the second game. And, Imran's bowled particularly well, hitting the block hole.
Now, he'll get one straight, which probably will just be a single. They'll trot through. And yeah, barring extras, that will be enough for Gawker 11 to hold on. So look, I think probably a fair result this morning between these 2 teams to split the points. I think they've both had their moments and they probably both deserve to walk away with a win.
Yeah, the first game too. Remember, if you take away those penalty points, it would have been a lot closer there too.
Yeah.
So, Gawker will walk away today thinking that they had a better day. And probably, in hindsight, they have. They fought well, and it's always good to see, teams going back and forth at each other.
And Saim Ali, he's going to face the last ball now. He's just never quite been able to capture what's required in an innings where you need to go at to a ball pace. He's scored 29 off 25.
It's half the overs, almost.
So, I mean, obviously he's had the intent there. It just hasn't quite happened for him in this 10 overs. Here's the last ball of match 2. And once again, it is a swing and a miss. So, well done to Imran Khan, who holds his nerve well. He doesn't go for a boundary in the last over, just concedes the 2 singles. So, an outstanding effort from him. And he started things off pretty well with the bat for Gawker 11. As they get their first points of the series, it'll be 2 points each for Marlow and Gawker 11 after the first morning's play of ECS Portugal. The final score here is Gawker 11, 122, Marlow 105.
Yeah, well played by Gorka. That's a good comeback after the disappointment of the first game. And yeah, Imran, perfect last over. I think all but one ball was in the block hole.
Yeah, and look, you don't see too many 120 plus totals hunted down, but it was Marlow that were trying to do just that. Well, a bit of backwards action early. The umpire was in danger, had no idea. It was Saim Ali early with Zulfikar Shah with the right-hand, left-hand combination. A few hijinks around, but it was Zulfikar early that really battered Marlow into a decent position with some nice strokes. Left-hander particularly good in that backward point region. That was one that came off the fingertips. There's one over, one under the fielder. The result was 4. And then there's a bit of miscommunication that ended the opening partnership. And this was really a bad moment. They sat around arguing, and Saim Ali, well, he could have been a statue because he wasn't going anywhere. It was the end of Zulfikar, but then Shahzad, he came and he turned the game on its heels with some big hitting through the middle overs.
Yeah, Najam, he really times them well, and he brought them back into the game. And yeah, good quick fire 30. And like we said, another drop there by Gorka and the skipper Tupper. He struggled in his first over.
Yeah, he looked a bit rusty, didn't he?
Yeah. And
this was the free hit that was cashed in. And yeah, just a few moments where it didn't go towards Marlow as well. That one was, had to pump the emergency brakes there, didn't he? Streepal after copping that one on the back of the calf.
I've never seen it hit the back of the calf and stop dead.
And well, then even Barry was having a bit of trouble getting down. Not easy conditions on a Monday morning. We just saw Marlow in and around the hunt. This is one where they ended up getting a third on a slow roller from the outfield. Has a bit of frustration creeping in for Gorka. But ultimately, they would hold on. And that was opportunistic, is what I would call some of the play from Marlow. But yeah, as things kind of got out of hand, he lost Najam Shahzad. That was a nice catch by Muhammad Adnan, who had a very good morning, didn't he? And yeah, late in the piece, it was Zaib who ended up, and that cost him a run as well. He got the strike, but it was Saim Ali that forgot to touch his bat. That made that only a single. And then, well, Zaib certainly did his best to keep it going. That was the one that did disappear. That was the 6 off the second ball of the ninth, but they wouldn't find the boundary again, as the last 10 balls only gathered 6 runs, and Marlow, the defending champions, end up splitting the series with Gorka 11. And looking forward to the afternoon session. It'll be Fighters CC versus Brothers 11 Portugal. First chance to see Brothers on ECN, and they do have the services of the cross-handed bandit Balwinder Singh. Brothers 11, they've decided to bat first after winning the toss, so maybe we'll see Balwinder at the top of the order, or at least in the top 3, I imagine, led by Sanjeev Kumar. Looking forward to seeing them. And Fighters CC, well, I think Mandeep Singh, very good player. Likely to see him at the top of the order. They've also got Vicky Singh in there. They've got Deepu Mansupuria. So a fair few players that we've gotten to know over our time here. They did finish runners-up last time in the ECS. That was back in September. And so, well, this game here, it was Gorka 11 who put the 122 on the board. And look, I said more often than not, that's a winning score, Conrad. We talked about it. I said, look, Marlow, they could potentially chase it down, but I think they needed a lot to go right. What they did do, they got 3 out of their top 4 going at strike rates that kind of were on target. But Saim Ali, though, did bat through the innings for 29, wasn't able to kind of score the boundaries required when they were required. Zulfikar Shah with 21, Najam Shahzad turned the game with 30, and Zaib tried hard for 21 on out, but in the end wasn't quite enough. And one of the big differences, only 4 extras in the innings, and they certainly didn't give away too many for free.
Yeah, very true. The extras is a huge thing. Abdas, he bowled really well. Adnan, again, he, like you mentioned, had a great day. Really wily character with the ball. Yeah. Fakrul, maybe a bit rusty from his flight from England, but, you know, got a wicket. And then, yeah,
Yeah, I mean, it was, Fucker was saying got the wicket, but he was pretty expensive, wasn't he? But a highly entertaining morning of cricket, and you wouldn't expect anything less. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. We will be back very shortly. In around about 10 minutes, we will start the afternoon session. Just want to give a big thank you to you, Conrad, for your help in the commentary box. And
always a pleasure.
might even get you back at some point during the week. Of course, you will be on the field for Uerash leading them, but not until a week's time in Group B. Hopefully you can join us. We'll be back for the afternoon session. Another guest commentator on the way, but until then, hope you're having a great day. We have matches 3 and 4 on the way. Brothers, they will be batting first on debut after winning the toss. See you shortly. You're watching ECN, and this is the FanCode European Cricket Series Portugal. Hello and welcome back to Portugal. Really enjoying the action here on opening day of this 2-week series. And we're going to finish the day with a double header between Fighters CC and Brothers 11 Portugal. Well, Fighters CC, they were runners up last time. They got so close to the total. It was Marlow that just pit them in the very last over. So they're back and they're going to play their second series here on ECN. Brothers 11 Portugal, well, we know that they finished 7th in the league last year, but it's their first time on the European Cricket Network. Let's see what they bring to the table. Let's go across to the tournament referee, Sir Rob Kemming, who's with 2 captains for the coin toss for match 3.
Your call. Heads. It is heads. Okay, we move out.
So it is Brothers. They have won the toss and they have elected to bat. Good confident move from them on ECN debut. And it'll be interesting to see if they can bring some of the form and experience from last year's league into this new season. Now, they'll be a little bit rusty, I think, as well. But Fighters, we remember that they had the services of the cross-handed bandit last time. It was really close, but watch out for their captain, Mandeep Singh. I think he's a pretty classy player and he could deliver the goods for them. And they'll be hoping to make a very strong start to their campaign here on opening day. So let's get ready for the first ball. It's Brothers 11 Portugal on ECN debut. They've won the toss. They're going to have a bat. Let's get ready for some cricket. Yeah, here we are. And it's time for the afternoon session. Brothers 11 Portugal. I think we're likely to see Aman Manas and Amninda at the top of the order. And Balvinder listed at 3 there. Balvinder Singh, cross-handed bandit. We call him that because of the way that he holds the bat. It's a very unusual style. And so looking forward to seeing him again against the team he represented, in fact, in the September ECS right here in Portugal. Fighters CC. Look out for Parvinder at the top of the order. Mandeep Singh, the captain. Deepu Mansuparia as well. We're likely to figure for them. And, well, I think it's a good chance for these 2 teams to have a hit out. And I think both teams would have visions of winning this first match. I think could be quite an even contest. And I expect plenty of even contests, to be honest, after last year's Portugal series, where we saw 7 teams competing and 5 of them would actually finish on the same record, 3-3 after the round robin. So 3 wins for those middle 5 teams. The top team had 4, the bottom team had 2. So it was certainly a very exciting series. And it was Marlow that were the champions in the end, defeating Fighters in the final in a pretty close one, to be honest. And so now we are getting ready for match 3. And it's great to have your company once again. Well, I already said goodbye to him and kicked him out, but he's back by popular demand. So it's Vinny Sandhu here. And joining me once again, Conrad Greenshield. So welcome back, Conrad. It's looks like you're putting in a bit of overtime here.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I think you're a bit kind on popular demand, but yeah, always fun to sit here and watch some cricket with you.
Yeah, well, looking forward to this, and I know that a lot of our viewers have been looking forward to it as well, to see the Fighters back in action. A team that we ended up riding all the way to the finals. You know them pretty well as well, Conrad, as I think they were actually the team that knocked you out in the semi-final stage last time, playing for Awarish.
They were indeed. I think that game I also got the first ball of the innings. I was on my bike, so tough memories, but yeah, they're a good team. They fight hard, so we'll see what the brothers can conjure up here. Yeah, I think it'll be a very interesting contest to start day 1 afternoon session off. And yeah, brothers on ECN debut. You mentioned they were 7th in the league last year. And they were certainly capable of springing a surprise, as it will be Mandeep Singh, the captain for Fighters, to start off match 3. And this is a horrendous ball. First ball of the season. Goes straight through the keeper's legs. It is cut off eventually. That's Manjit behind the stump, so he couldn't deal with it. I mean, it'll be too wide to get us going. Yeah, that's a proper loosener, that. But yeah, Mandeep, he always leads from the front, so he'll come back.
Yeah, I mean, you can excuse him that one. It is a new season, I suppose. Now this one, also a wide, so getting a bit of movement, but just way too wide outside the off stump.
Yeah, there's a bit of shape there. The seam's upright and it's tailing away, but he's just got to get his line right here. Try and start that outside off and he'll be in business.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, as a swing bowler yourself, you'll know that it's going to be a blessing that the ball's spinning around, but you still need to control it. And this one's better.
Looking where the keeper's standing, it's kind of trying to show where he wants to bowl.
Yeah.
But the keeper's outside the wide line at the back there.
Yeah. No, I don't think that's, very wide, isn't he? Manjit Singh. But I mean, that just increases the chance that you're going to be wrong-footed. That's why I don't know about starting that wide. You feel like you catch more edges there. You probably catch less. But yeah, you're right. That right foot's well off the pitch. You see how he has to skip to his left.
He moves.
And then if that does take a big outside edge and you have to dive to your right, it's quite difficult to get back.
Yeah, he's literally, that's where first slip normally would stand for, for a spinner. So obviously they've got a game plan here.
Yeah, obviously. We'll see if it pans out for them. This is better from the captain. Mandeep beats him outside the off stump once again.
Yeah, he hasn't played since October, so just getting rid of the cobwebs. Good comeback here. And again, I think the batters need to be aware of where he's actually targeting to bowl and then maybe come across, because that's 3 swipes outside off.
This one is leaned on, and it looks like it could be the first boundary. It is, and so it's getting a little bit too straight there, Mandeep. And the result is 4 runs, and pressure releases. It's a nice shot as he just able to get on top of that one, found the gap and found 4.
Yeah, a little bit too short and straight from Mandeep, and put away nicely.
So Amninder Singh, he gets 4, and yeah, it's just not really getting that movement as he's tried to bring it a bit straighter. This one, once again, the swing's back. And this is a tough thing. I mean, I remember when I used to bowl out swing in my school days, one of the good tips that I got is if this is happening, if you're swinging the ball but they're swinging too far, don't just aim straighter because you lose your shape. Actually start your run up a little bit wider.
Yep.
So you still approach with the same kind of body mechanics and angle, and then you can maybe swing the ball down the line. This one's just okay, I think. So a real mixed bag from the captain early here, Mandeep.
He seems to be falling away a little bit too, so that's going to, work against him. If he kept his shape in his stride, it would stay a bit straighter, but he's tailing away with the ball.
Last ball, the over.
Much better.
Yeah, much better. And Ninda tries to horn it across the line. It's the end of the first over. It's 8 for no loss. So despite a bit of ill-directed swing bowling, he still escaped with just the 1 boundary conceded and 8 off the first over. Not too bad for the fighters.
Yeah, even start. Mandeep needs to find his line, but brothers won't be too upset about that. Weren't really challenged in that over, and when they were, they put it to the boundary. So, yeah, interesting start. And Parvinder coming on here, Parvinder Singh.
Yeah, so he's another player who I think will feature prominently for the fighters in this series. And it will be Manhas that will bat, I should say. Aman Manhas gets to face for the first time. Yeah, brothers, I'm sure, will enjoy being out there in front of the bright lights and the cameras for the first time.
First in parents, so always nice for them, and I know their family and friends will be watching and giving them some good support.
Well, straight away he's into it. This one won't carry, though, down to Jagdish Singh.
That ball seemed to tail in a little bit too, so a bit of swing in the air.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good sign, I think, for the bowlers. Sometimes you get some balls that just swing and some that don't. So they've got a good one at the moment.
Yep.
See if they can hold on to it. This one down leg side. I'm not sure if it takes a little bit of pad or if it's wide. Yeah, just flicks the pad on the way past. So Buck Stoneman says that's a leg bye.
Yeah, and keeper, again, like you mentioned, he's very wide, and for him to cover that ball, it's, very difficult for him, so extra run there.
This one is down leg side and will be called wide. Didn't catch anything on the way through that time.
Shaky start from the fighters here. They need to get their lines and lengths right here. Extras are costly, and it also costs time. We saw in the first game.
Yeah, that was a big deal, wasn't it? 10 penalty runs. I think it's the first time we've seen 10 since 2020, actually. You saw it a few times back then, particularly in Germany. There's some issues with keeping to time. So he's played away off the back foot, but he finds the fielder, which is the captain there, Mandeep Singh. Yeah, so, I mean, one player, I'm going to say, I'm looking forward to watching his Balwinder Singh, the cross-handed bandit, who's listed to come in at number 3. I'm not saying I want a wicket to fall, but I know a lot of our viewers are fascinated with his technique.
Deep down you are.
I'll swing and a miss this time from Manas. But, I mean, you've seen him. It's freakish, his ability to generate power with all kinds of strokes as well, all around the wicket.
It's insane, Vinny. Yet last year we played against him in the domestic league, and he thumped 130 against us, and I was just standing in awe. It's quite a feat to bat cross-handed and still.
This is leg side, and this will run down the hill for 4. So, yeah, this one just a little bit too straight to the batter, who flicks it away. 4 runs to the total. And so, turns out to be a decent over in the end. Once again, relieving the pressure with a boundary.
Yeah, left armour around the wicket, shaping it in. Maybe he can come over and, you know, start pushing it a little bit further outside off. He hasn't really got his field set for leg side bowling, so that's, you know, money for Jam. Anything on the pads is runs.
Yeah, it is. It's well put away. So, last ball of this over. He goes straight, and he absolutely nails this one. And it's crashing into the tower. Well, Maximo, 6 runs. They need a ladder to go get that one. It's the end of 2, 21 for no loss. And well, Conrad's gone to go get it because this one absolutely smashed. A bit of swagger about that shot. This one ends up in the camera tower. And I think they're going to try and find it. I mean, this ball has been swinging around. I think it's up one more platform. Not often you see one stuck up there, but Conrad's found it. He's doing everything. He's doing the commentating. He's doing the fielding. That was a remarkable shot. Marlow and Gorka split the points in the first half of the day. Marlow a fraction ahead on net run rate because their win was a slightly larger win. But still, I think a pretty even contest between those two teams. And so it will be the captain coming back, Mandeep Singh, in over number 3. As this is driven away. Just one. Welcome back, Conrad. How was that? It's not often you see a ball stuck in the tower. That's exactly what happened that time, wasn't it?
Couldn't hit it any straighter. Great shot. Yeah. Steep steps. Catch my breath.
Well, I know you're at a peak of fitness going into next week. Oh, the push and run. So, brothers, not a bad start at all. I think that 6 really got them moving. The way he hit that 6 as well, Manas, was a pretty impressive shot.
Very good shot. Like I said, couldn't get straight, so timed it beautifully and pegged it into the scaffolding.
And this is driven down the ground. Yeah, it doesn't get much straighter than that. And so, yeah, I like what I'm seeing so far. I expect a good contest out of these two teams.
Yeah, they'll be close, tight. Like we mentioned before, last series was very close, and I think we're in for the same.
He doesn't really time this. Manas is trying to go down the ground again. I like players that are going straight. Had the long on again, pretty wide. It's been off up in the circle. If you can get something drivable, I think that's a percentage shot at this stage. Still in the power play.
Yeah, good start for the first innings in there. Catch that.
Yeah, and this one has gone down. Well, he hit it straight back at him, didn't he? And Mandeep, this was a chance to get rid of Manas. He's already whacked one straight out of the ground. This was straight back to the bowler. It was a reflex kind of a catch, but the captain couldn't hold on.
Yeah, quantum bowl's always difficult, but that's straight at the midsection. He'll be disappointed with that. That's got to be taken.
Either stick or they don't. Those ones. And so now he goes again. This one will be caught. Wow, he slightly misjudged it, Mazhar Javed. But he got back, and so he gets his man. Doesn't have to wait too long at all. Mandeep Singh finishes with a wicket. The first of the Fighters campaign. And the brothers, they lose their first in ECN cricket. It's 24 for 1 after 2 overs.
Yeah, so the drop catch didn't cost them anything, and good catch in the end. He kind of ran in and then realised that it was going to start going over him, but he adjusted well, and good comeback from Mandeep to skip it too. He'll be happy with that.
Pardon me, I should say 3 overs. That'll be the end of the power play as well, but yeah, it was a nice adjustment from Javed. He came in, and I thought he made a meal of that one, but it removes a player that was looking pretty good, and so we'll see who we get in. It is Balwinder Singh coming in at number 3.
The Bandit.
And we saw him playing for the Austrian Cricket Tigers, so he gets around and I like that. The players are able to be a bit mobile to follow some of the competitions. I think it's good for the sport overall.
Yeah.
And you see that 3rd over was a pretty good one, as Mandeep decides to bring himself back. Only concedes 4, and in that 2 overs, he just got hit for the 1 boundary. Did concede a bit in wides in the first over. There were 4 runs in wides and a boundary. So 8 off his first. His second over, just 4 singles, and then the drop catch and the wicket. So certainly swinging things back, I think, towards Fighters at the end of the power play.
Bit of a mixed bag, but yep. Fighters will be happy. I always think, you've got to be at least 10 and over in the power play.
Yeah, you'd think so. I think probably even a few more. I think probably something like mid-30s. It's probably a power play. So Mazhar Javed, who just took the catch, he'll hold on to the ball and bowl over number 4. Up to 5 outfielders are allowed now.
Also a new player, haven't seen him before, so be interesting to see.
Yeah. So this is Manas. That is going to continue, and Javed. It's just a slight correction about the batsman that was given out. So make sure that is correct. Balwinder Singh, though, it does come into the other end. And it'll be our first chance to get a look at Mazhar Javed with the ball. And remember, these 4 teams that you've seen today, plus Indian Royals, make up Group A. Only 4 of them will continue to the quarterfinal stage, which will be at the end of next week. So just a slight delay while we get that right. But Fighters, they're a bit of a surprise packet last time, weren't they? But I think it was a sign how even that series was, that really any 2 teams could have made the final. Probably any team could have won it, and Fighters were the team that found form at the right time. They knocked you off in the semi-finals, and they really pushed Marlow in the final. They were still in the game with an over to go, but they made the decision, in fact, to not take a couple of runs at a critical stage that just hampered their ability to chase that target down that Marlow set them. It was a pretty big target, though. I think it's in the 130s from memory. But yeah, they certainly got pretty close.
They're definitely a team that never give up. They're, they back their abilities. They're actually a very tight unit within each other. So it's, they'll give their 110%. And yeah, it's good to see the brothers here and see them competing. They'll be super happy and excited to be here. And yeah, some good challenges.
Yeah, so I certainly think it's great to see more and more teams getting involved on the ECN tournaments. We've had day tournaments, we've had night tournaments. And Yeah, apologise for this slight delay, but it's Finny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me is Conrad Greenshields once again for the European Cricket Network. Conrad's filling in for Corey today because Corey, he's been involved in the Spanish high performance camp, which was hampered by its own weather issues over the last few days. But well, to you, Corey, I know you're probably watching if it's in between some of your exercises. And now we are good to go. And this first ball is clipped away, and it's going to go a long way. Maximo, 6 runs, and wow,
Beautiful shot.
It was worth waiting for, wasn't it? Javed came in, had a bit of spice on it. It's fairly straight delivery, but just dispatched for 6 over the leg side.
Yeah, he perfect balance really, and it was in the slots and he put it away. So not a good start from Javed, and pressure on him. It's always hard as a bowler when you've come in for your first ball and it gets dispatched out of the park, and we'll see how he comes back here.
It was nicely put away, and here's a comeback ball from Javed, and it's a pretty good one.
Yep.
And he just gets this a little bit shorter. And
Good follow through.
yeah, he's got a bit of bustle about him, doesn't he?
Yeah, I like that. I love watching a bowler run to the batter's end and giving a little word. Adds to the spice.
Yeah, it sure does. And so, Brothers 11 getting tested here. Still to see Balwinder on strike. He's at the other end at the moment. This next one is just played away for 1. Yeah, so, I mean, I think these two teams perhaps you could see slightly lower scoring, I think, just because the start of the season might see a bit more rust, although we've seen the occasional one getting hit away, but we haven't seen too many kind of big overs running into each other today. I think we've seen the occasional magical over, but yeah, not so many.
First look at the Bandit. Unbelievable, those hands.
Yeah, so it's going to be a wide. He's got a very, very unusual technique. If you haven't come across him before, just have a look at how the last minute he switches his hands, and so you end up with your right hand above your left hand on the bat, which is, I won't even say it's wrong. I'll just say it's different. I mean, it works for him, and
a lot of people would think that you know, he's just going to be a predominantly leg side player, but he hits some good shots through the offside too, which is.
Yeah, he's really good over point. He seems to be able to reach and kind of slice them and gets this kind of unnatural bat speed at the point of impact. I've always thought he's a little bit suspect against the full straight ones. I just think just the bat plane is yeah, it's difficult for him to hit those consistently. But you know, it's a technique that served him well.
Yeah, I've spoken to him a few times about it, and it's how he started when he was a kid, and
this time goes leg side and has found the fielder. They'll hustle through for 1. Throw keeps him honest.
But yeah, he was saying that a coach has never come to him, and it's something he's comfortable with. So
yeah,
if it's not broken, don't change it.
Yeah, fair enough too.
But he sets up normally and then changes it, which is
which is an interesting little quirk about it, isn't it? Anyway, it's exciting to watch. I've seen about 3 or 4 probably players use this technique in Europe across my time here. And I have seen a couple in the indoor game in Australia. I've seen a couple of people also use it. But I mean, we're seeing differences sometimes encouraged these days in cricket.
Yeah,
You
why
see
not?
it at the top level as well. Last ball the over from Javed. And it's just angled away for 1. So it will be the end of the over. And so it's 35 for 1 after 4 overs. And certainly hope that you're enjoying the action back on the park, of course, after we haven't had any cricket since last Tuesday. It's hard to believe. And we did have a golden ball last Tuesday as well between Madrid United and Madrid CC. Madrid United, they are golden ball specialists. They were the first ever golden ball winners. That was golden ball 1 back in March 2020. And then they won a golden ball last year in Alphas. And then, I hope we don't replay that. And then they won on the weekend. So there we go. Conrad's lost it because my chair just broke under me. There you go. I hope we don't have a replay of that. There we go. Maybe I did eat too much lunch. So there you go. Didn't stop my sentence though. Here's over number 5. And it's dug out for a single first time. You can come back, Conrad. It's all right. Sorry, that's just one of those moments. If Corey was here...
Can I laugh on air?
Yeah, you can laugh. I just leaned back slightly. And that's what happens when you start talking about golden balls. I get a little bit excited.
Had a bit of a bigger plate of lunch than you...
I think I've been set up there. I think I've been given a dummy chair. Here's Dupe Mansabaria, who's bowling the next over.
It wasn't on purpose, I promise.
I went through a bit of a run on a while where I broke a chair a week. I even broke a couch. It was only me.
I've lost it. That was hilarious.
Here we go. Here we go. This is me talking about the golden ball. And off I go. There we go. All right, lawsuits pending.
Oh, man. Well, it's Butchie's ground, so you're going to have to speak to him.
It happens to the best of us.
As long as you're okay, that's what matters.
You can't do over 1,000 matches a year and not break a chair. And I'm just actually pretty happy that I think my suit didn't
dirty the suit,
did you? Too dirty.
Yeah.
Got the green.
It is green, so it blends.
Bit of a nod to Portugal today. One of the colours on the flag. This is Mansabaria. Gets this one through for a dot. Okay, we're back. Yeah, that'll definitely be in the highlights as well now.
Oh, I'm going to frame that.
Yeah, now you see me, now you don't. I'm just glad the camera was panned up a little bit higher.
It's like you got knocked out by Will Smith.
Yeah, what was with that? Every time I wake up, there's another strange highlight, or strange headline from around the world. This one's just swinging a bit too much from Mansabaria. It'll be called a wide. Yeah, and Mohamed Biplab was mentioning that Balwinder Singh has also played domestically in Austria and represented the Austrian Cricket Tigers in Group A of the ECL with some success as well. That was a pretty tough group. That was the group that Tunbridge Wells ended up qualifying from. But
yeah,
it's,
it'd be interesting. I don't know if it's Rennie.
Yeah.
If he qualifies for any of the European countries, do we know where he's actually based?
Yeah, well, you haven't seen him mobile, so I think that sometimes, players essentially can live in more than one place at once.
Yeah.
That's just the nature of it, how connected Europe is. So I'd say that was a pretty strong group as well. It had Dreux in it, the French. Weren't they crazy? The way they went about their cricket. It's Mansabaria. Let's put the brakes on here.
Yeah.
And thanks everyone for not mentioning me falling off my chair in the chat. It hasn't appeared yet. Well, this is up and slightly towards the player at cover. And they're going to get back for 2 here. Oh, this is pretty close. I think he's just made this, but it was a pretty tight one.
Good running, a little bit slackish from the fielder, not attacking the ball and gave them the opportunity.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. It's just a lack of attack. He was a bit too careful. And then, he really turns on the afterburners and, he gets there in the end. So that's a good bit of running from Amninda. And at the end of the over, it's 40 for 1. So, we haven't quite seen them hitting their straps just yet, but with a player like Balwinder there, that could change very quickly.
Yeah, you got to, you can't assume that the batters are just going to run one to you, and that's good anticipation from the batters, and got to be a little bit more awake in the field. Yeah,
for sure. So now we're going to see Parvinder Singh come back for his second over. He's hit straight and hit into the gap. That's really good batting. Mid on, mid off are back, but they're pretty wide. And so Amninda breaks out of it. Nice, straight, safe shot. 4 runs.
Yeah, very good shot. When you hit straight, it's very hard for those two, either long off or long on, to cut it off. I know Corey's a fan of a fielder in front of the side screen.
That's one of his favourites, isn't it?
Yeah, but good shots and 4 to Singh.
Funky footwork, and then he hits it, and he eats up the field up. It's 4, and that was Mazhar Javed out there who just didn't seem to know whether to go up or down, didn't know whether he was in or he was out. And the ball just blasted through him for 4 more.
That's even, do you call that a catch opportunity there? It's
Yeah, I mean,
bounced half a metre in front of him.
Carried a long way in the end, didn't it?
Yeah.
But, yeah, I'm not so sure you could call a drop catch, but certainly one that he would have hoped to have stopped. If you do get there on the full in, if you don't catch it, you probably do keep it in the field of play. This time he's on the walk again. This is just edge down to third man for 1.
Yeah, he fancies himself against Pavinder here, coming down the track, just cupping the toe.
But anyway, I think it's going to be a really good contest between these two teams. I mean, obviously, Fighters CC, one of their big draw cards with the bat last year was Balwinder Singh. So with him switching sides, I think it certainly evens up the contest. This one just gets away from the keeper as well. Plus, it's called a wide, so that'll be an extra 2 to the total.
Yeah, Parvinder's not had a good start to the series with the ball. Again, the keeper maybe a bit too far back. They are bowling at him.
Yeah, that's it. But I mean, it's like in baseball, the catcher frames himself where he wants the pitch to go. But I mean, he's very wide there. This one is going to be 4 more. This is hit through the covers. Just good cricket shots at the moment, as Amninda has really gotten things moving, and that's just a good shot through the offside. 4 more.
Also a new player, so, you know, very good to see. It looks like he's competent with the bat. He's played shots all around the ground so far for his 28, and yeah, like I mentioned, he's fancying himself against Parvinder. 3
boundaries in this over, and this one won't be. He's just getting carried away with his own success.
Yeah.
Tries to whack this one through the leg side, doesn't make any contact, but still pretty good over. 15 off it at the moment with the ball to come. It's been the best over so far in the innings at a really good time as well for Brothers.
Yeah, perfect timing. And again, you know, wickets in hand, so these two seem to know that they've got a job to do and go at everything now. So, and he's being effective.
This is going to be 4 more. So yeah, 4th boundary in the over as Amninda will move into the 30s. And he's hit 5 4s and a 6, but 4 4s came in that 6th over, which ends up costing 19. And at the end of 6, it's 59 for 1.
Some nice cricket shots there, Vinny. You know, that 4 down the ground, dead straight, and then 2 over extra.
Yeah, I like that he's not necessarily trying to hit across everything. And there's that one where he kind of wafted across the line, but I've been impressed with his shot selection. And if you can hit those straight bat shots effectively, particularly over cover, I think it becomes so dangerous because it's just very hard to defend. A lot of the bowlers, they're trying to bowl that wide, kind of just inside the tram line. And so if you can counter that with some elevated cover drives, then you become a different proposition to bowl to.
Yeah, I think the cover drive is an underestimated shot in T10. If you think about it, the sweeper is generally square and then you're long on. And generally short cover, you know, is not on the ring. I see they're going to push him back now, but you can always have that opportunity to go over him, and it's a safe shot.
Yeah, exactly right. It's not an easy shot, but it requires cricket technique, and when you see it played, it certainly is an impressive thing to watch. So now they're going to go back to Mazhar Javed in over number 7. We did see him a little bit earlier with the ball. He bowled in the 4th. He went for a 6 first ball, but the over ended up costing just 11. And he bustles into the crease. This one bounces off the knee of Vicky Singh, who, in the end, they're going to grab a second. Well, and they'll get there. So, I mean, that's a little bit lazy at the end to allow a second there.
Some poor fielding there. You know, runs that's costly.
One thing I will say is that the awareness of the batters has been pretty good today, looking for these extra runs. That one just sneaks through the bowler. It only goes about 4 or 5 metres, but they were off quick as a flash.
Yeah, very good running. Opportunistic and paid off.
And that's good bowling, I think, at this stage of the innings. As we head into the last 4 overs, that's full and straight, and that batter couldn't get that one away. Balwinder Singh.
Targeting the mid-wicket area there. Very hard to get under a full ball like that. So, you know, that's a good length. If you can keep it there and get out of the over. He's bowled really well.
Gets a bit of length this time and blasts it, but he does find the fielder. It's Jagdish Singh. He's wearing his old shirt, number 71 for the Fighters. And Balwinder just has to settle for a single. Yeah, but then it'll be back over to Amninder Singh, who he's really impressed me so far with his range of strokes.
Yeah, first time I've had a look at him, and yeah, like you mentioned, very impressive. Always know there's a bit of a cricketer in them if they can hit over extra, like you mentioned.
That's
it's not
right.
the easiest shot.
Amninder did hit Javed for a 6 last time around.
Shot.
And this time he'll go close, but he won't quite get the contact. It'll just be one. And a bit of a warning shot from Vicky as he hits the stumps. Luckily they didn't go for 2 that time. And yeah, I thought off the bat that might go a bit further, but it wasn't timed quite as well as I thought off the bat of Amninder. But he moves to 33.
Yeah, I haven't learnt my lesson from Spain. Corey used to have a go at me whenever, well, at the team, when they call shot and it ends up getting caught.
Yeah, it was a nice looking shot, but just wasn't quite hit as well as I thought. A bit of a psych out this time.
I like it.
And, just freezes the bowler who runs out of ideas and doesn't release the ball.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're not sure, back out.
Yeah, I mean, it's a funny one. I guess it'll cost him a bit of time. That's the only moral victory, I suppose.
Sure.
Yeah, if I was Javed, I'd be going full and straight and trying to get under the bat of Balwinder. He bowls on length, and this one is going to disappear. Maximo! And the cross-handed bandit is springing into action. And this is a ball, just has a bit of length to work with, doesn't he? It wasn't quite up in the block hole. And you see this unusual technique, but he's able to flick across this one and he gets 6 over the leg side.
Yeah, that's unfortunately in the slot, and for someone who's set up for leg side like that, that's going to go. So he's got his innings going now.
Yeah, he's dangerous when he gets on a roll, Balwinder. Now he kind of wants to paddle that to find leg, but he doesn't get too much to work with. Ends up bouncing off the pad, and it'll be a leg by. So that'll be the end of the over as well. 7 overs down. It is 70 for 1. Well, I got some news that apparently it's happened. European cricket. We are on TikTok. Just look up at European Cricket Network, and I'm sure there'll be all kinds of hijinks on there. Can't say on
I think
the
you
TikTok
might have cracked it there
myself.
today.
Yeah, they'll put that to music. That'll be a dance coming up. But yeah, if you're on TikTok, you can join us at European Cricket Network. Of course, all of our other social media platforms as well at European Cricket on Facebook, Instagram and Twitter. But we can announce, yes, we are on TikTok.
Do you have TikTok, Vinny?
I don't have TikTok currently.
Might have to get it after
slowly
today.
working it out. But I want to know when Rico gets on TikTok. That seems right up his alley. All the ballet.
All the bali dances.
Right, here's Gurvinder, and this is a mistimed attempted pull. 70 for 1. I think one is even for me at this stage. About 10 and over, which I think is about par. It's Balwinder who moves to 15 with that shot, and yeah, maybe they're earmarking Gurvinder for the closer role. This is him bowling his first over in the 8th.
Really interesting technique, his bowling style. I remember facing him for the first time and had to pull away. I couldn't understand what was happening.
It's a real sling job, isn't it? Kind of, it's a whole body heave at you.
Like Malinga-esque, you know?
Yeah. But it's not as sideways, is
No.
it? It's more straight over the top, but still a sling. Yeah, a bit more of the Jeff Thompson about it. He's a slinger, but a more over the top sling, not
quite the same
not so
pace.
angular. Yeah. It has a bit of the front arm in it as well. And so this one will just be a single. Again, it doesn't matter how you do it. If you can reproduce it and get that accuracy, that's the most important thing. And it's been pretty good so far.
Yep. Thought I saw a little bit of shape in towards him.
Yeah. I think that's the sort of action that would favour a bit of in-swing.
Yep.
Early on, this ball was swinging around, but it's a few overs old now. Slides into the pad. I think it's going down the leg side. So, Richard Plant. Hello to you, Richard. Hope you're well. He said he can't wait for the TikTok of Vinny playing in the hotel bar Playing piano. Yeah, well, the bad news is we never found that piano at the Sunset Beach Hotel.
Very talented on the piano, old Vinny.
Well, you were there. So now you know it was a limited time only that I was on the piano. They took it away because...
You were taking the jobs away from the musicians in Spain.
I think the musicians were happy with the break. Well, this is going to be a breakthrough. And look who it is. It's Govinda Singh that slings one through, and he finally ends the innings of Amrinder Singh for 34. That's good straight bowling at pace. And Brothers 11 Portugal lose their second wicket at 73 for 2.
Yeah, good ball. He's bowled really well this over. Very controlled. And Govinda, good innings. Kind of lost his shape there. I think if he was playing the way he had.
Yeah, it was the old do-si-do.
Yeah.
The step in, step out. Bit of square dancing action, but he just outsmarts himself, I think, in the end. Amrinder Singh. But still, not a bad contribution from him. Played some nice shots. Hit 5 fours and a maximo in that 34. And well done to Govinda Singh for removing him. I think, yeah, sometimes when you tell me as a bowler, but the batter's dancing around, doing all sorts of things, half the time you're better off just bowling at the stumps and getting it up in the block hole. Because they're giving you a chance, I think, by moving around.
They're moving around, their head's moving, they're not balanced, you know. So as a bowler, you don't have to really change much, just hit the base of the stumps.
Last ball of the over.
Catch that.
Sneaks down the leg side. Not sure there's any bat in it, says Gagandeep Singh, who ends up, must have just got a little something on that, whether it was pad or whether it was bat. But the result is a dot ball, and that's the end of 8 overs at 73 for 2.
Great over there from Govinda, 1 for 2. So it looks like he probably will be closing out the innings. And
yeah, good little option. And he's not an easy bowler to face, like you said, for the first time. And so take a bit of getting used to. Yeah, so Richard's saying that most hotel will have a piano somewhere. So it maybe make some TikToks of going around Europe. Yeah, maybe.
See if we can find you one here.
You know, a lot of airports have them. Have you seen that? There's some airports.
Quite like that. That's huge.
Yeah, that is absolutely monstered. And this one's halfway up the hill. Maximo. And watch out. Beware the cross-handed giant, because he's in business. And this one is whacked over mid-on. Just have a look at this power that he generates. He absolutely cracked that for 6.
Good balance, good shape. Head down and just followed through off the first tee.
Yeah, Mansa Perea goes to go again, but this one could be a chance. It's going back a long way. It's not caught at all. And this one has gone all the way as well. Maximo back to back. And that was Mazhar Javed. And the ball's following him no matter where he goes on the field. And you'll see here, he just ran out of real estate. I don't know though. I mean,
it's got to be taken now.
He just was never set, was he?
No.
I mean, if you know where you are on the field, you can kind of set up just inside the boundary and stand still. I think he was on the move. Oh, a bit of luck there for Balvinder, but it does bring him 6 more. Mansa Perea with a comeback ball, and it's a wide.
Yeah, pressure on the bowler here. You see, that's what happens. 2 6s in a row. The bowler tries to change his length. Extra run, extra ball. Pressure on fighters here. But like we mentioned, Balvinder, once he gets going, can be deadly.
Exciting to watch. This is in the air, and yeah, it is cut off at third man. Reynolds asking me about the name of batsman that had a similar grip. Well, the two that spring to mind are Isanul Waffa from Gothenburg in Sweden. That was back in 2020. That's the first time we'd seen anything like it on ECN. And the other one's Bakhtiar Tahiri, which is a player that we see playing in Spain sometimes. So yeah, they're the 3 that immediately spring to mind with the cross-handed grip. There may be 1 or 2 others. Names escape me at the moment. Reaching, but this one will be a wide.
Do you think he would be able to bat left-handed?
Yeah, I'm not so sure. I mean, I think it would. Yeah, short answer, probably not, because there's more than just the way your hands are around. It's also in your footwork, and you know, there's a bit more to it than just the hands. But this one will just be 1. Conrad's laughing because I almost fell off another chair. I'm going to learn pretty quickly to keep all 4 chair legs on the ground.
You have to get you some training wheels with the chair here.
Anyway, while this is going on, very fascinating cricket match. So, yeah, Jeff Maguire, the Irishman, talking about it's the hurling grip because that's how they hold the hurleys in that sport.
Oh, really?
I'm a big fan of hurling.
Remind me about hurling.
The hurling's a bit a cross between hockey and, I'd say, rugby. it's played on like a Gaelic football field, which is rectangular, and they have these sticks, and basically they have a small ball-like thing, like a slitter, it's called, and you throw it up and you try and hit it through what look like rugby goals. And under the bar you get 3, and over the bar you get 1.
Okay.
And it's technically not a contact sport, but it pretty much is.
It turns
they're
out
around,
to be.
yeah, they're around, and it's pretty rough. It's one of my favourite sports. Yeah, it's played in the same kind of field as Gaelic football, which is quite similar to Australian football in a lot of ways.
I'll have to give it a look.
Very fast sport. I've always wanted to play hurling.
Yeah?
Yeah. And, to me, because I grew up playing hockey or field hockey, and for me it wasn't quite rough enough. I think that hurling, these guys, you should see their fingers. You think my wicketkeeper fingers are bad? So the ball will go up and they'll all be trying to catch it, and they're all in there with their clubs. Yeah,
really? Sounds lovely.
It's an interesting sport. Richard Plant saying, "Isn't that Quidditch?" Well, similar.
No brooms.
Oh, he loads up, but he can't catch up with this one. Gaggandeep Singh, and this will be the end of 9. It's 92 for 2.
Yeah, fairly evenly based, yeah. It's interesting. 10 and over. Not bad for their first entrance into the ECS. And they'll be quite happy with that. This is a big over.
Yeah, I mean, they decided to bat after winning the toss, which I think is a good confident move. Often we'll see teams, they just kind of want to get a feel for the game, maybe in the field, get everyone involved. But I think it's easier to do that if you have a decent score on the board. And they do look like they should put on 100 plus here. It will be Gurvinder to finish off, but he bowled a very good 8th over. It only went for 3, including a leg by. And yeah, he's just on you pretty quick with that slinging action.
Yeah, it looks...
They're going to go for 2 here.
Good running.
Yeah, I think this is the time to test the fielders, because also, there's not that many clean pickups out here. With just a few little bobbles in the outfield. And yeah, the fielders... Yeah, sometimes it can force a mistake with the fielders as well when they know you're pushing for 2.
Always
you can see misfield and maybe sneak a boundary past the fielder as well.
He's bowled really well
He's bowled
today.
Excellently, and I think he's perfectly suited to this role, because most of the time he is fairly full naturally, I think. And yeah, they're the ones that do bounce on length. They kind of slide on. There's not that predictable bounce on that slot bowling kind of bounce. This one does jump on him a little bit. Now, they might hustle for 2 here. I think they say no. It surprises me a little bit. And now, maybe they knew the throw was going to get away from the keeper, so they do get back for 2. And Balvinder pinches the strike back.
Yeah, that's fortunate for brothers. Fighters won't be too happy with that. But he seems to be a little bit quicker than what he looks. He seems to be rushing them a little bit.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, partly, I think it's that slingy action. It just kind of comes from nowhere, and it surprises the batter a little bit. This one actually kind of explodes off the surface a little bit, whereas most of the others have skidded through. So 96, still 3 balls to go here. Will they crack the 100? A little bit short. This is hit well, and it's hit away from the fielder. This has gone all the way. Maximo! Well, he must have heard me. I said he's normally pretty full. He should have stuck to it, because Balvinder has turned on this quick, and he's got 6.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. He's just dropped it a little bit too short, and Balvinder's pounced on that to put it away. Still not too bad. He's just got to get out of this over now. Maybe revert back to bowling it full. He had good tail in, made it harder.
Oh, this one's really got away from him, and this is going to be bad news for the fighters, as it's going to be 5 wides. He's been so accurate, but this one was a wild thing from the slinger, and it gets away from the keeper too. 5 wides.
Yeah, unfortunate there. I think, again, it comes back to the keeper. The keeper needs to maybe rethink his positioning, because he should have stopped that.
Yeah, when they're
not a good ball, but
when they're that full though, yeah, it just catches you off guard, and the batter would have obscured that angle for a fair bit of it. Not making too many excuses.
Keeper defending a keeper there.
Yeah, but they're certainly unexpected when you get those kind of deliveries. So yeah, suddenly, we're wondering if they get the 100. Now, 110's on the cards, 107. And this is another wide. So this is probably the risk of bowling someone with an action like this at this stage of the innings, is if it can go wrong, it can go quite wrong. And that's what we're seeing in the last couple of deliveries.
Yeah, we were full of praise in the beginning of this over, and it's kind of fallen away. He was, what, 1 for 2 in the first over? 16 off this so far.
Yeah, so this one, probably they should push for 2. But
good fielding.
I think that Balvinder says just one's fine, and it'll give an opportunity for Gagandeep to face the last ball. I would have thought strategically maybe would have made sense for him to try and get back to the keeper's end. It would have been a long throw.
Yeah.
Even if they did give up a run out, you would have had the set batter on strike. But Balvinder looks set to finish on 40, not out. Here's the last ball.
And you got to run 2, yeah.
Yeah, hit reasonably well. Balvinder was off straight away. Slight fumble probably will allow the 2. And that means that Brothers 11 Portugal, they're going to finish on the Nelson, 111 for 2. All things considered, I think that's a pretty impressive total on debut from the Brothers.
Yeah, well played by them. They will be happy with that. Like you said, it's really nice to see them win the toss, back themselves to bat first, and then put a good total on board.
Yeah, for sure. It'll be a tricky little chase for the fighters. And, well, we could see some of their players out there once again. Probably like this, Parvinder Singh and the captain, Mandeep Singh, opening up. And yeah, Mandeep in particular, player I'm looking forward to seeing again after he impressed me with some of his stroke play back in the September series. As we look back at the highlights in the first half of match 3, and it was Brothers that made a bold decision to bat first, confident decision for me as they made their debut on the European Cricket Network. And we certainly saw some good hitting early. This is a catch that went down as Aman Manas, he hit and return catch to the captain. It wasn't held, but he would only last one more ball, as it was Javed that picked up the catch off the very next delivery. So fighters, they were pretty happy. My chair wasn't sturdy enough to handle the action. I leaned back and look, Conrad, once again, your reflexes were out of this world. And we saw some nice stroke play, didn't we? And some of the fielding, I think, probably left a little bit to be desired, just allowing a few extra runs. This was a nice one over cover. Ultimately, I liked some of the shots from Amir Zaib. 4 boundaries in the over. That was in the 6th, which cost 19. Just gave them a wriggle on, and essentially looked touch and go where they'd make the 100. That final burst, particularly helped by a couple of wides, saw them reach that figure of 111. But some pretty alert stuff by the batters to take every run possible here.
Yeah, it's always important to be awake on the field at any stage. And yeah, very nice, very impressive performance on debut. They'll be happy with that, and good to see, really. Makes for a good competition.
Yeah, and it certainly does. And, well, that was some good straight bowling from Gurvinder Singh. The slinger, as he slung his way into action there. And as things were winding down, Mansa Perea, he was trying to make things happen as well. This is one that I felt maybe should have been taken, or at least kept inside the field of play. It ended up getting past Javed, going for 6. The cross-handed bandit was away. He ended up with 40, which included 4 sixes. And yeah, things just got a bit wild and woolly towards the end, as they ended up scoring 111 off their 10 overs. We'll be right back with the chase. When we return, it will be fighters requiring 112 for victory. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo alongside Conrad Greenshields. We'll see you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to the wonderful ground here in Cartagena, Portugal. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and you're watching match 3 of this ECS. And Portugal getting a 2-week series this year. 10 teams will do battle, and we're looking at 2 teams from Group A, and 2 teams I think fairly evenly matched. As Brothers 11 Portugal on debut, they were able to score 111 off their 10 overs. And now we'll see the reply from Fighters as Parvinder Singh, who's out there opening the batting with his captain Mandeep Singh. 112 will be the victory target. Joining me in the commentary box once again, the guest commentator today, none other than Conrad Greenshields. And yeah, Conrad, all things set up once again for a very interesting run chase.
Yeah, it'll be a tight contest. Like we said earlier, Brothers have done themselves proud with their first knock in the ECS, and they'll be looking to back it up with the ball.
Yeah, for sure. Again, we'll see if their fielding's up to scratch. Again, slightly different conditions than they would have played in the league last year, where I know they finished 7th, but it was probably in slightly different conditions. Here you've got the field compressed and a lot of action. And so, left-hander to face up first. Parvinder Singh.
Good left-hander too.
Manpreet Singh will be the bowler. Let's play. And the first one slung in, and well, they just trot through for one, and now they're still chasing the ball, and now eventually they'll decide to take a second. Well, that ball had almost stopped, and it still got misfielded.
Yeah, unfortunately the skipper there mistimed his pickup, and it trickled through his legs. So they pick up 2.
Now, I want to see how this gets misfielded, because this is pretty much stopped. It's just a lazy one-hand effort. And, well, less said about that, the better. Because this next one is...
Second opportunity.
Yeah, worked away. This is where you get a big cheer, wouldn't you? If you're in Australia at least, if you're fielding at the MCG down on the boundary, if you fumbled one, next time you do hold one, you get a big Bronx cheer. But anyway, 11 and over required from the get-go. Now we'll get to have a look at Mandeep Singh for the first time. And he was batting at the end with Balwinder last year, and they seemed unwilling for him to face up and didn't run a couple of balls, but I think he's a very good player. And, well, I put the jinx on him because he's mistimed this and it's gone straight to the fielder. And so always difficult playing those horizontal bat shots early in the innings. And it's Mohammad Shan, I think, that takes the catch. And so an early wicket, a big one. The captain has to go first ball, and it's 3 for 1.
Yeah, it got big on him, and first ball up, not timing it properly, and unfortunately it just pops it into the gentleman's hands, and he's on his way.
Yeah, that's the risk, playing those horizontal bat shots early. And yeah, so it's M Singh removing M Singh, and yeah, disappointment. And Fighters, well, they had some early trouble. I mean, I will say, if you're going to make a duck, make it a quick one.
Yep.
But plenty of balls left. It's a very slow walk out to the crease. It's Tipu Mansour-Perea who's coming out at number 3.
I'm always a fan of taking 1 or 2 balls to get used to the pace of the pitch, so maybe something to...
It's an instinctive shot probably as well.
Yeah.
Hey, I noticed something that before the game, of course, we show you the bat versus ball wall when the supercomputer is trying to predict scores. Well, let's just say the supercomputer was pretty spot on in this match, despite Brothers 11 Portugal never playing an ECN match before. So I'll get you that pretty shortly. But right now, it's Manpreet Singh with his tail up. And now Mansour-Perea is going to have to face the music. Just need a boundary to settle them in this first over. Otherwise, that rate's likely to climb above 2 a ball from here on in. And well, when I said it was a pretty impressive prediction. Brothers 11 Portugal predicted 111. So going by that, Fighters 104 may not quite get there.
That's a pretty handy prediction there. Spot on, isn't it?
This was going to be 4 byes. It's going to sneak through. And this just comes back off the pitch from Manpreet Singh, and it beats everybody. Let's have a look at this. See a little bit of seam movement and just a misjudgment from the keeper, Pardeep Nunglu. And said they needed a boundary from somewhere. Well, that one came from nowhere. but it's 4 to the total.
Yeah, Bowler won't be happy with that. It's always frustrating when you bowl a good ball and it still, you know, goes away for 4. It's not against his name, but still in his over.
It's frustrating, isn't it? So it slides into the pads. No run taken. Yeah, especially starts make a difference. It's good bowling though from Manpreet Singh though, hitting that seam. And we know these balls have pretty pronounced seams, don't they? And if you can get that seam position right, it can just nip around a bit. And that's what we saw. And that's actually the movement that beat the keeper.
Yep.
Now he goes leg side. He goes with the movement this time. This will be 4. And so pretty nice shot from Deepu, who looked a bit shaky early, but he finishes the first with a bang, and they do get the 11 they needed off the first over. It's 11 for 1 after 1.
Yeah, got the wicket in the over, but, you know, like you said, only wasted 1 ball and they managed to get the 11 needed, so fighters will be happy with that. Unfortunately, the buys are costly.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they do need a bit of a partnership here, especially with Mandeep going so early. But they've got a bit of batting to come. Muhammad Imran Hussain is listed to come next, then Jaswinder Kumar and Vicky Singh at 6. And I think they'll be hoping that these two can get them at least half the way there. Second over's coming up, and it's Diraj Minas who's going to bowl. We saw Aman Manas.
Good run up.
Yeah, he's hustling into the crease now. And this is whacked away over cover. Well, this is a really nice shot. And in the end, it's going to be 4. He doesn't wait to have a look at Minas. And he just clears that front leg a little bit, opens himself up and cracks it over the offside for 4. Nice shot by Parvinder.
Yeah, Parvinder likes hitting over the offside. Any kind of width, like you said, he does back away a little bit. And with that field setting, they drop the sweeper back now.
Yeah, so a knee-jerk field change. Well, they've seen him do it now. They've got a long on. They've got a deep point now as their 2 outfielders. This one is a really tough one, but it was a catching opportunity. You see the keeper just reacts, gets to the end of the finger on this. It flew away to his left, but you feel like this was an opportunity to get rid of the batter. You see he's
flat-footed.
Yeah, he's wrong-footed there. He's moving to his right, and that's why he can't change direction. Probably a half chance, to be fair. But Nanglu couldn't hold on. Did get a finger on it, which probably stops the ball going to the boundary and saves 4 runs at least. This one's upstairs. This might be the one for the over. And so, yeah, Minas not afraid to bang it in.
Yeah, I like it.
We'll have a look at the height of this one. Yeah, probably fine.
Good bumper, tie on it there.
Yeah. So he won't be able to bowl another one above the shoulder for the rest of this over. Yeah, better delivery. I'll soften him up a little bit with that short one, I think. Certainly, even though you know you shouldn't get another one, it plays on your mind a little bit as a batter. You always copped one in the upstairs region.
Yeah, it was a well-directed bouncer, and obviously, like you said, it's in his head there, so not really anticipating, not really following the line of the ball either. They need to...
yeah, he wasn't really back foot across to play that an onside shot. This time, it is directed at him again, and they will think about a second, but they're just happy with one. I mean, this one, I'd be interested to see the height of this. Maybe it was more chest height, this one, but yeah, remember, yeah, it was more chest height. So it shows you can still bowl a short one, but you got to be careful because if that one gets up higher, it will be called a no ball.
Yeah, nice short ball into the chest.
It was
risky,
yeah, uncontrolled kind of a hook shot, wasn't it? Could have gone anywhere. Now we'll have to bolt the right hand up, but it's been a pretty good over from Minas. Pitches up now. Mansapriya pats this one back. It's the end of 2 overs. It's 16 for 1. And yeah, pretty good over. Following up the first one. Went for 11. He goes for 4 first ball, but after that, just the single off the last 5 balls of the over. Gives us a chance to look at the table. It's early days, of course, but Marlo and Gorka 11 split the points. We're looking at fighters and the brothers, and then the Royals. And what do you think about the Royals? We'll see them for the first time tomorrow. What can we expect out of them?
Yeah, the Royals, they're a good side. They kind of disappeared halfway through the year last year, but they've come back, and I know they've brought in a few imports for the tournament. We'll see old John Zinkus in the side.
Yeah.
So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they go.
Yeah, well, I look forward to seeing them tomorrow. I don't know if that might have been a 7-ball over. As it is, I don't think it'll matter because it was a dot. But we'll give you some clarification on that. Yeah, it was a 7-ball over, so I suppose in the end it doesn't change the needle too much. But I mean, I've seen that even in the Big Bash. I've seen Aaron Finch dismissed off the 7th ball of an over. It happens. If,
Oh, really?
if it's not picked up, then yeah, you get the amount of balls is whatever's determined by the umpire. So I've seen 5s, I've seen 7s. But
Not an easy job umpiring.
No.
It is.
well, at least it doesn't really change too much because it didn't affect the score at all. And so now Manpreet Singh is going to bowl out here in the 3rd. Yeah, so that over ends up going 4.1. So getting his money's worth is Diraj Minas, but still a very good over, only 5 off it.
Yeah, very well bowled. Good comeback after the first over. Puts more pressure on the fighters now. They're behind the rates and just waiting for...
Just making some extra space in the scorebook, I think, for that 7th ball. But
okay.
it's
There's the crew.
yeah, they're there. They're just getting the emergency manual out, how to deal with that. But they've got pretty much everything covered. Tell you what, the scorers and the officials, they do a really good job.
The brains
This form of the
trust.
game, there's a lot going on in a short amount of time. And so here we go with over number 3, and it'll be Manpreet to bowl out. Down leg side, does well to get out of the way of that because he will get the wide and that'll be bowled again.
Yeah, kind of falling away in his action there, so the ball's going leg side. Good movement from the batter. Take the extra ball, wait for the next one.
Yeah, it's a skill in itself, I think, is recognising a wide and getting out the way. This is left-hand, right-hand combination working. This time he just kind of walks away from the ball and wafts at it and not able to make contact.
Opening that leg really wide, so he's not really in position. His head's out of position too. See that leg moving way out of leg stump.
Yeah.
Nowhere near it.
No, he wasn't. It was well directed by the bowler. Goes after it this time, skews away, and I think that this will be chased down. It's Balvinda that does the fielding. It'll just be 2. And yeah, it's good running at least. But they need boundaries. In the last over of the power play, they'd want to be about 33 after this over. But yeah, a fair few short of that at the moment.
Yeah, big over this one.
Parvinder, this one does catch him and it'll be a dot. If you notice a batter kind of, staying outside the leg stump but not really getting across, I think it's smart to kind of aim at his body because just like that, if you can beat the bat and get him tied up, you can sneak a few dots in, and that's exactly what happened that time.
Well, if the batter's backing away, he's anticipating it outside off stump, and if you follow him, he's not really set for that shot, as that nearly creams Tyrone.
Great fielding by the stumps as it bounces off a long way. They will get a single.
And backing Tyrone, not getting out of the way.
This one
He's
is
gotta thank
cleaning.
the
I reckon
stumps.
this one's cleaning him up.
Yeah.
He's barely moved.
Yeah, he's caught.
In fact, he moved into the path of the ball. That would have been new kneecap time for Tyrone. I know he's your new Portuguese national coach, but he would have been doing it in a wheelchair.
Yeah.
That one was smashed. Anyway, probably actually saved 3 runs, the stumps there. That was heading down the ground pretty quickly. And now the other stumps get cleaned up. And it's going to be Mansa Paria who has to go for just 4. Manpreet Singh does it again. He's picked up 2 big wickets, 2 of the top 3 back in the shed. Fighters CC are 20 for 2.
Yeah, good bowling from Manpreet. Not the greatest of shots, it has to be said. Head nowhere. It's one of those things. You miss, I hit.
Yeah, it's been pretty impressive stuff from Brothers, showing no signs of nerves on the big stage. Bangs in, maybe doesn't bounce as much as Matt Sapuria thinks, but he's got to go. And a score 20 for 2. Got to say a quick hello to Amy, who's watching all the way from Australia. Hello, Amy. I'm sure you're watching pretty intently. And don't worry, Tyrone wasn't hurt in that passage of play, although the ball was rocketing towards him. Also hello to Tarek, who's watching from Western Australia as well.
Quite a few Australians.
Yeah, it's a good time of day to watch in Australia. It's just evening, so at the moment it'll be about 9:15 on the west coast, midnight on the east coast. So
say hi to my family in the
prime
Australia.
time viewing. Yeah, he's telling me you got to. What suburb do they live in?
They're in Burragoon.
Oh, yeah, Burragoon. That's nice.
Yeah.
Down Fremantle way.
Down
around that area.
Way. Yeah, that's right. Beautiful area.
All right, back to action, and this will be the last ball for Manpreet Singh. He only concedes 11, picks up 2 wickets. Imran Hussain is the new batter, and that's the end of 3 overs. The score is 20 for 2 at the moment. Brothers 11, well on top, you'd have to say.
Was that a wicket maiden? I think it was. He went for 11 in the first?
No, it was, well, in the end.
No, sorry,
Yeah,
yes.
that over, there were still 4 off
4.
it. Yeah, so 11 off the first.
It was the 4 buys that I was counting.
The 4 buys, exactly right. But still, very good contribution from him.
Good comeback.
And now, this is where you got to make a decision. If you stick with Minas, that only went for 5, including 1 of his last 6 balls, or whether you make a change. And it looks like they will make a change here. And Mohammad Shan is going to bowl over number 4. I would have been tempted to bowl out Diraj Minas just to try and get them even further ahead in the game, but I suppose you've got to make a change at some point. And they have decided to go with Shan here in the 4th.
My best friend, Sean. It's the one that man-catted me in 2020.
Ah, right. And who was he playing for at that stage?
The Royals.
Yeah, that's right. All right, here we go. Well, bit of free advice. Stay in your crease, but I think you probably found out the hard way. We have seen it on occasion. It's always, it sparks a bit of debate, even talking about it at all. I think it'll get worse before it gets better. That's normally what I say about that. I think it's just got to become a habit for players to watch. We had one during the ECL where the non-striker was about 14 metres out, and then it wasn't appealed for, but it was an interesting one. This one is high, and the keeper's got plenty of time to think about it, and he fumbles it. Well, he had the staggers there. He had a bit of the why me body language about it as it went straight up in the air. Hussain has a life, and well, the fighters get away with one.
A bit too confident, and then it tailed away. Maybe the wind?
Yeah, there is a bit of wind around. And let's just say he was praying that ball was going to come down in his vicinity. It didn't. I don't know exactly where he wanted it to come down anyway. Shan straightens this one up and it's put back, but he's even Parmveer Singh not really, or Parminder Singh I should say, just struggling, just the one boundary in his 13 deliveries so far.
Yeah, he's trying to find his feet.
Now he's going to lose his wicket as he just sensed the urgency. And Shan keeps it simple. He gets straight, and really his feet, his body weight were nowhere on that shot. And Parminder is going to fall for 12. A 3rd wicket falls as the top 3 are back in the dugout. It's 22 for 3.
Yeah, I think that was inevitable. His footwork wasn't the greatest. I mean, he's literally standing on the wide line after that shot. So, again, you miss, I hit, and fighters are in a little bit of strife here.
Yeah, they certainly are. Just wonder where these runs are going to come from, as it looks like Mazhar Javed will be the new batter coming in at number 5. But yeah, the bowlers have bowled balls that have hit the stumps have had success today. I think that's the thing. I think when bowlers have gotten too short, they've been punished. I think that most of the time where you've seen bowlers consistently bowling balls that have hit the stumps, they've had the reward Yeah, Brothers 11 looking very good early. Plenty of
Really
cricket
good.
still to come, though.
Really good performance so far.
And then the other thing is, you remember they just let Brothers 11 get away. It looked at one stage that they may or may not get to 100, but yeah, just got a kick along late. They got to 111. I felt it was about 10 too many, 10 to 12 too many.
T10 can change in and over, Vinny. It's
Yeah.
never done. So, but a lot of pressure on the batters now. 2 new batters, only faced 2 balls between the 2 of them. So,
All right, Javed facing up. First ball. Just plays inside the line of it.
is that a Labuschagne leave?
Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty late to go at it.
Or Labuskakni, as it should be said.
That's- Yeah, I
He's
mean,
played at that.
it would have been an annoying one to nick because it was a kind of a nothing shot, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, this one's hit pretty well, but finds the fielder down the ground. Balvinder cleans up and just keeps it to 1, almost taking out his partner, Muhammad Imran Hussain, in the process. That's the end of the over, and the score now is 23 for 3. Once again, very, very warm welcome to you, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me, guest commentator, back by popular demand, Conrad Greenshields. And yeah, it's great to have your insights, obviously, on the game locally in Portugal. And we're just talking about what a difference it's made. I mean, the last couple of years has been crazy since cricket in Portugal has been shown on ECN. I think you've got a lot of fans around the world as well.
Yeah, it's been amazing. I mean, like I mentioned earlier today, ECS has been good for cricket in Portugal. It's created awareness, and not only through the men's cricket, women's cricket, the kids. We're looking at putting, cricket into the schools now. So
Yeah,
it
let's
can
talk
only get
about the
bigger.
women's cricket because you've got the Lisbon Lynxes jacket on, and how are things going with that? Because that's something that's a work in progress, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a long road. We're getting there. The Lisbon Lynxes is a new team that we established last year. They're playing against the Miranda Maidens.
Yeah.
So good camaraderie between the 2 teams, and the ladies, they're very interested and very
Yeah.
committed, and it's good.
They're very enthusiastic
Yeah.
cricket people. I mean, that's one thing that I know from my travels here. So, yeah, it's good to hear. Friendly rivalry, I'm sure.
Yeah,
but,
that's ladies, they know how to be nice to each other.
ladylike. Well, this is in the air, skews away, and it's just out of the reach. Might have got a fingertip on that, but this one almost carries to Mohammad Shan. I actually think he does get there in the end, but he doesn't get off his feet. And the result will be a fairly fortunate single for fighters.
Yep, close. Perhaps should have got there.
Yeah, this is Aman Manas who's bowling. Put out a wicket first ball. This next one is going to be given out. Well, this hits him full. The only question here for me was the angle about whether this ball was going on to hit the stumps, and the way the ball bounced off the pad suggested to me it was a bit leg side. But yeah, well, I've got to say that he might be a bit fortunate to get that decision. And then, because from bad to worse,
Just slapping each
as-
other.
as Mohammad Imran Hussain gets given out and then almost gets knocked out by the bowler. That in the end he has to go, and so
I'm not gonna say
look,
anything.
it's umpire's call. We don't know where the ball's going after it hits the pad.
He's my coach. I will back him.
I would say if you hit the ball, you don't have any problems, but fighters things go from bad to worse. 24 for 4.
Yeah, a little bit of a stumble here. Again, they haven't played since October, so they'll come back. I think they rely really heavily on their top 3, and they're showing a bit of jitters now.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, losing Balvinder from the last ECS, it's a big hole in their batting lineup as well.
Yeah.
I mean, that one does hit him in line. It's up to the umpire to make the determination about where the ball's going to go next.
Yeah, just on that, I mean, with those kind of calls, there can always be 50-50, and we see it in Test cricket, and we see it in internationals. Umpire's call, could just be clipping, and if it's given out, it's out. If it's not, it's not. You know.
Exactly. Remember, you only need 1% of the ball to hit the outside edge of the stump as well. So, yes, umpire's in the best position. And so, yeah, what's going on here? Was it the wrong batter that faced that ball? No way. What's going on here? Because, yeah, it is Jasvinder Kumar that should be facing up. What's going on here? Well, the other thing is, I think that once you've faced a ball, I don't think you can change it back, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it shouldn't happen in the first place. I suppose what I would say is that nothing really happened to that ball, so maybe they've made the decision to make the strikers correct.
Very sneaky from the non-striker to walk down to the facing end after an LV and managed to trick everyone there.
Yeah, how about that? I suppose maybe that is the right way to handle that particular situation.
Yeah, I think that's the correct call, that.
Yeah, because if there's any run scored or whatever happens on that ball, you do have to respect that ball. That probably would be the exception. And because there's no real rule that covers it, because it shouldn't happen, then I think you sometimes have to make decisions on the fly. And because that wasn't a legal ball faced, I think it made sense that to have the correct striker facing. As this is pushed away, Jasvinder, who decides against a run. But at the moment, it's been a pretty thorough performance from Brothers. It hasn't been all one-way traffic, but
barring a drop catch, they've been good in the field, been good with the ball, the bat. Good all-round performance.
Leans on this one, and yeah, that'll just be a single. So apologies for the lack of on-screen graphics. I'm sure they're sorting out that little situation. I've got the score now at 27 for 4, with one ball to go in the 5th. And so this will be the end of the over. Yeah, pretty good over that. Only 4 runs come off it. And it's 27 for 4 after 5. I think what happened is in that LBW, remember, they were going through for a leg bye, right, at the time that the appeal was made. And so that's why I think that Mazhar Javed finds himself at the striker's end, and he just never went back.
Just didn't decide to go back.
So
definitely something I'm going to try in the future.
This is why you'll only see this stuff here on the European Cricket Network. I mean, we had that situation in the Big Bash over the Australian summer, and the wrong batter faced the start of an over. And a lot of people saying, you know, no one's ever seen that before. And I think I'd seen it 7 times during the year. Just because, I mean, it's going to happen from time to time when we did 1,222 games of cricket.
Incredible.
There's a lot of cricket. And so, yeah, with that amount of quantity, you're going to see a bit of everything.
What's your favourite?
Oh, so many things. Favourite kind of weird thing that's happened?
Yeah. Got to have a few stories.
Yeah. Give me a second, I'll think of a good one. One of my favourites, as you see, Onkar Singh coming on and looking threatening with his slow mediums. And a couple of A-dot to start him off. Look, one of the catches in Germany, that's still one of my favourites. It appeared on shows all around the world. That was the one that was just kind of like scooped up from over the line. But probably the craziest thing is back in the early days of ECN, we had someone face the ball that wasn't actually in the playing 11.
No.
and how you deal with that. This is going back a couple of years now. I don't think it was even in the 13.
He just grabbed a bat and walked out.
Well, this is going to be out, and unfortunately for Kumar, he's not going to be able to stay much longer, as Brothers are on fire. Brothers in arms, and it is Onkar Singh that takes the 5th wicket. Fighters in some trouble. How much fight do they have left in them? They're 28 for 5.
Yeah, some serious trouble here for the fighters. Brothers, to be fair, have been really clinical in their bowling, their batting, their fielding, and they've put the pressure on, and you can see that in the scorecard.
Yeah, for sure. So Onkar Singh has 1 for 1. What I would say, it shows us how far we've come as well. I mean, all kinds of procedures in place now with the volume of cricket we're doing to minimise any kind of errors and make sure that everything's done quickly and efficiently. And it's thanks to our team on the ground here, the Blue Crew, as well as as Saurabh Kemming, the tournament referee, and all the match officials and the umpires, that things do run so smoothly. Thanks again to all of our production crew as well at Spring Productions. Great to have them here in Portugal, and obviously the final product is highly entertaining considering the amount of cricket which we bring to you live during the year. So
I think people tend to forget how hard everyone in their crew works. It's a lot of pressure, a lot of time away from family.
yeah, well, we do love what we do. Here's a full toss. It's baseball down to the long on fielder, which is Balwinder Singh. Yeah, of course, travelling and obviously spending a lot of time away from family and friends. Myself personally as well. We're doing as much as anybody. So the thing that does keep us going is all the great feedback that we get from everyone that lets us know that they're enjoying ECN cricket, whether you're a viewer or a player or a spectator at the ground. But this is good bowling from Onkar, who keeps it pretty simple, doesn't he? He's not a pace about his bowling, but I think his accuracy is his main weapon. Only 2 off this over. Last ball coming up. And this is hit pretty hard, but straight to Balwinder, and he doesn't hold on. Well, hands together the traditional way this time, but Balwinder takes the catch. And now Fighters are running out of time. They're running out of resources. That's the end of 6 overs, 29 for 6.
Yeah, well bowled, deserved a wicket there, so he's 2 in the over there, and Balwinder safe as houses. And the Fighters are dwindling a little bit here, and I'm sure they'll come back in the second game, but again, really happy to see Brothers come in, debut, and put in a performance like this.
Well, the supercomputer predicted 111 for the Brothers 11, but they predicted 104 for the Fighters, and let's just say that prediction's looking a bit off at the moment. Has 29 for 6 after 6.
Maybe that was for 2 innings.
Yeah, maybe. One thing I would say is that Fighters, they have won the toss and elected to bat in the last match of the day, match 4, which is coming your way in approximately half an hour's time. Looking forward to that. As we see Gagandeep Singh. It's a push and run. They might think of 2 here. Gagandeep was the man that had to do his own fielding. But they just get the 1 and they hit 30. But yeah, it's been a hard slog, hasn't it? Just the 2 boundaries in the innings, both 4s. And yeah, Fighters have just struggled to find that power.
Yeah.
I think it hurt to lose the captain, Mandeep Singh, early as well. First ball.
First ball.
Oh, trouble.
Dead.
Yeah, and he's gone. It's going to be another wicket as this is Aujla, who is the player who just played across this. And Gagandeep Singh gets a wicket. He's in on the action as well. It's 30 for 7. On this one, to me, it's about the point of impact, and that to me seemed fair enough.
Yeah.
It seems to hit him in line with off stump. Certainly going on to hit. It was just about whether he fractionally got that pad outside the line. I think it's another umpire's call one, and that one leaves the Fighters in even more trouble at 30 for 7.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty stone dead. Well bowled, and Fighters are in some trouble. They're looks like they might even get bowled out here, which is not the most ideal of starts to their tournament, but Brothers will take it. They'll be super happy. I know Sanju will be really happy. He puts a lot of pride and time and effort into the team. So, good start, and I'm happy for them.
Yeah, it's been pretty comprehensive stuff. Also, Fighters, I think, haven't done themselves too many favours with the bat, to be fair. This one comes out of the sky. Turns out to be a shin-high full toss. And it's just played down the ground for 1. So, yeah, looks like Vicky Singh, who's out there. He
Good
gets
commitment
off the
from
mark.
the
Yep.
bowler.
Yeah, this is an awkward one when you've got no one in the circle. You've got to go do your own fielding, otherwise there's a chance the batters can pinch too.
But it's nice to see, the game pretty much is dead. And he's still putting in a lot of effort and chasing and keeping it to a single.
This is driven, but there's protection in that area. And so this will just be 1. So already probably thinking about the margins, because this game has ballooned out of reach for the Fighters. They need over 4 a ball now. Last ball coming up of the 7th. Slower ball. Pretty well located. It's dragged out to deep mid wicket. And so, yeah, all 5 of the outfielders in front of the batter.
Yep.
And so eventually they will get it back in, and it'll be the end of 7, 34 for 7. It's been a bit of a clinic from the brothers. Let's see if they can double down in the last match of the day. It is match 4, starting in around about 25 minutes time, right here on the European Cricket Network. It'll be a change of innings. So fighters, they need to find something with the bat, because they are going to have to back up and bat first in the last match of the day. So they're batting consecutive innings, and they want to do a lot better than this. As well, I think Mandeep is a man that they want to go a bit longer, well, longer than one ball, that's for sure. The brothers 11, I mean, they've been good, and they'll have to do it chasing. Always a bit more pressure, I think, when you're chasing the target. And that match is coming your way, starting at 1:30 GMT, which is 3:30 in Central Europe. That's summertime, and 7 p.m. in India, right here on ECN.
Back to summer. Gotta love it.
Yep, summer's here. At least the rain stopped. Amninder Singh with the ball, but this is blasted down the ground. Good straight hit, 1 bounce, 4 runs. They need to get something together. Jagdish Singh, he just clears the front leg and deposits this one down the ground for a boundary.
Yeah, good shot, nice and straight, and gets rewarded. So 3rd boundary in the innings, he'll be happy with that. A little bit of fight in them, never give up.
Yeah, I mean, normally the team that scores more boundaries wins these matches. Not always, but quite often. As we go back to the first innings in a second. This won't get past the bowler, so it's a dot ball. I mean, they hit 6 4s and 6 6s in their innings, brothers. And so far, only 3 4s and no 6s at all. So, it gives you an idea.
Also, no rotation of the strike.
Yeah. They even had an extra ball in the second over.
Yep.
so Sundori in the chat asking about the start times. Well, the reason we can't start any earlier is because the sun's barely come up by the time we start. It's actually 8:30 a.m. Portugal time that we're starting. So I know a lot of people were coordinating their schedules with the IPL these days.
Yep.
That's always an interesting competition to watch. But at least what you can do is you can watch your 4 ECS matches before flicking over to the IPL. And a lot of cricket, if you want to watch it, around the clock action.
Yeah, Women's World Cup.
Yeah, Women's World Cup, that's really hotting up as well.
Yeah. South Africa doing well, happy to see that.
Yeah, South African
I have
World
to say
Cup.
that.
Making life hard for yourself in the 50 over stuff though. Maybe not going to qualify automatically for the men's 50 over World Cup.
Yeah, maybe that's the route to go, because we always, we shine before the World Cup and then get in there and kind of fade away. So maybe we're doing it the opposite way now.
Down the grounds, and they may think it too here. They decide against it at the last moment. It was a pretty good return.
Good throw.
Yeah, it's important to get your best fielders down the ground. That seems to be the hot spot. It just gets enough bat to get it over the bowler, but it'll just be a single. This one gets through him, and that's the end of 8 overs. Fighters are 40 for 7. So just 2 overs left in this one. Do you think the fighters can bounce back, and what would be their key to batting better? Do you think it's just the pressure of the chase that's got on top of them here, or maybe a bit of rust, obviously, first game of the new season?
I think momentum in cricket is always a big thing. So, brothers, as you mentioned earlier, with fighters, were looking at restricting them to under 100, and then that last 2 overs, the momentum swung into brothers' favour, and they've just brought it onto the field. Losing Mandeep first ball obviously doesn't help.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Here's Onkar back for a second over. Hit down the ground. This will just be one. Yeah, I think it's a really good point you make about the momentum. And they lost the momentum, didn't they, fighters, just towards the end of the first half, and then the disastrous start losing their captain. And they were at the 8 over mark. Their score for brothers was 73, and I looked at that stage, maybe they could hold them to 85, something like that. But then 19 and 19 off overs 9 and 10, and yeah,
change of momentum.
Yeah, it's one of those hard things to put your finger on momentum, but you can just sense it sometimes when a game's changing course.
They've bowled a lot better than the fighters too, so that's something they've got to work on as well.
Yeah, for sure. And in this innings, there's been 5 wides and 4 byes. Okay, I mean that's still a few more than you'd want, but the first innings there were 19 runs in wides, so just
Not going to help, is it?
yeah, a lot of ill discipline there. It's a slice up in the air. It should be a simple catch, and it's taken. So it's going to be another wicket. Jagdish Singh makes 10, and then he just slices one up in the air. It's the 8th wicket to fall. Fighters are 42 for 8.
Yep. I think petering out here, but just a point finish. Sorry for bashing you there.
It's okay.
But you mentioned 19 and 19 in the last and second to last, and then 19 extras. That's 57 runs.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, it's making a big difference. The reason I got distracted was, look who's popped into the chats, Corey Ruckers.
Oh, no.
He's saying he's at the airport, and he says, I'm coming home, Vinny. He's coming home.
That's
Yeah.
if I pick him up.
Yeah. I've got your driver next to me. Well, Corey, you'll be here tonight, I suppose, but we're here for the games tomorrow morning. Looking forward to having you back, and I hope you enjoyed your couple of weeks off.
I hear they've closed the airport, so
I'm surprised that the planes are still landing with some of the sand we had last week. But yeah, Corey will be here back in Portugal for another ECS. Quick becoming a veteran. How's Onkar Singh? 3 for 4. And he'll have one more opportunity to get a wicket as this one's down the ground for 1. And yeah, it will be a fight.
5 for on here?
Yeah, well, probably not now, because now he's just got the 1 delivery to go. He's got 3 for 5, though.
Well
Pretty,
spotted.
pretty impressive. Well, it could be, and it should be. The fielder,
No.
he's overrun this, and he's just nowhere in the end. As I think that's Gagandeep out there. And he had a very good chance for a 4 for. And let's just say, he wasn't in the drop zone by the time the ball landed, so that'll probably be a couple. This is another misjudgment of a high ball. Don't think you can really blame the wind this time. And in the end, it was probably Balwinder had a better chance to catch it.
Could
And
have been communicating to each other.
Here's the end of the over, 2 off that last ball. The score after 9 is 45 for 8. And I suppose you can have a bit of a laugh about those things when you're so far ahead in the game. Brothers have been really impressive on ECN debut.
Yep, very impressive. Good to see. It's always good to see competitive cricket and teams, new teams coming, showing their skill. So, yeah, happy to see it. Unfortunate for the fighters. They are a nice team, good team, friendly guys, good group of guys.
Yeah.
And they'll come back.
Yeah, well, I want to. As it is Mohammad Shan who starts the last over. Well, one thing we did see for Gawker 11, they bounced back after a loss and were able to kind of turn that disappointment into something useful in the second half of that doubleheader. Fighters, they just need to put this one behind them and try and put a defendable score on the board and really put the brothers under a bit of pressure. With the bat, they'll have the pressure of the chase. As we see another wicket, this time Mohammad Shan keeps it simple, gets one straight, and Manjit can't deal with it. Hits the top of middle stump, 9 wickets down, and they're down to their last batter now. Fighters are 45 for 9.
Yeah, well bowled. Top of middle, keeper takes the catch, and batter's on his way.
Yeah, this will be a good view. This is what the captain is looking at, and yeah, pretty impressive stuff. And so 9 wickets down now, 45 for 9. And this will bring Gurvinder Singh. Well, he bowled pretty well. I didn't think he expected to have to do too much batting. He comes out at number 11. With just 4 balls left in this match.
No, the fighters they'll have a chat. They'll talk about the weak points. There's also been some good points. They'll try and put that all together and come back with a bit more fight in them.
Yeah, so last chance saloon. Gurvinder. This one just gets through him as it bounces over the stumps. Always nice to see number 11 get a run or 2. So let's see if we can at least get one here. I mean, you probably never expect to bat, or very rarely, when you're batting number 11 in a T10 fixture.
Not very rare. But again, never, counter number 11 out. We saw what happened with the West Indies.
Yeah, the England against West Indies, that was something. He fouls this one onto his foot, going nowhere. So yeah, the score pretty much grounded as well. We had a 4 in the first over, a 4 in the second over. They were actually back-to-back deliveries. Apart from that, we had a 4 off the first ball, the 8th. Apart from that, no boundaries. It's all about the wickets that have been lost along the way, limiting the kind of calibre of batters they have at the crease. And they're going to fall well short here, the Fighters. 10 points for the swing, 0 points for the result. As they'll have one more chance to get a run. Govinda, who, to be fair, it's not his fault that they're in this situation. I did like his bowling. Although, yeah, Kate lost the plot a little bit at the end, but had a good first over. They only conceded 3. And here is the last ball of match 3. Well, this is going nowhere. It's the forwards ramp, and Shan takes the catch. He'll finish with 3 for 3, about as simple as it gets. And Fighters, they're bowled out off the last ball of their innings for 45. Pretty comprehensive victory for Brothers 11 Portugal on debut. They score 111, and in reply, it's Fighters only 45. Talk me through this one, Conrad.
Yeah, I think he set himself up for the ramp, and Sean followed him, put it further outside off and caught him unaware, and he's just popped it straight back to him. Good performance from the Brothers. They can be happy with that. Back to the drawing board for the Fighters.
Yeah.
But like I mentioned, they'll come back.
Yeah, well, they sure will. Let's have a look at the reply. And, Fighters, they were pretty heavily reliant on their top order. And they were out there. Parvinder and Mandeep were the ones that opened the innings. And that one just sneaking away from the fielder. But then Mandeep, he was out first ball. And that was really a bad sign of what was to come. That one just snuck away from the keeper. Pardeep, who had an interesting time out there. And then Mazzaparia went soon after. And this is really symptomatic of what happened to the top order as they were blown away. And, well, if it wasn't for the stumps, they might have had a couple more runs. That would have been the end of Tyrone.
Yep.
And even the magic spray might have been insufficient to deal with that injury. And then Shan, for the most part, he kept it straight. He hit the stumps, and Brothers 11 Portugal ended up doing this in a canter.
Yeah, Brothers were clinical. They did really well. Normally when a team pulls into the ECS for their first game, there might be a few jitters, some nerves, but they didn't show that at all. They came out, they put the runs on the board, and then came onto the field and backed it up with some good bowling, some good catching. Yeah.
And that's the one.
All-round good performance.
That was the LBW that was given. A 50-50 call. And Imran Hussain also almost getting knocked out by the celebration. And well, it's good to see the Brothers 11 out there enjoying themselves, and sure that they were desperate to make a good impression on ECN. And Fighters, well, it's a long way back. Of course, they made it all the way to the final last time. It was the Brothers, though, lifting themselves up as they were able to defend this fairly easily. Something a bit comical at the end, as that ball seemed to defy gravity a bit longer than the fielder expected. And then Shan finishing things off in the last over. And it was a fairly meek return catch that finished this one off. But you can't really blame Govinda. But you would say the Fighters, what you can say is they at least have the opportunity to turn things around. They can still, let their cricket do the talking in the last match of the day, match 4, which is coming up in around about 10 minutes right here on ECN. It'll be the Fighters batting first, and they'll have to bat a lot better if they're going to challenge Brothers. And I'll certainly think that, in particular, Mandeep Singh, the captain, he'll be keen to prove a point. And I think some of the top order batters who failed in that last game, it's a great opportunity for them to go out and turn things around.
Yeah, the top order has to take some ownership there and admit that they've failed the batting side there. But Mandeep, first ball, he'll come out, he's going to back himself. He can hit a long ball, so don't count them out just yet. But again, Brothers, better team today so far, and they'll be happy and walk in. Again, we were talking about momentum, and they're going to take that momentum into the second game, so it should be interesting.
Yeah, that's right. So you can see that no one past 12, so they weren't really getting going at all. And plenty of good bowling figures. How about Mohammad Shan, 3 for 3? Got to admit, I liked Onkar Singh, though. He could have had a fourth wicket, 3 for 7 of his 2 overs. Mohammad Shan also coming up with a double wicket maiden in the 10th. And well, by then, they were really running out of batting. But yeah, quite a few bowlers getting amongst the wickets. So yeah, I liked what I saw from the brothers there. And you can see also Manpreet chipping in with 2 for 11. So pretty comprehensive performance. Conrad, if you're happy, you'll stay with us for one more game today. The second leg of the doubleheader between brothers and fighters just around the corner. So join us shortly. We'll see if the fighters are going to get some fighting revenge. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Conrad Greenshields. Hope you're having a great day. Returning to ECS action. We'll be back more shortly with more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Portugal. It's time for the last match of the day. We certainly have had some interesting contests, haven't we? And we've got the return battle now between Fighters CC and Brothers Live in Portugal. Let's go over to the coin toss with the tournament referee, Sir Rob Kemming, who's with the two captains.
It's called. It is hits. Not that first.
So this time it is Fighters CC that win the toss, and they've elected to bat first, so we'll have a different order of innings. Particularly, I love the battle of Balvinder Singh, the cross-handed bandit, playing for Brothers 11 against the team that he represented and took all the way to the final last year in the ECS, but also Mandeep Singh, their captain, the Fighters captain. I think he is a player to watch. And look, we've seen a few interesting characters emerging. Let's see who breaks out here in match 4 with the news from the toss that Fighters CC, they've won the toss, they're batting first. Let's get ready for the first ball of the last game of the day.
3 games in, and it's time for match 4. And I think it's Fighters CC. They'll be really disappointed. They were bowled out for just 45 in their last game, and they'll want to put their foot down in the first half of this game because they are continuing with the bat. Look, I'm not sure if that's a good thing or not. Maybe it is, because it gives them a chance to kind of set the record straight quickly rather than have to bat second under a little bit more pressure. And in particular, I think Mandeep Singh is one man that they'll want a bit more out of, especially because that batting lineup for Fighters is lacking Balvinder, who you see in the opposition. Cross-handed bandit made 40, not out in the first half of match 3, and he's certainly one we always like to see. But it's all about the bowling, wasn't it? In the second half of that match 3, we saw 3 wickets for Mohammad Shan, 3 wickets for Onkar Singh, 2 for Manpreet Singh, and 1 each for Aman Manas and Gangadeep Singh. But they were able to keep things really, really quiet. In the end, Fighters were bowled out off the last ball. They're allotted 10 overs for just 45. So 66 runs the margin in the third match of the day. But now we are into the second leg of the double header, match 4. And once again, joining me for the rest of the day is Conrad Greenshields. And Conrad, yeah, Fighters, they'll be out to kind of certainly show what they can do with the bat. I don't think that last game was a very good indication of what they're capable of.
Yeah, they'll be willing and keen to set the record straight, and they'll come out here. It's a different situation now, setting the score, so might be a little bit less pressure on them. They'll know what they did wrong in the first knock, and they'll be hoping to put on a competitive score. And you know, who knows? We might have 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, we had it earlier today, didn't we, with Gorka 11 and Marlow. As we get ready for match 4, Manpreet Singh is the bowler. And this one is going to be out first ball, is it? Well, he just hangs it out, and the catch has been claimed. There certainly seems to be no real doubt from the fielding side, as this one got big on Javed. Let's have a look and see if the replay tells us the story. He just hangs the bat out. He almost tries to withdraw at the last moment. And yeah, that's taken. I mean, that's about as out as it gets. And, well, it's just a bit of a nothing shot. He was in maybe more than 2 minds, Javed, but he's going to have to go. Very first ball. Disappointment for the Fighters as they lose an 11th wicket in quick time, and it's none for 1.
I don't think he can believe what's just happened. He stood there in shock and he doesn't want to go, but has to. Good catch. Good start from Brothers. We were talking about momentum, you know. It's not much of a gap between the games. The Brothers would have walked out more confident and started off with a bang.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing. You talk about momentum. I mean, all the momentum is with Brothers heading through that last innings where they racked up 10 wickets pretty quickly. A bit of a team change. Sanjeev Sanju is 12th man, so the captaincy in this game goes to Balvinder Singh. And once again, we'll have Pardeep Nunglu behind the stumps, but what a dream start that is for Manpreet. And, well, that's about as bad as it gets when you're asked to open the batting. And obviously, there's a bit of extra pressure, but Nazar Javed has to go very first ball. Jasvinder Kumar comes out at number 3. Wow, this one whistles past the outside edge of his bat. You know, look, credit to the Fighters. They changed their order a little bit. I mean, I don't know exactly what the thinking is behind it. I mean, someone like Paravinda, who opened last time, he's yet to appear in the top 3. So maybe changing things. But also, I mean, when it's gone wrong, I would have thought the top order batters would have been pretty keen to go out there and have another opportunity rather than be replaced.
Yeah, I was mentioning that the top order had to take a bit of ownership and come out with a bit more fight in them. But yeah, changing the order, which has obviously been chatted about in the dugout, and unfortunately didn't work. So
Yeah, I
back
think
in the hut.
Yeah, you don't have too much time to plan as well. You just have about 10 minutes between matches. And now, see, Mandeep, he'll be pretty relieved to get off the mark after he went for a golden duck, so he'll know exactly how Jarvid feels. Russell Jarvid going first ball of the innings. Yeah, so all they need is someone to get going, build a bit of a partnership, get up to that kind of 90 or 100, something acceptable, and then they can try and turn the pressure back on Brothers. This next one, getting some good bounce, isn't he, at the moment? Manpreet is just getting a bit out of this surface. One thing we haven't seen Brothers Lev Portugal do is bat under pressure and bat with the pressure of a target. I know Alvinder's a pretty experienced campaigner at this level and even higher than this level now, but be a good chance to put some of their other batters to the test. As this one is just blocked back, and a pretty good first over from the Brothers, who are in their second innings of the day, looking every bit as impressive as in their first. After one over, it's 2 for 1.
Yeah, good start from the Brothers. A little bit of a strange start to the batting side of things. They don't look very... Well, it looks like they're not trying to attack any one of the balls. I think what happened there, out of the 6 balls, about 4 of them they try to guide down. One straight into the slip's hands. So Mandeep needs to step up and lead by example here and start taking the bowlers on.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, you have to almost fight fire with fire, don't you? You can't go into your shell here and be too conservative either. You've just got to hope that someone comes off for you. Here's Diraj Minas, ready to bowl over number 2, although I don't think the batter's ready. I think Mandeep just saying, look, he's ready to bowl. Just need a bit of shush from you guys. I think that's what the discussion is about. And so I'm not actually quite sure what this is about. I mean, us hasn't bowled a ball yet. So
Not happy about something.
yeah.
Maybe the loss of the wicket has upset him.
Yeah. Well, let's have a look. We'll be facing up now. Exactly, with Jaswinder Kumar. He was dug in and just worked away with the hip for 1. That's why we've got to get these players mic'd up so we can understand what is happening. But yeah, he's pretty animated with the bowl. I mean, he pulled out late.
I think what's happened is the bowler is starting his run up from behind the umpire, and he's saying, he's not happy about it. But I mean,
He's entitled to do so.
Yeah, you see.
Yeah, I see what you're saying there. Yeah, I mean, you just have to be ready. This
Just
is the thing.
Face up.
Yeah. I don't think that's the bowler's natural run. I mean, not a bad tactic, really. But at some moment he appears, and when he appears, you have to be ready.
Yeah.
So, the other thing is that I think the bowler's waiting until the batter's ready. Slightly unusual angle. He goes after this, and he's seen enough now, and this one's going to go all the way. Maximal! Mandeep gets his revenge. He says, well, if you're going to appear out of nowhere, I'm going to make the ball disappear. And that's 6 runs to the Fighters, and that's their first Maximo of the afternoon.
Yeah, that's always the best way to do the talking. Let the bat do the talking, and the rest comes later. But good response, like it. And yeah, like I mentioned, Mandeep is key to the order here, so he'll be happy with that. Good start so far.
And there's the next one. Not quite the same contact, but he will get a single. Yeah, it's funny. You were right on top of that, Conrad. And yeah, it's expert comments from, I think I can call you a local now. It's been long enough.
Portugal is home, so yeah.
Well, I know you have ambitions now qualifying for the national team. Maybe you can let us know how that's going. We see this one played and missed outside the off stump. How's that going? And how early do you think we can see you in Portuguese colours?
Yeah, it's definitely moving forward. It's all about, unfortunately, COVID had a lot to do with it in South Africa, needing certain paperwork, but this year should be the year for it. hopefully up there in the qualifiers and a few tours planned, and then the ECL or the ECC. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Got to get selected first.
Yeah, well, that's true. As we get to the end of the second over, pretty good one from Minas. He does get hit for the first 6 of the day for the brothers. And the score now is 11 for 1 after 2 overs. Yeah, it must be a real exciting time to think that you could be playing international cricket this year.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Portugal is, we've got a good squad together. Good, we're getting the structure right, and we're looking forward to it. We're going to be working really hard and hopefully come out guns blazing.
Yeah, I mean, brothers, unless they get absolutely smashed here, they're a very, very good chance of finishing at the top of the table at the end of the first day anyway. And this guy's been really good, Manpreet. And yeah, a lot of pressure on Mandeep, I think, especially as that first innings went off the rails for Fighters CC. He's hit a good 6, but yeah, looking a little bit dangerously. He's going to have to deal with this over from Manpreet, who got him in the first innings.
He's looking a little bit rusty. Footwork's not really there.
He pulls this one and goes on contact. So they will get a single here.
I think that's something they lacked in the first innings too. Not every ball needs to go to the boundary, but you can still, work a scoreboard with singles and twos and push the fielders a bit harder. So that's something they could work on.
Yeah, it's a really good observation. It's had nothing ticking at all. And no real foot movement there from Jasvinder, who flashes this one outside the off stump. Yeah, I mean, a few questions about, what's going on with this batting performance from Fighters, but I think a lot of it is to do with the fact that they haven't played a lot of cricket, and there's obviously practice facilities difficult to come by in Portugal, and there's nothing like match practice anyway. And you can go from bad to worse. As match, you can find yourself in a bit of a hole. Just have a look at this. And the keeper, Nunglu, when the ball comes back, I think it actually hits the base and bounces over. And we actually hits the pitch and bounces over. We've actually seen balls hit the base, bounce over the stumps when the scores were tied once off the very last ball. As this one is straight up in the air. Well, the bowler calls for it, and now it's going to be caught. He's called out of it, and, well, he was the last person I thought was going to catch that. Ninda, he came from the third row, and he ends up taking the catch. He's the man in form. And so Jasvinder ends up going for 2 of 10. Ninda takes his second catch. He's the man with the hot hands.
And literally 5 people running
and
into
the keeper, he was fading into the background as well. Nunglu didn't want a bar of it, and Ninda ends up taking the catch. And that's the second wicket to fall. It's 12 for 2.
Yeah, good catch in the end. Shows you the value of calling for the ball, but managed to keep hold of it. And yeah, Fighters in trouble. Yeah, their batting performance, like you mentioned, practice out of match practice is always good to have match practice. They do use the facilities here, but perhaps nerves. They look like they may be more nervous than brothers.
Yeah, it's a funny one, isn't it? Considering they did make the final, went all the way to the final 2 last time. But yeah, it's just a rusty start, I think is probably what I'd call it. But anyway, moving along. And he's going to send back his captain, who would have been stone cold dead if this hits. And that was a chance to get rid of Mandeep. End of the third over, it's 12 for 2.
Definitely some nerves, especially you can see that. That's the worst thing you want to do is run out your captain because you're going to cop a spray after the game.
Yeah.
But, luckily for him, it's
Mandeep's already fired up, isn't he? Yeah. So he would have had Deepaman Samparia in his crosshairs. Anyway, he does survive, but it's been pretty quiet early. Just 12 in the power play. What a good performance, though, from Manpreet Singh. His 2 overs, he takes 2 for 3. It's just a great way to pick up where they left off.
Yeah, definitely looking the stronger side here. It's never over until the 10th over is bowled, but, and still no Parvinder, the lefty.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's maybe an injury or they're just holding him back a little bit, but a lot of pressure on Mandeep here.
Here's a man that took 3 wickets in the last game. Yeah, it's Mohammad Shan to bowl over number 4. yeah, you say the fighter's looking a bit jumpy, but there's been no sign of nerves from Brothers 11. They've been brilliant so far.
Maybe the dark horses of the group.
Yeah, I mean, cricket's a confidence game, isn't it? And they're playing like a team with confidence at the moment. And that's what a big win, a 66-run win will do for you.
Helps their net run rate.
Yeah, well, it certainly does. Plus 6.6 after one game. That's really good going. He goes after this and absolutely nails it. Mansaburia. Well, he survives the skirmish in the last over, but this one he just leans back and whacks it over mid-wicket. Maximo 6 to fighters.
Yeah, that's more like it. Hung back in the crease a little bit, dropped short, and he's put it away. Wasn't that short, to be fair. Just a really good shot and cleared the boundary by quite a bit. Maybe that will kickstart off the innings. You know, they're only 2 down. It's not over yet, and they've got the 2 batsmen at the crease that are able to accelerate.
That's right. I mean, they just need a partnership. It's something they couldn't do in that last game. And so, comeback ball. Oh, it's a slower delivery. I don't know if there's a little nick on this, but because it's a slower ball, it doesn't carry to the keeper at any rate. It's a good comeback from Shan.
Did he get a little tickle on that?
Yeah, well, judging by the reaction, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think maybe a little one, but that's the problem, the keeper. He's just not in a position to catch that going forwards because of the lack of pace. It's always good to know what bowler's going to bowl. Something we don't do in cricket, and it surprises me.
Talking about like a catcher.
Yeah, in baseball, it's actually
communication.
It's funny because it's kind of a parallel universe, and the catcher will actually instruct the bowler or the pitcher what to do, and then we'll be expecting it. So in cricket, if that was the case, if I was saying to the bowler, okay, if I was the keeper, I'd say, okay, bowl a slow ball, and I'm standing probably 2 metres closer.
Yep.
And it's just something that we don't see that much in cricket. To me, it makes sense. You also, even if it's not nicked, you're saving yourself taking the ball in the second bounce, which is an awkward take. This one is going to be caught. That's an unbelievable catch as he runs back. And Minas picks this one up from behind him. Well, he must have eyes in the back of his head because that one had gone, but he still plucked it. And how about that? And Mandeep cannot take a trick. He's the 3rd wicket to fall, 20 for 3. But a classic catch here in Portugal.
That is an absolute snorter. Running in, misjudged. Oh, and he's grabbed it. And then takes the cap off while he's falling
He catches
over.
the ball in one hand, the cap in the other. And I still don't understand how you can catch something that you can't see. Just I want to look at the actual moment that he catches this. Just have a look at this from Minas. When he catches it, he's lost the ball there. So there's no way that he can see that, but he puts the hand up of hope, the Statue of Liberty play. And just when you thought the fighters were getting away, the brothers come right back, 20 for 3, and even sticks the landing. What about that for a bit of fielding?
Yeah, great fielding. Catch the ball right-handed, catch your cap left-handed, roll over, and send the skipper on his way. Yeah, poor old Mandeep. He's, I think that's twice caught on a pull now, so maybe he needs to rethink that shot. But
it did seem it was getting over the field, though, didn't it?
Yeah.
When your luck's out, your luck's out. And so that leaves them precariously placed. Sandori's calling it catch of the tournament already. We're only on day 1. Last ball of the over. It won't be because that'll be a wide down the leg side. And I tell you, who's happy about that is Mohammed Shan, who got whacked for a 6 earlier in the over. But that's ancient history now as Minas has backed him up, taken a blinder.
yeah, that was a great catch. Again, yeah, catch of the tournament, but I'm sure there'll be more.
Yeah, we have seen some pretty good one-handers here in Portugal. Yeah, left-hander causing a few problems for Shan. He hasn't made the adjustment. This is Parvinder Singh, who's coming in at 5. He was opening last time, but couldn't really get himself going. Ended up trying to lift the rate and losing his wicket. He made 12 off 14 with just 1 boundary in match 3. He's got an important role to play as they're not quite at run-a-ball pace at the moment.
Yeah, the left-hand, right-hand combination is always a good one. That's why it's nice to have that at the top. So it's weird he's coming down at 5. A bold, slower ball.
So in the end, Shan does take the big wicket of Mandeep. He finishes with 1 for 10 off that over. 4 overs down. It is 22 for 3. Very, very warm welcome to you. If you're just joining us, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me, guest commentator today, special guest, Conrad Greenshields, who is talking a little bit about Portuguese cricket as well, the fact that you've got ambitions to play for the national team this year. Once that qualification criteria is met, that's really exciting. But I think it's just great to be here in Portugal. And the weather's been kind to us as well, Conrad, today.
Yeah, the weather's been on side, and we were a bit worried about it, but it looks like we should be good. And always nice to be here out in the field playing cricket, doing what we love, and good to be here with you.
Yeah, it's great for us to have the opportunity to see one or few of these players as well. As Amir Zaib comes on. Is there a little nick here? There is. And so it's another wicket down. And things are falling apart once again for the fighters. As Deepu Mansur-Perea, well, he whacked one out of the ground, but he just gets a little further on this. It's immediate success for Amir Zaib. As the fighters lose a fourth, it's 22 for 4.
Yeah, the wheels are coming off here for the fighters, unfortunately. They look really, really rusty. So maybe, they'll go back home tonight, have a chat, and then come back and fight a little bit harder. But, brothers, don't take anything away from them. They've been clinical, and they've done superbly.
Yeah, nice little catch behind the stumps from Nunglu. That's a confidence build-up for him as well. But, yeah, I mean, things going from bad to worse, aren't they, for the fighters? They just need to find a way to get to something defendable. Well, Graham Holmes, you're saying in the chat, he'd like to keep you on comms all week. He's enjoying your insights. Well, Conrad might pinch you once or twice before the week's out. I know you'll be quite busy on the field when Group B action starts, but nice to hear that feedback that Graham's enjoying your commentary, and so am I, of course. And hello to Louis Bruce, who's also watching. He was playing in the ECL for the Calpe Giants. Good young player. Saw him in the night series as well. So let's see if we get some sort of counter-attack from the fighters. And now it's going to be Vicky Singh, or Ravinder. In this case, it's Vicky, who is off the mark now. But, I mean, even more responsibility now on Parvinder, who's only faced the one ball. But you'll say that with over half the overs to go, he has to stick around and try and get something going for the fighters.
He has to bat through the innings here. It's imperative that he stays there.
It's a pretty good shot. And it's a lot of work for the fielder. Overruns it in the end and looks back in a confused fashion. Mandeep Singh.
Bit of spin.
Well, that's Amninder out there, who's been moved out from slip. I mean, the first thing you'd say was really well struck. A confidence builder for Parvinder. But, this will happen. He actually goes too far with this one. And the spin does him at the end. So
the spin got him there.
Fighters will take him however they can get him.
Yep. Good shot through the covers there from Parvinder. Like I mentioned, he's key to this innings now. He has to bat the innings if there any hope of getting a decent score. We didn't see much from the middle order in the first innings.
Yeah, so just a few running repairs on Parvinder. Nothing wrong with that kind of contact. Yeah, you've got to be brave here. Brave but not stupid. As this is short and it's just out of the reach of the man in the circle. They'll just get one. So I think it's about being selectively aggressive at this stage. You don't want to be going after absolutely everything. We've seen brothers, they bowl a lot of balls that hit the stumps. So if you're totally crazy, going after everything and you don't get your shot selection right, you just make the problem worse. But yeah, from here, if you can somehow get 10 and over, you still get to about 80. Oh, this could be trouble. And he's gone. He's just caught on the crease there. And Vicky's going to have to go. Camera 1 and camera 6. And so, yeah, fighters, they're going to lose another wicket. And just when you thought they had a counter-attack, they lose another wicket. We'll have a look at this on the replay. Seemed like a pretty good shout live. Yeah, I think that's out. Hits him about the knee roll. And look, he's pretty much hit on the crease as well. I think there's no doubt about that. And so that's fifth wicket down. Fighters have lost 15 wickets now for 73 today. It has not been a good day at the office with the bat. And in this game, in match 4, they're 28 for 5.
No, not good at all. It's a little bit disappointing, but again, take nothing away from brothers. They've been really good. The bowling has been spot on. Maybe a few things to work on in the field, but other than that, they've been a revelation, really.
Yeah, once again, it's bowling balls that are hitting the stumps. It's asking questions of the batting team, and they're questions that they haven't really been able to answer sufficiently so far. And so, yeah, I know that's a lot of people talking about the fielding. And one thing I would say is this field is a bit more difficult to field on than Kartama. But I still think it's probably better than average. But, I mean, we know that it's not always easy. But still, you want to put yourself in the best position. Onkar Singh is coming on to bowl. He's another one that bowled really well. In match 3, took 3 wickets for 7. Could have had a 4th as well. So, yeah, there's no let up from the brothers.
No, they're putting their foot on the throat here, and obviously, you know, want to clean fighters up here and walk away with 2 victories on top of the table.
Goes after this, but he might have found the fielder. No, it gets over him. I think Aminda was keen, but he doesn't get near it in the end. Jagdish Singh goes maximal, and fighters fighting on despite losing 5 wickets. That's a pretty good shot from Jagdish. He's deep in his crease and makes good contact.
Yeah, good shot. Timed it perfectly and cleared the boundary. Good shot for first ball in the innings, and he'll be happy with that. Maybe that kickstarts something.
Now he's knocked over off a full toss, and it's going to be a 6 and out situation. And wow, that goes from bad to worse. This is one that Jagdish, he was probably thinking how far he was going to hit it. And yeah, it was about a knee-high full toss. We'll get a sense of the height here. Yeah, just below the knee roll, bounces off the pads onto the stumps. And fighters, well, every time they think they get away, they find a way to lose a wicket, sometimes creatively so. Jagdish 6 off 2, but he's gone. He's 35 for 6.
Yeah, unfortunately, put a hex on him there and missed the full straight one. It happens to the best of us.
Yeah, it's a bit unlucky. I mean, bouncing off the legs onto the stumps, but it's been that kind of a day for fighters, hasn't it? And how about the bowling of Onkar Singh? Takes a 4th wicket for the afternoon. And again, that one that wasn't even on the stumps. It ends up finding the stumps. Whereas Pinder Aujla is the new batter. Can he stick around? He just plays this one out. Well, could have been a chance for a run out.
2.
Yeah.
What a run.
Well, now they will take 2. And probably at this stage, you don't mind having the new batter on strike, even though you give away a run. Aujla will take 2 and be happy with it. He's off the mark.
Forward defence for 2.
Yeah, I don't mind that even if you give away an overthrow because of how the new batter has to face up again. If you can get a 7th wicket here, that's huge. I mean, we've got Parvinder there, but he's running out of partners at the moment. He just keeps this one out. So, yeah, I like Onkar Singh. I think he's steady, isn't he? And he's just trying to bowl with control. Sometimes that's more important than pace.
Consistent.
I do wonder if one of the batters gets in against him, he will become a bit predictable, though. This is going to be swinging a bit too far. And it'll be a wide outside the off stump. There's Buck Stoneman. We'll see a few Stomans in this series, won't we, Conrad?
Yeah, we have the Stomans in Oadish. We pinched them from Coimbra Knights, so happy to have them with us. And
yeah. Mentioned a slightly new look side that you'll be fielding next week. This one actually swings, I think, and a bit of an appeal. This will take us to the end of the 6th over. It's 38 for 6. Yeah, this one just wobbles a bit, straightens down the line.
off the bat.
Yeah, off the bat, so probably isn't going to be out. And so 38 for 6. I'm just going to go back to the last game with fighters. After 6 overs, they were 29 for 6. So yeah, losing 6 wickets in the first 6 overs. It's going to put a lot of pressure on your bottom order, especially with the run rate not being particularly good. It's a shade above a run a ball this time. But I mean, the one thing that you could say, if they can still find a way to get 10 and over from here, you know, we've seen those scores kind of defended. That makes 78. So it's certainly not off the table, but you feel that Parvinder has to go and go big. He's facing Aman Manas here. This one goes straight through in between the body and the stumps for a dot.
I like the bowling here at Parvinder. He's opening that left leg, wanting to go over the offside, and they're attacking his body, and he's not adjusting well. I think they're just a little bit rusty. You see his legs opening up, and he's not got any room there. Good bowling. And we'll see again.
Yeah, left-handers just creating extras today. Via watches this one go for a wide.
What was the prediction for the score of the first game? 104, and I said it was going to be 2 knocks.
Oh, this is a pretty good shot. Has found the fielder though, and eventually he's able to make the stop. Yeah, so far today they've made 84. So
20 to go.
look, things can change very quickly though. It's just brothers just not letting them breathe at all in this first innings. And is this one
Off the shoulder.
Yeah, this seemed to be above the bat.
Yeah.
I think there's a bit of an appeal for caught behind.
Interesting pose there.
Yeah, and, I think this one, if we slow this down a little bit, you can see that's just above the bat. Maybe this will be a good shot. Yeah, flicks the shirt just above the elbow. That's really good umpiring to get that right. Because there would have been a bit of a sound, and the bowler seemed convinced, but I think when he looks at the replay, we'll see that there was no bat in that at all.
No, good decision. Malik's a very experienced campaigner umpire. He's the head umpire here in the domestic league, so very reliable.
Good to see him do his thing again. Well, this somehow misses the stumps. I thought for a second it was going to crash into off, but it just misses. Yeah, it's full and
Quite a varnish.
Yeah, does not miss by a lot at all. Just have a look at this. He's lucky to be there. Back to live action. And next ball is called wide. And yeah, Malik, good to see him out there. And yeah, good umpiring team you've put together for this series. This one just moves a little bit outside the line. So
He's wearing binder. I have to come back to that.
he's on the walk now, but I was like, can't score here. Yeah, fighters. They look a shadow of the team that went all the way to within reach of the trophy last time we were here. Slower ball. This one will be called a wide. Yeah, I mean, one thing you would say, well, it is early, I suppose. So they'll have some time to try and get something going.
Yeah, first day. It's a long week, so like I mentioned, they'll go back. They'll come back. Do they play tomorrow? I'm not sure, but when they do come back, it will be. I have no doubt they'll try and put a better performance in.
Yeah, well, funny that you mentioned that because we're about to show you what's coming up tomorrow. As we get to the end of the over, it's 42 for 6. And we do have day 2 tomorrow, and we will see fighters. It's not going to get a lot easier for them because they've got Marlow tomorrow afternoon. And that's after we get to see the Indian Royals for the first time against Gawker 11, who did come back with a win in match 2. They split their series against Marlow. The Royals will have a tough one first up, as will the fighters in the afternoon. That means Brothers 11, they get the day off tomorrow. It all starts again tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. GMT. It's 9:30 in Central Europe. It's 1 p.m. in India for 4 more matches of the FanCode European Cricket Series. And your fighters, I think they'll have to go back and they'll have a good look at this performance and be kind of picking apart where they can go a bit better. This is edged, and this is taken as well. Well, that's a really good catch low down by the keeper, Pardeep Nunglu. He's had a bit of a mixed bag, but this is a very good catch low to his right.
Yeah, good catch, well bowled, and a little bit of catching practice, opening the face, and well taken, low to his right, good movement, yeah.
I tell you what he does well here is he's not wrong-footed. You see, he's pretty much stable, and then he can actually move to his right. We've seen some keepers starting very wide today, and they probably would have struggled to take that catch because they would have had to change direction and change their momentum. But that's a really nice bit of wicket keeping from Nunglu as he removes another fighter. 43 for 7 now, and Ojla has to go for 3 off 8. Just going back to the final series last year, as the fighters end up scoring 129, chasing 134. They only lost that final by 4 runs. I didn't realise it was actually that close.
And I think they left 4 singles in that final over.
It was a funny one at the end of that game because, yeah, I think the last ball went for a 6, so it made it even closer. They ended up going, so it wasn't quite a last ball game, but the fact there was only 4 runs between those teams was pretty interesting. The last over went wide, dot 6, dot, dot, dot 6, and they turned, you're right, they turned down some singles there.
Shot.
Yeah, this is smashed away, and well, Parvinder's trying to bat them to a competitive score. This is a little bit short from Diraj Minas, and it gets the treatment Maximo. And for the first time today, the fighters hit 50.
Yeah, good shot from Parvinder in the slot, short, and managed to put that away. So, like I mentioned earlier, he's key to them getting to any kind of competitive score. We saw brothers make 111, so you want to be looking at about 70 at least from here to give yourself a shot.
Yeah, and then maybe you get some early wickets and turn the blowtorch onto brothers, because they need to get the momentum back from somewhere. This one is knocked down in the infield. It's pretty well done, just to keep it to 1. Yeah, because that's your best case scenario from here, is that particularly Parvinder might be able to still go at that kind of 10 and over pace, maybe something like 75, and then from there some early wickets, and you can turn the tables. Talked about cricket being a momentum game today. This one shoots through a little bit.
Bit of a promotion for Govinda here.
Yeah, that's right. Well, he's up at number 9. And we saw him make a really entertaining 4-ball duck in the first match between these two. Finished with, I think he was thinking about lapping it, ends up kind of like bunting it back to the bowler. But he's got to find a way to do something here. Last ball of the over. And, well, this one, is it being caught? Well, actually, I think he's dropped it. So, yeah, I mean, the umpire was quick to give it, but to be fair to the keeper, Pradeep Nunglu, who never claims this, and this was a chance to get an 8th wicket. I'll slow it down for you a little bit here. Little feather, and that time, he just let it get away. He seemed to get it, but when he fell, he just couldn't find a way to hold on to the ball.
Yeah, a little bit similar to what happened on earlier today. Not in control, and good honesty from the keeper.
And Buck Stoneman just quickly gives it out and quickly panics because the ball's on the ground. Well, you can't really blame the umpire too much for that. The main thing is that the right decision is made, and so it's 51 for 7 after 8. Yeah, he just kind of fell awkwardly there, didn't he? Yeah, I think it's a bit different because I don't think he ever quite holds that for as long, and he was in the process of falling. So, well, 51 for 7, 2 overs to go. Now we say it all happens in the 9th. Parvinder, I should say, he has to do something and do it pretty quick. As he's just going to get 1 here. He's not interested in the 2, but that's also good fielding by Gaggandeep Singh coming in off the boundary, hustling in. He was pretty aware that they wanted to only concede 1, and they get another crack at Govinda.
Yeah, that's important for brothers. I think Parvinder needs to face as many balls of the last 2 overs as possible. So Govinda's got to look for a single here. Oh, just take 4.
Yeah, well, this'll do. He's going to get his first boundary of the day. You're going to need a little bit of luck if you're going to come back from this situation. And fighters, you reach 56. Not in convincing fashion, but I'll take them. They're trying to put together a score. And yeah, a bit of luck there. Shan, who didn't go for too many at all in the last game, he's gone for 15 off his 8 deliveries so far. A few people having a go at Buck for giving that out, but it's just one of those things. Remember, it's a long day for the umpires, and it's not even a mistake because he makes the right decision in the end. So
yeah, corrected it. Nothing happened. So
it did look like the keeper had that swallowed up, didn't he? But this is low. This might have been a catch, you know. I think this comes back on the full. We'll have to check it out. When it was low and Shan had to move to his left. He did well to move as quickly as he did. I'm not sure if it's on the full or not. I'll do our best to show you. Yeah, I think that's on the full.
Yep.
And so, it would have been a blind up, but we have seen some good ones taken. Yeah, off the bottom of the bat. Missed opportunity. And this next one's hit, and a bit of work for Gaggandeep Singh. And now they are going to push for 2. Yeah, the bowler not in great position there behind the stumps, and that does allow them to scramble through for a couple.
Yeah, that's something we've noticed is quite often the bowlers don't get back behind the stumps. It's a crucial thing to do because that could have stopped that second run, new batter in.
Yeah.
Oh, he had plenty of time too, so...
And I think, if you can get any wickets at this stage, it puts more pressure on Parvinder, the set bat. Now he's going walkabout. And he'll go over the offside, but he might have found the fielder. And once again, we see that ball misjudged in that side of the ground. Ends up going all the way over the fielder and going over the rope too. 4 runs.
Yeah, benefit of the doubt. I'm going to be friendly here and say maybe the sun. It's at that right height, but again, he got into position. You do see them running in quite a bit.
Yeah, I think that's just a misjudgment off the bat.
Yeah.
And I think that you feel like, you're going to have to come in. It's going to drop short, but in the end, it's the opposite. Last ball, the over. As this is flicked away and knocked down. And they probably just want 1 here, I think, but they are going to come for 2. And, well, this could have been run out. It would have been a disaster. I don't think it's smart cricket, but they do get a couple. Scrambling for every run possible at the end of 9 overs. It's 65 for 7.
Yeah, I don't think they're counting balls here. It was important that Parvinder faced that last over. Again, not sliding the bat, you see.
Yeah, little basics.
Yeah.
Little basics at the moment. And so, yeah, I mean, within touching distance of that 75 that I talked about, that might be defendable. But you're going to have to bowl and field really well. You're going to have to get some of the big fish early. But, they're already 20 more than they scored last time. And again, chasing. We haven't seen brothers put under that kind of pressure yet. It looks like Balvinder Singh, who's going to bowl. Well, he's leading the side in this game, so he takes the opportunity to give himself a bowl.
Yeah, you got to love a skipper who's going to give himself a turn, right?
That's because Sanju Sanju is his 12th man, the regular captain.
Backing himself, so good on him, and let's see if he can back it up.
All right, last overtime. That's a pretty good shot. They're going to have to run on the hit. He's probably going to be run out here, and he is, but still, it's pretty unselfish from Govinda, who batted pretty well while he was there, promoted from number 11. He will be run out. And what it does do, it gives the strike back to Parvinder. You see, he goes on the hit, but yeah, it's good fielding. Hit the ball in a kind of awkward spot because he's in front of the stumps. That's just because in his follow through, it took him to that side of the pitch. But yeah, it did well to get there. And you're right, probably a slightly indirect route taken by the batter as he ran off the pitch and ran himself out. It's 65 for 8.
Yeah, it's strange. The pitch must have an aura about it because no one runs straight down the side of the pitch. It seems to be running angles, and we saw a lot of it last week and throughout the ECL.
Yeah,
bats digging in, and
it's a habit when you're used to playing on turf surfaces that you can't really run on the pitch. Maybe the sides, but Dean Jones will tell you, as Corey will tell you as well. Run straight as you can, shortest distance until someone tells you otherwise. Now this next one from the batter, Parvinder, will get away to the boundary. It's slashed away, so he did get the strike back and he makes the most of it. And he takes them up to 69 with 4 balls remaining.
Yeah, that's important. He'll take it however it comes. In the scorebook it's 4, so important for them. And yeah, it's good that he's on strike and see if he can take advantage of Balvinder.
2 big blows here, 80 plus.
Yeah.
This game's not over at all.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, 1, 2, 3 quick wickets in the power play. Pressure's on, and they haven't been put under pressure with chasing, so never over.
No, I never call games too early in the first innings because we have seen some big turnarounds, and now he's round the wicket. And really has a go at it. This is going to fly away. It's going to be 4 more. Again, it's not the best effort from Ahmed Khan, who offers the boot. All he can do is boot it across the line. 4 more runs to the fighters. Coming home with a wet sail here, Conrad.
Yeah, definitely not a fan of fielding the ball with your foot. Wrong sport if that's what you want to do. That's costly. You never know. You could lose by 2 runs and you'll look back at that and think, should have done better.
I've got to say, good stuff by Govinda, who sacrificed himself to run himself out and give the strike to Parvinder, who's moved to 31 not out, batting at number 5. And really half of these runs I put down to Govinda, and the fact that he was able to at least change the strike. 3 to come. Dug out. Now you got to go hard here as well.
got to go 2.
This is where you start blowing. Good throw might have him in trouble. And he's going to get home. Not the most powerful arm from the outfield. That's good running, smart cricket from the fighters.
Yep. Parvinder is putting his hand up, taking some responsibility here and getting his team to a competitive total.
Yeah.
Direct hit and it's gone. Not sliding the bat.
Didn't slide his bat either. Well, they're hustling. 75 now. Can they get up to 80? I mean, that would look really good from where they were. Hits this well, but straight at the fielder. And so he's going to go for 31, but still very good contribution from Parvinder Singh. And yeah, he'll be kicking himself here because if he gets that past the fielder, it probably goes to the boundary, but he picks him out. Yeah, the catch was taken, and that will be the 9th will get to fall with 1 ball remaining at 75 for 9.
Yeah, good catch. Didn't get underneath it as much as he wanted to, and but yeah, like you mentioned, good knock. Got his team to a competitive total, and yeah, they kind of swung the momentum. But you know, if they get bowled out here,
yeah, I mean,
brothers are going to fancy themselves.
He's top scored in both innings, Parvinder. Only 12 in the first match that he played, and then it's 33 off 16 this time. And so number 11 comes out. It's Mohammad Imran Hussain, who will be on strike. Last ball. And not make any contact. And there'll be a run out. So once again, they will be bowled out off the very last ball. And this time for 75. So it's more than the 45 they made in the first match. And look, it could be the 5th team to get bowled out and win a game. It's happened occasionally. But, I mean, it's going to be tough going, isn't it, for the fighters? At least they have something to bowl at. And so, a pretty good effort from the brothers as well. As Balvinder, pretty serviceable over that he bowls there. Takes 1 for 10, also creates a couple of run-outs. And the fighters end up with 75 on the board. So last innings just around the corner. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. And it was a pretty interesting start to the innings. Mazhar Javed, we didn't know if he was coming or going, but then he was going as he found a way to deflect that to slip. He couldn't believe it.
In pause.
He was treated for shock at the local hospital. But apart from that, we saw some frustration from Balvinder in the field. He is the standing captain for Brothers 11 Portugal in this game. And this one was just a case of Amninder wanting it more as he called off everybody, including the keeper and the bowler, to hold that. And once again, it was just a case of too many wickets lost. They lost 6 in the first 6 overs, did the fighters. And from there, it was always going to be a long way to a competitive total. But how about that catch from Diraj Minas? Incredible play and the kind of thing we've come to expect in the ECS.
Yeah, absolute ripper there. And yeah, they just continued taking wickets. And, you know, wickets slow the momentum. Parvinder was key to that, but the rest, you know, not much from the rest of the lineup. And brothers, you know, they've bowled really well.
They have. And Onkar Singh, he's one of the players who I've liked during this afternoon's plays. Just steady. He went 6 and out there, though. And he's a bit embarrassed, I think. It's the full toss, bouncing off the pad of Jagdish and onto the stumps. There were a few near misses as well. Yeah, brothers, all things considered, I think they'll be pretty happy with the result. That was a nice catch taken low down by Nanglu, who got close to another one as well that we'll see in a second. But throughout it all, it was Parvinder with the counter-attack. This is the one that looked like it was taken, but it just popped out at the last moment, fooling everyone. The Buck said, you're out, and actually, on further review, changing my decision, fair enough too. And well, the batter stuck around. And then, yeah, some good scramble in the last couple of overs, gets them up to this 75. They were helped by a couple of fielding errors as well. But considering they were 7 wickets down going to the last couple of overs, they were still able to scramble 24. And although Parvinder ended up falling on his sword for 33, he does have them up to something to bowl at, 75 on the board for Fighters CC.
Yep, good performance from the brothers and a good fight back from Fighters to put something on the board. And they'll want to come in and bring the momentum on the ball and put brothers under pressure.
Yeah, just 2 players reaching double figures. It was the captain Mandeep Singh, who ended up getting caught for 11 with that one-handed hang-up from Minas. Apart from that, Parvinder, without him, they would have been in some serious trouble. His 33 off 16 balls. So a pretty good knock under pressure, batting a bit lower, coming in at number 5, 4 fours and a 6 as he struck at better than 200. With the bowling, Manpreet Singh's been outstanding, 2 for 3 off his 2 overs early on, got the fighters on the ropes. Apart from that, Aman Manas with 2 for 11 off his 2, and the wickets shared around. In fact, all 6 bowlers taking wickets during this innings, so a pretty good team effort. Now, we'll see if Brothers can finish off and chase under pressure. They'll need 76 for victory when we return in just a few minutes' time for the final innings of the day here on ECN. Thanks for sticking with us. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Conrad Greenshields. Hope you're enjoying the day. Come back for one last time. It will be the Brothers, hoping to make it a sweep of the Fighters when we return. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to the FanCode European Cricket Series. Vinny Sandu here for ECN with you with the last innings of the day about to get underway, and it's Brothers 11 Portugal on ECN debut this afternoon. They certainly have been impressive after they were able to knock over the Fighters for 45 all out in match 3. This time, Fighters fighting on to a few more than that, but still they did lose all 10 wickets along the way, on the way to a score of 75. So Brothers 11 Portugal picking up 20 wickets on their first day of ECN action. You don't see that very often. Now they'll have to do it with the bat. 76 will be the target as they hope to sweep the Fighters, a team that came second in the last ECS when we were here back in the tournament, which finished on the 10th of September 2021. So it's great to be back here and great to have this man beside me who's done a great job stepping in for Corey today as we wait for him to arrive from the Spanish National High Performance Camp. And he'll be here tonight. It's Conrad Greenshields, and Conrad, it's all set up, and the Brothers, if they're good enough, they can make a very strong statement to the rest of this Group A field. They need 76 to win.
Yeah, it's a good surprise, nice surprise, good to see. It just makes it more interesting for the group, and yeah, they'll be backing themselves to chase this. They've got the order, so is that the bandit that's opening? I might be wrong, but yeah, they'll push themselves to chase it down and you know, finish on top of the standings for the first day.
Yeah, well, this is where I suppose when you're captain, you can back yourself where you like, but I don't think we've got the cross-handed bandit out there just yet. Well, Aman Manas, who is facing up, and at the other end we'll have Amninder Singh. So sticking with the same batting order, it's Mundy with the ball. This first one's a top edge though. It's hanging in there a long time. Fielder's going a long way. Well, that's in behind the back territory. If you remember the catch, it was taken here well back in September. That was a hairy moment for Manas. We saw a first ball wicket in the first innings, almost one of the first ball, the second innings as well. And he gets pretty close to this. He doesn't get off his feet though. And so
Got to put that down as a chance, unfortunately.
yeah, I mean,
Got to take everything
you don't
that
know
comes your way.
Yeah, you don't know if you don't try.
Yeah,
I mean, that's the
exactly.
thing. He may not have held it anyway, but we'll never know. And so now it will be Amninder Singh who's on strike. Extra fielder on the leg side now. So they've got 5 on the off, 4 on the leg. As Mandeep the captain comes in. This one's short as well. And this one will fall safely as well. Yeah, rolling the dice. Don't know about that with these fairly shortish boundaries, but Mandeep Singh getting away with it, but not picking up the wicket that he wanted.
No, obviously trying to bowl a little bit short, so he's moved the man across, so feeling that he can pick up a wicket there, but lucky to get away with that ball.
Bit short as well. This time the batter's all over it like a rash, and this one is going, and it's gone. Maximo Manas has impressed me with his range of stroke play. We've seen him hit some nice straight hits, and he pounces on this short ball. It wasn't that short, but he certainly made it look that way as it disappeared over the leg side for 6.
Yeah, good shot from Manas. He batted nicely in the first innings, and yeah, at that pace, it's easy pickings for his skill, and Mandeep's got to rethink his strategy here, I think.
Mandeep's probably thinking, I've got the deep square back, I've got the deep mid-wicket back, so I've got some protection, but they need to be a lot further back if they're going to be of any use. As this time, yeah, this is a kind of a deep, wide, long on more than a mid-wicket, really. So there's no one really straight down the ground at all. So maybe that's telegraphing the length he's going to bowl, but still, a pretty bright start for the Brothers. Look, the way to defend these totals, normally it's based on having a pretty tight start. So if you're defending 75, if you can keep them down to you know, about a dozen in the power play, maybe have the batters batting with an abundance of caution. It pushes that rate up. This one's fairly straight, but turned away on the leg side by Amninder for a single. But yeah, I think that 6 relieves the pressure in the first over. They've already got enough off this first over. They can be a little bit cautious now to Mandeep.
Yeah, don't have to take too many risks now for the last ball. But also, you know, you mentioned the size of the boundaries, and there's also hitting with the wind, so
yeah,
easy pickings. Just got to push it up a little bit, challenge him on the front foot. Better.
Yeah, pretty well bowled, but also smart decision making from Manas, who survives. And at the end of the first over, Brothers 11, Portugal 10 for no loss. It's always exciting when we get to see new teams on ECN, and so yeah, no exception today. But, we're seeing Brothers make their ECN debut, but they're a team, like you said, they finished 7th out of the 9 teams in the Portuguese league last year. And yeah, that league has expanded over the last few years. We saw Friendship CC and Fighters CC for the first time last year. That's an interesting story in itself. But yeah, no, it's really good for everyone watching that's interested in the growth of European cricket and Portuguese cricket in particular. That good things are happening.
Yeah, the growth has been amazing. We've got another 4 teams joining the league this year, so up to 17 throughout the country, and I think it's going to keep growing.
Yeah, well, we certainly hope so. And here's a man that had a first innings to forget, Amir Zaib, who's out off the first ball. And he almost takes a wicket off first ball. In fact, he has. It's a little edge. And so Amnenda's going to have to go. Immediate success for the bustler. And so Javid, he's trying to bring some life to this defence for the fighters. Zenix behind. Nice catch as well by Manjit behind the stumps. You see they're just a little feather edge. The keeper just reacts, takes it right in front of the eyeballs. And so just like that, it's all over for Amninda, who's got to go for 2. And it's 10 for 1.
Yeah, good start for Javid. He'll be happy with that. We did mention 1, 2, 3 wickets, puts pressure on. We didn't see the middle order of Brothers either, so, they haven't been tested. So roll through the top order here and the game changes a little bit.
Yeah, it sure does. But, here's one man you're going to have to get through to have any chance, and it's Balwinder Singh, the cross-handed bandit. But, yeah, it's a different prospect when you're chasing, I think. Balwinder's pretty experienced campaigner, so I think he'll just bat the way he normally does. He's fairly aggressive. He almost engineered a chase of 134 when he's playing for the Fighters last year in the final against Marlow. So here, a lot less required. He comes in with 66 more runs needed if they're to close out their day with the second win and cement their place at the top of the table. He goes after it straight away. This slices up in the air, but it's going to run all the way to the boundary. And so Balwinder living dangerously, but that's the way he plays. And he gets off the mark. Cuatro carreras.
Yeah, good shot over cover there. No one there, so safe shot. Get any good piece of it, and it's going to the boundary. Yeah, like you mentioned, he's not going to change his game. He's going to go hard at it.
He does hit the ball pretty strongly in that direction, doesn't he? With that unorthodox grip. You see the way his hands are. Unorthodox way around. And this one's edged and dropped.
Crucial.
Yeah, and this is...
That's big.
Manjit behind the stumps. And this one might have bounced into his face. And again, sometimes the keepers are a bit closer than you'd expect, just because the occasional one keeps low on these pitches. You see how he's moving to his left, has to react, and that bounces up into his neck or his chin. And yeah, that's it. It's got to be a tough thing if your head's moving right to left. You'll get a good view of it here. You see, he's moving to left, fairly stable though, to be fair, when the ball's nicked. But again,
that's a dolly.
There's a skill to not panicking when the ball's nicked. This is hard to describe because it looks very simple there. There's hardly any deflection. But when you hear that click as a keeper, something happens and you can just tense up a little bit. I think that's what happens to Manjit there. He puts down Balwinder on just 4. And it doesn't matter because the very next ball he's knocked over. And if at first you don't succeed, try again. And so it is a big turnaround for Amir Zaib, who says, never mind, I'll do it unassisted. And he knocks over the cross-hander. And he's going to have to go, after scoring 4, getting dropped, then getting knocked over. It's 14 for 2.
Yeah, good comeback for Javid there. A little bit of a jag back off the seam there and clatters into the middle stump. And that's a big wicket. That's big.
Yeah, well, the most relieved man in Portugal right now is Manjit Singh, because in the end, it is completely inconsequential that he dropped Balwinder, who has to go. And look, credit to the bowler there, who gets it just right. I mean, good line, good length, maybe a little bit of sideways movement. Had Balwinder playing all around that. And that is probably the area I would say I'd attack the stumps with that unusual grip and unusual bat plane. Particularly football deliveries, I think it's got to be a little bit difficult. As we see Pardeep Nunglu, the keeper, who's coming in at number 4. And yeah, don't put this one in the book just yet for the brothers. I mean, they're going to have to chase for the first time on televised cricket. And at the moment, some early staggers at 14 for 2.
Yep, that's like we said, that's a big wicket, and they haven't chased, like you said. We didn't see much of the middle order, so they haven't had a knock either.
Yeah, 2 right. There's Nunglu pushes and runs off the first ball that he faces. Yeah, they only lost 2 wickets in that previous game. And so, yeah, definitely puts them under a bit of pressure. See how they deal with it. And yeah, Brothers 11 batted first, of course, in that game. And it's pretty much only the top 3 that we saw. Gagandeep Singh came in at number 4, only faced 4 balls. So now we see Nunglu getting about for the first time. He's off the mark. And at the other end, Manas is still a pretty steady influence, but I'm sure he'll be feeling the pressure ramped up a little bit on him as he's lost his captain Balvinder Singh early on. We're still not quite at the end of the second over. Last ball of it coming up now. Javid's got 2 for 5 this over. And this is played away. And he's sent back. Well, he has to hustle back in the end. And that's probably just a case of Pardeep Nunglu knowing his limitations, because I think that Manas was keen to take the single and keep the strike. But I think Nunglu said, well, I'm not quite as quick as you are. And he sends him back. You see, Nunglu's looking for it. And then he realises pretty quickly he's probably not going to make it. So that's probably a good call by the non-striker in the end. He survives. And after 2 overs, it's 15 for 2.
Yep. Like you mentioned earlier, have a good power play for the fighters. It puts pressure on the brothers. And looks like Nanglu's not going to be taking that many quick singles. So attack his area and see if you can work from one end, if anything. Yeah,
I think so. I mean, 10 off the first over, just 5 off the second, and 2 wickets for Javid. Just shows you.
I'd be bringing the field in here for Nunglu.
Yeah, don't let him get away too early.
Yeah.
It's Deepu Mansuparia that will be the bowler. As this is slashed away. Well, that's got a bit on it, and it's going to get over the infield. It's probably going to run away for 4, and it does. That was Pinder Aujla who was chasing it. And so Nunglu showing a good eye. He said, you can bring the field in. I'm just going to slash over the top. He gave this everything, didn't he? And he gets another 4 runs for the brothers.
Yeah, rather fortunate, but it's in the book as 4. So, again, a little bit too much width, a little bit too wide. Lets him free the arms. So maybe bring it into the stumps. Attack his stumps and, yeah. Yeah,
I mean, he gets a fair bit of wood on that, doesn't he? And this is the last over of the power play. So just the 2 outfielders at the moment. It's a better ball from Mansuparia. Pitches up and Nanglu gets it down the ground for 1. So, yeah. I mean, just a good steadying partnership will do brothers the world of good and just bring that target down little by little. If you get that 1 boundary and over, you're pretty much almost guaranteed to stay ahead of the rate. Yeah, Manas liked his work so far. Carefully just prods this into the offside. A bit of respect there for Mansuparia, who's a pretty seasoned performer that we've seen before on ECN, and he's a key player for the fighters, isn't he, with the bat and the ball?
Yeah, got a lot of experience. He is one of the senior figures in the side, so he'll be expected to perform. I've always wondered, you know, when there's a low score, you see a lot more forward defensives, and it kind of puts pressure. You should just play a normal game, and there we go.
Yeah, well, there's no forward defence about this. This might have been held back slightly by Deepu, but he's removed Manas, and so, wow, big moment in the game as well, as Aman has to go for just 8. It's 20 for 3, and the fighters, maybe they believe they can get something out of this afternoon, as they're on track to defend 75. You see, they just plays all around that. Probably the frustration of you know, the scoring being slow. That one maybe keeps a little bit lower than he thinks. That's always the risk, though, cross-batting the ball on the stumps. 20 for 3.
Yeah, he's picked the line. He hasn't really picked the length, and you know, unfortunately, head in there, up in the skies. And again, we've said it quite a few times. How many bowls have we seen today? You know, hit the stumps, they miss, you hit.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Pressure on the brothers here, because now we're going to start seeing a little bit of their middle order and see what they have in the tank.
Yeah, well, this is where you find out what you're made of. At this level as well. The pressure of the chase, and all eyes are on you. And it's going to be Mandip Singh, who is going to come out at number 5. Again, the rate's not really an issue at the moment. It's the fact they've lost 3 early wickets. This one is out as well. He's just prodded this back. He just jumped a little bit on him, and Deepu is on a hat trick just like that. And the collapse is on. Brothers, shoes on the other foot now. It's 20 for 4.
Yeah, good bowling. We said he was key to the team, and he's been on the stumps. He's bowled really well. Like you said, on a hat trick. Nice, calm, good cake.
A bit of TC about this. Too careful. And
the keep.
Yeah, I think is that a wipeout from Manjit behind the stumps? Well, here we go. Takes it, and then he's off. He's excited. How excited is he? Well, he just pulls it back.
Saved it.
Yeah, don't worry. That's why the cameras are on you all the time. And right now, we've got a hat-trick opportunity. How about this from Deepu Mansaparia, who follows up the good over from Amir Zaib? Well, he took 2 for 5 in the second over. Right now, Deepu Mansaparia has taken 2 for 5 in the third, and he's not finished yet. He's going to have a hat-trick ball, and it'll be Gagandeep Singh, who is facing. Hat-trick opportunity here in Portugal. Oh, and he plays all around this one.
Appealing.
What an over that is, and what a power play. Way to bring it back after there were 10 off the first, just 5 off the second, 5 off the third, losing 2 wickets in each of the second and third overs as well. And at the end of 3, it's 20 for 4, and game on, Conrad.
Yeah, enjoying this. So, yeah, 2 overs in the power play, 4 wickets. That's huge. And then, yeah, pressure on the 2 new batsmen. I still think they've got to put pressure on Nanglu. It's try and make him stand and deliver, but don't give him any singles. I think, if the captain's smart, yeah, put pressure, but you do want to protect the runs too.
Yeah, looks like they're bringing back Mandeep as well, who did bowl the first over. Yeah, I wonder about changing the bowler at this stage. I mean, Amir Zaib did take 2 for 5 in the second, and Mansaparia took 2 for 5 in the third. I'd probably go all out on them at the moment because they're bowling with confidence. Instead, Mandeep comes on. He bowls a short one down the leg side, goes for 4. Again, the momentum changing. He's been a little bit short, I think, so far in this innings. And this is a well-executed hook shot from the right-hander Pardeep Nanglu.
Yeah, that's a throw-down short ball. So, yeah, I have to agree with you. Why change what's working, So he obviously wants to take responsibility and get involved in the game, but you can't be starting it over like that.
I think when bowlers are bowling with confidence, and look, sometimes there's strategically a reason to hold them back, but I think that with only 75 on the board, you don't want to be holding too much back because they might never get another opportunity. And when they do come back, the kind of feeling in the game, the kind of mojo might have changed.
Yeah.
And so now just trying to sneak through one from Mandeep here. This has gone straight, but it's not really timed. It should just be the one. They are going to come back for 2. That's pretty good running, actually, as Vicky Singh does the fielding. The only other thing I could think is maybe they preconceived for the bowling order to be Mandeep, Javed and Mansaparia, and maybe they'll bowl overs 4, 5 and 6. But
I think you've got to be adaptable to the match situation, and you've got them on the ropes, and you've got to go in for the kill.
Yeah. Because the fact that Nanglu gets a couple away here, or even Gagandeep Singh, when they do face those other bowlers, they just approach them with a bit more confidence, I think, than when they're so early in their innings. I mean, imagine what a 5th and 6th wicket can do right now. This one will be a wide, just swings away past the batter.
Yeah, he's just not bowled well at all today, to be fair. He's a great guy. Not trying to be too harsh, but you've got to, like I mentioned, read the match situation and take advantage of your bowlers that are doing well for you.
Oh, this one, is this off the pad or off the bat? I mean, it's going to carry most of the way to the boundary. I'll get one here. And this must have been off the bat. I mean, I was ready to go up for LBW. They're a long way away. You see, it was like a little kind of leading edge, flew away in the slip region. Pretty good fielding though to get down. That's how to do it, isn't it? Getting down. That's Pinder Alja, who
much better than a foot.
Much better than a foot. He saves 3 runs for his team right there. more work to do on the offside. Yeah, so this over has gone for 9 now. And yeah, you just feel in such a small chase that it's kind of let brothers in. But it'll be interesting to see who we get next, because now they can pretty much choose Mansaparia or Mazajavid. Who would you go for next? They both took 2 for 5.
I'd go for Mansapiera.
Yeah.
He's
Oh, this one just a bit of a tease up for the bowler. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean, he's bowled more recently. Then the negative of that is then if you bring Jarvid back in the 6th, it's 4 overs since he's bowled, or at least 3 overs since he's bowled. So again, he's just cooled down, lost a bit of his energy as we get to the end of the 4th over, and the score is 31 for 4. Very, very warm welcome to you, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Great to have your company. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Conrad Greenshields filling in for me today. Thanks once again for joining us in the commentary box. Corey Ruckers, he will be here tomorrow because he's arriving from the Spanish high performance camp that he's been running. Hopefully they had slightly better weather there today. Hello to Rico as well, who I know is watching from Spain, and enjoy your holidays, Rico. You certainly deserve them. We've already done something like 200 matches this year already.
Crazy.
So it is crazy how quickly it stacks up. So thanks for your support of the European Cricket Network. Let's get back to the action. And they have gone back for Jarvid straight away, as this is deflected away and they run on contact. Yeah, quite often when both batters are on the same page, regardless of the actual running speed, the fact that they make up the decision goes straight away often gets you home for that single.
Yep, that's true. You got to put the fielders under pressure. It's something that works really well, and it's part of the game. You know, everyone sees T10 and then thinks it's all about boundaries, but running in between the wickets is important too.
Yeah, it's true. Here's Jarvid. Yeah, well bowled, and actually gets through the keeper as well, but they don't get a run. And this is what I'm talking about. I mean, Jarvid and Mansaparia both took 2 wickets for 5 runs in their overs, and they were eligible to bowl the 4th. And they just seem to be bowling with a bit more confidence. They're bossing it at the moment.
Yeah, he's running in really nicely. A little bit of heat behind him, and 2 for 6 in 1.3 overs. It's we were talking about momentum, and when Mandeep brought himself on, it's that kind of change the momentum with pressure on the batters and pressure on the bowler.
This one swings across the line, and no contact here. Bit of a loose shot there.
Yeah, much better line, length, and score creeping up a little bit. And would you bring Mansapiera back on next over?
Yeah, for sure.
Yep.
For sure I would. I mean, you just got to try and get the brothers in as big a hole as possible, and that takes a bit of pressure off the other bowlers when they're still to come. You want to throw everything at them as early as possible, I think, in a chase like this, and then trust that the other bowlers will be able to make the most out of that situation.
Yep.
And also, you know, if you can have the batters in that kind of negative mindset against bowlers that have been effective, then you're just pushing up the pressure on them when they face the other bowlers, because they'll need more. They'll need more and over, and it forces them to take more risks against the other bowlers. So, yeah, very interesting match, this one.
Already the run rate creeping up, 8.2.
Yeah. Yeah, digs this one in. Effort ball. And so another dot. Sananglu, 15 off 10. Played some nice shots, but Songa missed it a couple. And that one just inside the tram line when it passes the popping crease. Good umpiring. Umpires have been very good today, I have to say.
Yep. Always a hard job, and it's probably the most criticised position in cricket.
Yeah, it sure is. Just 2 off this over from Jarvid. Here's the last ball of it. Oh. This one gets through everyone as well, and including the keeper. I wonder what the signal is here, as it certainly reached the keeper on the full, and no signal at all. So there must have been a little edge on that. We'll have a look at it here. So this is an opportunity, and once again the keeper, well, he's got no excuse now. He's moving that way. Yeah, I'm not so sure that it... Oh, no, now I get the leg by signal. So it must have maybe just hit the back arm, yeah. As it won't be a run. So that's the end of the 5th over. It's 33 for 4. To give you an idea, 2 overs of Mandeep Singh have gone for 20. The other 3 overs have gone for just 13.
Yeah.
So at the halfway point, they're right in this, the fighters. And here is Deepu Mansaparia. He will come back for his second. And yeah, certainly you feel a precipitous kind of change in mindset against these bowlers that have been performing well, taking wickets and keeping the runs down. But it'll be interesting after this over. There'll be 4 left, and we'll see exactly where the run rate is. And they'll have to use a 4th and 5th bowler because they've only used 3 bowlers so far in the first 6. This is in the air, but there's protection down at deep point, just a single.
Yeah, and if you remember the first game, Govinder Singh bowled really nicely too. He wasn't the easiest to get away, and that was against the top order.
Yeah, and that's right. And he was a bit wayward at the end, but they probably earmarked him to bowl 2 of the last 4. It was just a matter of
You've got to find
who else they use.
Yeah.
He goes after this, and he hits it pretty well. I can tell from the reaction that this one was boundary bound. In fact, it's gone over the boundary. Maximo 6 to Nunglu. That's a breer for the first time. Just straying slightly onto the pads. And that was dispatched away nicely for 6.
Yeah, good shot in the slots, and you still got to put it away, and he did well there. Like you mentioned, just straying a little bit touch onto the pads.
Yeah, it wasn't actually as leg side as I thought. He probably takes that off middle and off. Yeah, Seis Carreras. And they'll have to go find that one in the bushes. That was a real pressure reliever. Mansaparia is coming on the 6th. He bowled the 3rd, and it was on a hat-trick at the end. Went within a whisker. Troy also saying that Conrad Greenshields gets his stamp of approval as a commentator. Well, you can add that to your list of jobs.
Thank you, Troy.
Including chauffeur, I believe, for Corey tonight.
Yeah, right? Well, I mean, if someone can put it in the comments better than Corey, I'll take that with, frame it when I pick him up at the airport, and we can have a nice chat on the way back.
This is going to be 4 more. It's edged away, and it's not cut off in the circle. So Nunglu gets away. The first time, it was certainly honours to the batter. That time, a bit of a false shot, but still has the desired result. 4 more runs to Brothers.
Yeah, close. Not really a chance, but you've got to put your body on the line. He tried.
Wasn't a bad effort at all from Ojla. But yeah, once it gets in the outfield, just the nature of this ground, it's kind of like an upside-down bowl shape, right? So the middle is elevated. Once it leaves the circle, it's normally downhill to the boundary. As that rate's now back under control, 7.15 required and over. As this is in the air, it needs to be stopped. It is. Yeah, fielding's super important. We talk about it all the time. Yeah, so this gets Gagandeep Singh back on strike, who's been reasonably quiet. He hasn't had too much of the strike. He's 3 off 6, but Mansaparia will want to grab a wicket or 2. Again, 2 wickets right now will make things look pretty good for the fighters. But remember, they will need some new bowling options after this ball from Deepu. Edged and doesn't carry, and it eats up the fielder. And once again, we see an opportunity, well, half an opportunity missed. In the end, luckily they had the outfielder there. So it's only a single. That's the end of 6 overs. It's 47 for 4.
Game's on a knife edge here, Vinny. 1 more wicket, changes, puts pressure, and look at that,
Yeah, they've been excellent. I mean, Mansaparia, that over ends up going for 14. 6 in the 4 in the middle, and no dot balls. So, yeah, second over, not quite living up to the standard he set in the first. One of those 4s was a bit of an edge, you'd have to say. So, yeah, now it's interesting. Do you...
New bowler?
Yeah, I mean, you probably hold Govinda back for 8 and 10.
Yeah.
But, I mean, the problem is, if it goes wrong before that, then you might not get to a 10th. So I would have been tempted probably to use him here 7 and 9 and try someone else in 8 and 10. They have decided to go for Parvinder. He's having a pretty good game. Scored 33 with the bat. And this one just swings in, and it swings out of the ground. Maximo! And that brings up the 50 for Brothers. This is right into the hitting arc of the batter, Gagandeep Singh. Nice fielding by Mars, who found it eventually. Yeah, he just made the most of that angle, didn't he? And he swatted that one away for 6.
Yeah, it's that angle, left arm around. It's pretty much going to be angling into your stumps or on your pads, and it's easy pickings, that.
Now he goes again in that area. This one will fall safely. This is a bit of fortune this time. It was an uncontrolled hook shot. The result's a single.
yeah, kind of relieves the pressure there. Now it's just to run a ball. They don't have to take any risks. You know, we'll see. But like we said, wicket always changes the game.
This one's more of a straight pull. I think he was just a little bit late on that. Yeah, you got to wonder, especially if I'm bowling now, and I'm sure Parvinder, he's got his reasons he wants to bowl around the wicket, but I think it's playing into the game plan of Guggendeep, who
100%.
seems to enjoy just kind of whipping it to the leg side and try and create another angle across the right-hander. This one was played more carefully. I suppose that's the other thing. They've already got the big 6 off the over, and you don't need to take unnecessary risks. I mean, I think a lot's going to be on Guravinder, who's going to bowl the next over, and potentially one at the end. He has to be really good and accurate. Well, this is asking for trouble.
Nah.
It's short, and it crashes into the sign. Maximal! Another 6. He played the last one carefully, but there's nothing too careful about this. It was a Gundy ball. It was short, and Parvinder not having as much fun with the ball. Well executed hook shot, though. 6 more runs.
Yeah, again, it's that angle, and he hasn't really got the field set for it. Nothing behind square. So a good shot, hang back a little bit, and just help it on its way.
This is the problem with not bowling Guravinder in the 7th. This one goes the foot method behind the stumps. It'll be called a wide. Yeah, just a couple of times in the game where, yeah, just bowler selection, I suppose. Something to think about. I mean, hindsight's always 20/20 with these things, and captaincy is not easy. And you're always taking kind of calculated risks. There's pros and cons to pretty much every decision you make on a cricket field. Oh, this one goes straight over the stumps. Oh, called wide.
Can you not glove that?
Yeah, I thought maybe something on there. Malik's all over it, though. If this does miss the line of leg stump, it should be a wide. Let's try and work out where it goes. Yeah, I mean, hard to tell from that angle exactly when it goes past the stump. So wide's called. And you'll have to re-bowl this one. Just 13 required now. And this is a French cut for 4 more. So everything coming up, Brothers, at the moment. Brothers in arms, and not a convincing way to move into the 20s, but he does nonetheless. And that over goes magical for the Brothers as they take 20 off the 7th. Breaks the game wide open, is 67 for 4.
Yeah, that's a big over. And when it's going your way, it's going your way.
Let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow, and here's more Group A action, which we have in the first 5 days here in Portugal. Indian Royals will get to hit the park for the first time. They're taking on Gorka 11 in the morning session, and in the afternoon, the Fighters will be back to take on defending champions Marlow. You can join us again for 4 more games of T10 cricket starting tomorrow, 7:30 AM GMT. It's 9:30 Central European Summertime, and it's 1 PM in India. Join us for more exciting ECS action. And Jasvinder is the man that gets over number 8. And he has immediate success, and he knocks over the batter, Nanglu. I was a little bit surprised not to see Guravinder. But they did bring on Jasvinder, and he did the job. It was full, it was straight, and with 9 required, maybe there's a twist in this game yet.
Not over yet, Finney. That's, again, around the wicket, but it works for him. Yorked and crashing into leg stump.
Yeah, it's just a good nut first up. Probably want to work on not running straight in front of the umpire, though, because even Buck couldn't give that one out. But, yeah, it's a handy wicket. I mean, 67 for 5. I think obviously lower order players, coming in, there's only a handful required, but they'll be a little bit nervous. Here's Jiraj Minas, who came up with probably the moment of the day, a one-handed catch earlier in this match at mid-wicket to remove the Fighters skipper.
Got to put pressure on the new batch here. Bring 1 or 2 fielders in. Always harder to go straight away. Don't give him a single.
This one will be a dot ball, and it does your confidence a world of good when you hit the pegs first ball. Now you get a look at a new batter, Minas. Now it's all just about surviving. How deep can you take this game if you're the Fighters? He just loses this one down the leg side. It'll be called a wide, just missing the line of the pads. There's just a few to play with now. 8 runs required. Need 2 quick wickets. Ideally this over. Yeah, so you see certainly slight change in mindset now. They're a bit conscious of losing a wicket. You can understand that when they're so close to the target. Still plenty of time remaining. 15 balls remain in this match.
Yeah, 8 runs or 15. Can understand Guggendeep there. No risks.
This one has him reaching, will be called a wide. It's just outside the line. So 7 required now.
A lot closer game, second game.
Yeah. Well, just imagine if they'd scored the kind of 85 or 90. Could be a completely different story. It's a pretty nice looking drive. And they may push for 2 here. And they get a bobble. So they will get it fairly easily. And the only saving grace there for Vicky Singh is it doesn't roll to the boundary, because whatever it hit, it slowed it down enough and it didn't make it to the rope in the end. That's a proper Tortuga. It's good to have the Tortuga back, the tortoise. Have a look at this. He thinks he's got this covered, and he had a bit of a surprise, as this next one is going to be big trouble. In fact, it's going to be game, set, match. They never get out of the 8th in the end. 5 wides to finish it off. And the brothers, 11 Portugal, they sweep the series. They end up doing this with 14 balls to spare. A very good entry to ECN cricket for them. Disappointment for the fighters. I think there's some promising signs there, but they just weren't consistent enough, didn't play well enough to get any points on the board. In the end, they had some hairy moments along the road to this target, but they do it fairly comfortably in the end.
Yeah, well done to the brothers. That's a good day. First out on the ECS. Great debut. And yeah, fighters, you know, unfortunately that's not the performance they were looking for, as they were finalists last time out. But you know, they'll come back. I mean, there is progression, and
Yeah.
we'll see more of them, I'm sure.
We'll see them tomorrow afternoon against Marlow. That'll be a really good test of where they're at. That's a rematch of last year's final, of course. And before that, we'll have the Indian Royals versus Gawker 11. So if you are leaving us, make sure that you join us tomorrow from 7:30 a.m. GMT. It's 9:30 in Central Europe and 1 p.m. in India for more ECS action from Portugal. Great to be back on the park. And it was the last innings of the day. And we saw the first innings, just 75 on the board for fighters. So brothers 11 Portugal. Their first day of ECN cricket, they needed 76 for victory. And they ended up doing it fairly easily as we roll the highlights. And with 10 overs to play, we thought it might be anybody's game, but they needed to have a good start. They didn't really, as Mandeep went for 10 in the first over. But then the wicket started to tumble. Imran Zaib, he turned things around after he copped the golden in the first innings. And then Balvinder Singh, this was big moments in the game. He hit his first ball for 4. Next ball, he was dropped behind, and you thought that might cost him the fighters. That's Balvinder. He was upset then. He was even more upset a ball later as Jarvid got one to come back the other way, knocked over the furniture. And with those 2 wickets, plus the 2 to come in the next over, it really sent the pads scrambling in the dressing room. And suddenly this was anyone's match.
Yep. Very well bowled here in the beginning. The keeper having a little futsal with with the pitch. But yeah, the depth of the brothers was shown. Actually, we were questioning how the middle order would adapt, and they came out on top. They backed themselves. Yeah, a few lucky shots.
Yeah, the thing is, it's just overs 4, 5, 6 didn't quite go according to plan. As when things got tight towards the end, Jaswinder came on to bowl the 8, but he'd never get out of it in the end. There's a little Tortuga bounce. Vicky Singh was able to recover to prevent the boundary, but had 5 wides and it was all over. Yeah, those middle overs, then Mandeep came back in the 4th, conceded 10. Imran Zaib did follow up his first over with a good one, only conceding 3, but then Mansaparia ended up going for 14 in the 6th, just took the pressure off. And look, credit to brothers. I mean, they did the hard yards, didn't they? They kept the target down to something reasonable, and even though they did lose a few wickets early there, they were 4 down in pretty quick time. It was Nanglu who kind of engineered them close to the target, 28 off 17. He was the top scorer in the innings, the keeper. And Guggendeep Singh finishing things off with 21 off 12. I think he looked pretty good, especially clipping the ball off his pads. And in the end, they do get there fairly comfortably, it looks like on paper, but they certainly had their moments. 76 for 5 off 7.4. 10 wides in the innings, that doesn't help either, does it? Although 5 came off the very last delivery of the match. Imran Zaib, 2 for 7, best of the bowlers. 2 wickets also for Mansaparia in consecutive balls. And Jaswinder came up with that one late. But yeah, in the end, it was a highly entertaining afternoon of cricket, but it does leave the brothers at the top of the table with 4 points from their 2 matches.
Yep. Great performance from the brothers, and welcome to the ECS. They'll be stoked with that, and yeah, really nice to see. And yeah, there we go, top of the table, 4 points. unbeaten.
Looking very good, aren't they? And fighters, well, it's a long way back. Remember, whoever finishes 5th, they won't make it through to quarterfinals Friday, which will be in Friday week. So, yeah, certainly looking forward to that. Plenty of action still to come. And you know there's going to be action tomorrow because Corey Ruckers, he'll be in Portugal once again. I mean, that's assuming they let him in at the airport
Looking forward
when he
to it.
does arrive. We had a great time here last time, Corey and myself. And thanks to you guys for all your hospitality, for setting up the ground so beautifully, obviously, to come here, and everything's been done very professionally. We do appreciate it. Thanks to all of our camera crew, our production crew from Swing Productions. Again, great effort from you guys. Really love the way you bring things to life. To all the Blue crew as well. I guess the Mondays, there's always a few issues getting going in the morning, but everything was pretty seamless today. Thanks to everyone as well, and the ladies in the kitchen for a wonderful lunch as well. It's been a wonderful first day, Conrad, and I'm sure you'll be interested as anyone else to see what happens on day 2.
Yeah, looking forward to it. I'm going to be watching with some keen eyes and seeing where we can go next week when we meet them in the finals, whoever it is.
Yeah, that's very true. Because today's also the day where I realised that European cricket is now on TikTok at European Cricket Network.
Sure.
So if you want to get some of
Is that all the dancing
that's my knowledge of
That's
TikTok.
okay.
That's exactly how it is. Had me falling off my chair as well,
Yep.
and almost breaking a second
Highlight
chair.
of the day.
So I'm sure, luckily, I don't think we have the daily highlights rolling just yet. But we saw a great one-handed catch. We saw some good batting. I mean, I think the field looks in pretty good nick. It's going to be a few bobbles around, but we expect that in Europe, especially this time of year. So I think the field played pretty well. I think we're going to see some high scores. I think that as the batters get a little bit more set, a little bit more practice, I think we'll probably see more scores in the 100 plus, maybe 120 plus, and certainly a trend we saw in last year's series as well. Now, thanks again to you guys out there for sticking with us all day. It's been great to be back on the park, especially after we lost 4 days to rain last week in Cartama. Hopefully you can join us tomorrow. Conrad, we're going to call it for the night, but thanks again to all of you out there. You can follow us on social media at European Cricket. If you're watching this video, give it a thumbs up, and don't forget to subscribe to our channel, ECN, European Cricket Network, to all of our viewers on FanCode as well. Thanks to you, and hope you have a happy and safe evening. No matter where you're watching around the world, hopefully you can join us tomorrow for a terrific Tuesday. Corey Rutt will be loose, so join us tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Good night, everybody.
Good night, guys. Enjoy.